not let these rebels interfere with our plans.
Yes.
I see somebody in the chat asking another question.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, people in your position start in their 20s or younger. Is it possible for somebody in their mid to late 30s to get to where you are? Yes, absolutely, 100%. I consider myself very much a late bloomer because I started a family relatively early, so that you have other concerns. You can't be 110%, all career all the time. So there's going to be other things in life that are just as important as a career that you have to pay attention to. But I don't think, if you're older, I didn't start like actually getting the chance to really direct stuff pretty much till I was getting into my 40s. And I had wanted to do it since I was like 19, I think, when I said I'm going to be a director someday.
That's right. You were ready.
It's taken me forever, but I mean, that goes with the don't quit part. It's like, even you're going to start feeling like an idiot that it hasn't happened by a certain point, and you're going to get, you'll be disheartened because you think you look ridiculous and you're going to give up. And it's like, well, don't just try to stick it out. If it's really, if you really want it, I guess you got to be semi-realistic too, but only semi,
Yeah, I mean, I think that whole realism part is, I think, the hard part that some people have to balance in their brains. Not everyone can be a Peter Ramsey or a Steven Spielberg, but it doesn't mean that that's some sort of a failure. Just to be able to work in an industry that's as exciting as film industry is already a big. That's especially if you are. It seems like a big gap, anyways. If you're just starting out, like there's a lot to happen between going to school for something and actually getting that first job. You know what I mean? So. And you never know what happens when you get there. It could just snowball. Basically, is what happens to so many people.
That's it. And you can't. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy of like this. Instant discovery, or like, there are like Mozart level people or people really brilliant who, I mean, you look behind a lot of those stories, and of course, there's always where his dad was this, or they were in the business since then, or they had these connections. Right. And there are also some people who they devoted all their every waking hour and to make some little short film when they were 18 that blew up on the festival circuit, and here they are. So there's those stories, but if you're doing the work, if you're putting the work in and really sincerely going after it, and you don't give up, that's I'm telling you, just keep doing that. That's gonna pay
advice.
off one way or
Advice.
another. One way or another.
I'm gonna
it's
use
gonna pay off.
On February 3rd, 2023, the world was introduced to the Meeps, an animated pop band in their debut music video, Love Louder. Axel, Raphael, Jazz, Brandon, and Mackenzie took the internet by storm, and in the first 2 weeks of being released, amassed over 24 million views. British singer-songwriter and dancer Lamar Morris lent his vocal talents to the group's lead singer Axel. The music video was directed by Olivier Staphelas from Two Oaks Productions and was animated by the creative team at Agora Studio. Head of animation Jacob Gardner shared with us some of the behind-the-scenes footage and tricks the animation team used to bring these adorable characters to life. Before we start, if you have any questions for the creative team in the animation process for this hit song, drop a comment below, and if we get enough questions, we'll answer them in another video. Now, let's dive into 5 things you should know about animating the Meeps. Number 1. Those little white specular highlights in the character's eyes were actually pieces of geometry that the animators would position and scale to either side of the eyes, depending on where the light source was coming from in each shot. So whether it's daylight from screen left or sunset from screen right, the animators had control of where that specular highlight would be for the maximum cuteness factor that worked with the environment. Number 2. Martin the Porcupine had hundreds of hair controls. That's a lot for an animator to work with, not to mention very time consuming. To get them all to react to the motion of the head, the team used a tool called Ragdoll Dynamics that would apply some physics-based motion to the hair and those hundreds of controls to get a good starting base for the animators to clean up afterwards. Number 3. Axel the Tiger had different sets of upper teeth so that the animators could switch between a full set to individual fangs to a combination of the two. Each fang had its own set of controls so it could be scaled, rotated, and translated depending on the type of facial expression they wanted to create. Number 4. In this shot, a guitar passes in front of the camera as if an actual cameraman was capturing their performance and the guitarist got in the way. This was done on purpose to give the music video a more realistic feel. However, to achieve the depth of field for the guitar to be out of focus, there had to be a fair amount of separation between the guitarist Brendan and lead singer Axel. Take a look at how far Brendan is floating off the set. Before we get on to tip number 5, we just want to say thanks for watching this far. If you'd like to see more behind-the-scenes work from Agora Studio and their projects, learn tips and tricks to help improve your skills for the film and gaming industries, and watch pre-recorded animation critiques, please subscribe to the channel and give this video a thumbs up. Now, on to number 5. Animators had fantastic dance reference choreographed specifically for the music video by choreographer Nicky Anderson and his team. For the shots that didn't have any dance reference, animators were able to record their own reference or sometimes use a combination of the two. For this move here, Axel doesn't have a hat, so the animator came up with brushing his eyebrows and layered that on top of the reference. The animators were given a lot of freedom to suggest ideas, which made this music video so much fun to watch. So there you have it. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Don't forget to leave a comment if you have any more questions for the team at Agora. Also, if you are looking to expand your knowledge in the animation industry, join the community at Agora.community. The website is a hub for free educational resources such as free animation rigs, even more educational videos, and access to animation industry pros ready to give you feedback on your work. You can also join our Discord server with over 8,000 like-minded artists helping each other learn and grow. Link is in the description. Thanks again for watching, and as always, until next time, stay tuned and stay animated.
I was saying before, we had our son. That was the main reason I left VFX, because I loved it, but you have to work a lot of hours, or you have to devote yourself. I don't know if you feel the same way.
Yeah, of course.
And then I fell in love with this little kid. I'm like, this is the coolest thing ever, and work became secondary.
You're hearing from Marco Folia, a veteran VFX animator who is currently supervising at Agora Studio.
How do you feel about the no CGI sort of stuff that's going around?
I will say I do hate that. I'm very much that person that if I was on Twitter, I'd be getting very mad at Christopher Nolan There's no CG in my movie. Like, fuck, go out there.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's the time.
Yeah.
Bullshit. You know what I mean?
Marco has been in the industry for about 25 years, and he's worked for companies like Bungie, Industrial Light and Magic, EA. We are super excited to hear his perspective and what all those years have taught him so far.
We were just looking at your background on LinkedIn, and we noticed that you had your first job on the 2000s.
1999 was my first job.
1999?
Yeah.
But that's crazy.
Yeah, no, people weren't born. I meet people, I have no idea how old you guys are, but I meet people that weren't born when I was working. But it's not the same though. Like there was nothing there back then. So there's no, the rate of learning was much slower. So yeah, maybe I've been doing this for a long time, but I don't feel like I got even remotely good until like 5-6 years in.
Mm-hmm.
Cause like all we had was like Toy Story and Bug's Life.
Mm-hmm.
And we just ripped that off constantly.
Yeah.
Every show. I did like a cartoon show was my first job. What did it say my first job was? Did it say Click Animation maybe?
I think I should have written it down. No, I didn't write it down.
A studio doesn't exist anymore. But that was,
yeah, it was Click Animation. Yeah.
That was my first job. That was 99 then. So maybe I should fix LinkedIn.
Ah, sorry. I mean, it doesn't matter.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so we had nothing. We were doing a cartoon show. And so we were just ripping off everything we saw on Toy Story. We had that and we had Bug's Life. I think it was Bug's Life.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's too different from what we do today. We rip off other shows all
Still,
the time.
but I feel like now there's like resources everywhere.
Yeah.
Everything's on YouTube. And I would frame by frame some stuff too, and that's how I practiced.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Did you have any like education available, like animation specific, or did you learn on the job?
I went to a trade school here.
Okay.
And they didn't really teach you. They taught you the software. They didn't really. The animation was the lightest part of it. It's kind of similar to today. I think a lot of schools still make you like a generalist.
Mm-hmm.
And that was basically them. The way I got taught to do a walk cycle was to take the two IK legs and draw a path and constrain it to the path so it was doing the motion.
Oh my gosh.
That without, you can't tweak that shit.
Yeah,
You can't do anything. That's how I was literally taught. And so I don't think my teacher ever really did animation.
Right. That's what I was going to ask. Like, do you think the teachers had any kind of...
No. They were all more technical people or a little bit of experience. But most people were lighters, I think. Like, I don't even know what we had back then.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wasn't taught anything. I learned everything on the job. My first director, who was a real prick, but he was a great guy. No, he wasn't a real prick. He was just rough, what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
He was super rough, super just direct and angry all the time and didn't like your shot.
Mm-hmm.
But learned a ton from him. He was good.
So you started in games first, or what was
No,
that?
my first job was a cartoon show.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the best first job for everybody. I'll just talk like all the time. I'll talk about everything.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's the best first job for anybody. Just or like any hard job is the best first job.
Right.
Because you're kind of stuck. Like we had to do 25 seconds a week or 30. I can't remember exactly. And it was hell. It wasn't hell. You're excited. You're young. You love everything. I'm learning everything. Mm-hmm. It was in 3ds Max.
Ooh.
And we didn't have normal rigs. It was still something
So
called...
you didn't never animated in Softimage? Did people animate
in school? I was in Softimage.
Okay.
And then my second, third job, there was... Softimage was big here. Or it switched to XSI by the time I started working professionally with it. But Softimage was what I learned in school and what I did all my personal work on. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you guys know about this, but Biped, it's not even... It's like it was a cool idea back in 1999. But the point was like, it was a lot of footage to deliver. You didn't know what you were doing. You had a director that had a 2D background that did know everything.
Right.
Helped us a lot, but we used to live there. I used to live at work. I know it's not really the way it is anymore, and I definitely would never do that again. But back then I lived at work, and the company was it looked just like this. So it wasn't renovated.
Yeah.
And they didn't have enough computers for everybody. So we had 2 shifts. I was the night shift.
Oh my god.
So I'd show up at 3 and I'd...
Wait, were you working with Matt at the time?
Matt DeMuro?
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt's from my first job.
Oh, he
I've
told
known
me
him.
about this already.
Same thing. There's a few of us that we met in our first job. Some of them even worked for Agora. Some of them I've worked with over the years.
So wait, something I didn't realize. So the night shift person would animate on the same shot as a day shift person, or a different shot?
No, different work.
Different work.
But
okay.
because they couldn't afford computers for the whole team they needed, they'd come in, 7 to 3, and we would do 3 to 11 or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But I remember, and Matt was on the night shift with me a few times.
Yeah.
And we would just stay there overnight. I would just keep working. or we'd play video games. It's very different. You were allowed to smoke indoors back then too.
Okay.
So I'd get there.
Oh my gosh.
So my desk partner ended up being one of my very close friends over the years. His name is Phil.
Yeah.
He used to just be this big ashtray of cigarettes like at my desk every time I came into work. I remember all that. It was kind of like Wild West. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
My first 3-4 jobs in the city were just, I don't know how to explain it, like not professional environments.
Right.
Like it really evolved the industry since then.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was nice and respectful, or at least to what I saw, right? There was nothing weird. But yeah, we were able to just stay at the studio all night. Second, third job I had, we did the first kind of 3D movie they ever did here.
Mm-hmm.
It was also done on 3ds Max.
Mm-hmm.
That was a couple years after this one.
Mm-hmm.
We had the whole floor to ourselves. There was just the animation team of 20, 30 people, and one producer and our anim director or soup. And that was it. And so whenever they would leave for the night, we would just stay there all night. Like, I don't know. I didn't have an apartment back then. I lived at home at my parents'. So I would just stay there, and literally we would just party.
Do you feel like you still make those kind of connections with people nowadays that you work from
No.
home and you, yeah?
Not at all. I haven't met anybody really new since I left the last studio I was at. And even then, like once you become kind of, your role is different, to tell you the truth. Even like, I'd never really met, I used to make friends at work or have talks at lunch, but once you become a soup, it's not the same. At least it wasn't for me.
How come?
I don't know. I feel like I never changed, but everybody looks at you differently, and there's kind of this wall there.
You're not sure if they're laughing because it's really funny or...
Oh, I know for sure most people didn't laugh because they think it was funny. Like, I like to joke constantly. And I know some people were genuinely laughing. Like, I think you're genuinely laughing right now. So I can get a bit of that sense. But no, yeah, it's a bit of that. It's not like I don't trust people. You're not in the trenches. I'm the one that's causing you, depends on your attitude.
Yeah.
But I'm the one that's causing you work, or I'm the one that's not making your day easy or hard or whatever your perspective might be.
Yeah.
So it's not the same as the person next to you that you're asking for help every 5 minutes, and
Right.
you don't form those kinds of relationships anymore. I noticed that. I felt like, because there's people I worked with that I would have loved. I would have easily become friends with them.
Yeah.
And I never kind of developed that relationship with them. That's what it is. But
I
yeah.
guess that's kind of a negative from working from home too. I mean, even if we were at the studio, things have changed a bit since back then, I guess.
I
not
am
as
completely out of
informal.
touch. Like, I don't even know. And the last studio I worked at in person was a video game company here, Eidos.
What year was it?
It was right before I came to Agora. So 2019, I think, is when I left, right before
Okay.
COVID. We were already working from home. COVID didn't even affect me in that way, I mean. I was kind of working from home already for a year, and I just smoothly
coast
transitioned
through it,
into, but that studio everybody was very quiet and not very social. So
Did you choose it on purpose, or is that what you were looking for?
yeah, I was looking for a break from, no, I was looking for a break from VFX, and I'd never liked video games before, because I always felt like it was not, how would you put this? I was always chasing quality. I was trying to do like the best projects and do the coolest work. And I got into this to make movies. Like, I wanted to do VFX since forever, until it finally killed me. And so then I'm like, okay, I'll give video games a chance. And then it ended up being a lot of fun.
Okay.
We never got to do any, I never got to finish a game
Okay.
because I was anim director on 2 kind of incubation projects they're called.
Okay.
And they never got released. So I worked a whole year to kind of get the game ready, and then it didn't get the green light. And then we worked a whole other year. And then after that, I was like, oh, I'm discouraged again. And I moved on.
Jeez, that is tough. 2 years with nothing to show for.
I felt bad too for the team because they had some really cool ideas. But that's what it is. But games are pretty cool, I feel, compared to VFX right now. Yeah.
I was gonna say that mentality has changed a bit. Like before, it used to be, well, I don't know. The quality of the games has also gotten pushed a lot.
They got way more than they were before. But there was this, oh, you mean like a tier list of like, working in film, you're the coolest, and then
I feel like that was how it was perceived. Like,
That's
oh, you're
fair.
in games, now you'll get to film someday.
I feel like I had a bit of that too.
Yeah.
And like I'd only done cinematics in games before that. I never did in-game stuff. And I didn't like cinematics. It was like literally just, in my mind, it was just cheap version of what I like doing. Like, it's mocap cleanup.
Right.
Didn't look as good, and then it goes in the engine and it doesn't look as good. Everything's weird, lighting, why are the fucking inside of their mouths lit?
Yeah.
There's a bunch of crap. It's still kind of a problem in games.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I got over that.
Yeah.
It was way better.
So at Ubisoft, you went from being a senior animator to then like animation director.
At Eidos.
Sorry, Eidos. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I did one contract as a cinematics animator, and then they just asked me if I wanted to try and be anim director on a game.
Were you pursuing that, or was it like?
I had no idea.
Okay.
I was saying before, we had our son, and I kind of realized that I'd have to sacrifice my home life for work. That was the main reason I left VFX, because I loved it, but you have to work a lot of hours, or you have to like devote yourself. I don't know if you feel the same way.
Yeah, of course.
And I'd known so many people, and you hear about it all the time, ruined families and couples that break up and all this crap. I just didn't want to go there. And then I fell in love with this little kid. Like, I'm like, this is the coolest thing ever. And work became secondary. So I wanted to leave VFX, and I didn't know what to do. And then I had the opportunity at Eidos. So I'm like, okay, it's time to try this for real and see what it's like. And then I ended up loving it. Like, I still left the company, but I still do game stuff on the side. Or whenever we get a contract, I still love to do game stuff.
Okay.
Something about it. And you know, the other difference too is when you're a soup in VFX, you're not really, depends on how long you stay at a company, I think. At least for me, I never stayed at a place long enough that I kind of moved up. I was always just a soup. And I think I was doing well. Like, I think they were trusting me kind of stuff. But you have so many people above you. But when you're anim director on a game, it's like you're the animation director. You get to control everything. And not that I need control, but just you have all this creative freedom. Like, it's so much fun. I don't care if it sucks, but it's going to be my suck.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I'm the one that did this. You know what I mean? And if it's not as good as it can be, we could try to make it better. But yeah. So I ended up liking that too about anim direction, but never got to see the whole process because it would have been like 4 years before we finished the real game.
Right.
But yeah, that was cool.
Have you done anim direction on films?
Nope, never yet. This is the closest one now. I'm doing now.
Right.
But not even because it's already been kind of established before.
You're doing a lot.
Sorry?
We're talking about an internal short for Agora.
Yeah, sorry. But like, we have a good blueprint, and we have to solve, like, as you're experiencing, we have to solve problems to put that into 3D.
Yeah.
But I would like to do that more. I'd like to do it on anything, even live action stuff eventually. Like, I just find my interests are changing. Like, I was saying, like, I haven't animated in so long, and then I did a shot last fall. I think it's the first shot I did since seriously 2014. Because in souping, it's just tests that I never really have to polish or.
But don't you feel like you kind of lose touch when you do that, when you don't animate and you're
So
just souping?
Well, I guess what I mean is I animated constantly. Like, I don't like to soup a show if I didn't do a test or know the rig. It's one of the first ones I did. Never touched any of the rigs. But I mean, is you never have the pressure, or I never finish a shot. I haven't finished a shot in like 12 years or 10 years. Where you go through all the retakes and somebody's telling you what to do, and then I kind of polish it the best I can. I haven't had to do that in forever. It's just a test. Don't like it? Okay, I'll keep it rough. Next one, keep it rough. Or I'm prototyping stuff in games. That's always rough. So yeah, it was the first time I had to try and polish a shot, and I got a bunch of notes, and they kept changing their minds. All that stuff I hadn't had to do in so long. It bothered me a lot less than I thought it would. I thought, like, once you're kind of calling the shots, and then you have to start listening to somebody else. But it doesn't bother me at all. It was okay. But my work is not as good as it was in 2014, like, at all. I looked at my old demo and I looked at that. I'm like, But I know.
Well, you're not finishing the shots, so how can you?
Yeah, and
you did finish the demo.
I feel like confident that if I could work, good 6 months a year, like, I'd be back to normal.
Yeah.
Or wherever I was, at least, right? But yeah, it's rusty. It gets rusty for sure.
I do feel a little rusty, like, especially animating now with you on the short. I feel.
Do you get to animate at all?
Not before, no. I was the workload was too much. I couldn't.
Yeah, and I personally really hate animating when I'm souping. Like, I feel the whole point of being a soup, or at least for me, depends on your team, right? So if it's like juniors, yeah, you want to really be there to help them. But anybody mid to senior, I'm just perspective. That's my value. Like, I'm not looking at it, I don't see it, and then I can see fresh eyes. That's the value of it.
Right.
So when I'm in a shot, like, I'm doing a shot on this short, and I'm like, I'm never gonna finish this fucking thing, and it's never gonna look good, as good as it should have been, right?
Right.
So I totally get that.
It already looks good, by the way. So.
Well, the one guy did. But and then there's that other stuff, the other layer of, like, I hate all my work. I don't know if everybody's the same as me.
I'm definitely that way. I was just telling Val that I feel like I'm never really proud of what I did.
Few shots.
Even like a week later. Because I think I was talking to somebody else and they were like, yeah, a couple months after I always like look at it and I'm like,
It
I'm
literally,
like,
yeah.
literally, like
Same
a
thing.
week later, I look at it, I'm like, what was I thinking?
Yeah, that was trash. You guys approved that though.
yeah,
So
yeah, exactly.
that's on you.
That's on the film now.
Yeah, it's not on me. But no, I feel the same way. And this one too, like I was like, I think I had maybe 5 shots in my entire career, and some of them ended up on my 2014 demo. I'm like, okay, I did a good job here. Like there was a snake I animated, and it was really hard.
Yeah.
And I'm like, those came out okay. But most of the time, no.
You've been around for a while, and you were there when mocap was first introduced
Yeah,
to the industry.
it used to be called Kadera before it was called Motion Builder. It was a company from here.
Kadera?
Kadera was the company here that created
Interesting.
Motion Builder. To a lot of this bought them. Sorry, what was your question?
Oh, the question I was building up to, how it was how was it marketed to you guys when it was being built, and like what were you thinking as an animator?
So there's another thing too that changed in this industry. There wasn't the internet that much. Like YouTube started in 25. And so the only news you got was from coworkers or people that are like high up in the company. So it was marketed, from my memory, I could be wrong, right? Like there's no press or websites I would go to, as exactly how AI is now, where it's just going to take our jobs and you guys are all going to have no value anymore. And then other people were saying exactly what they're saying too about AI. It's just going to speed up some processes, just a tool to get you there faster. I personally love mocap. I love keyframing way more, but I think mocap is so valuable. And I saw it right away. I didn't like working on it. It took me a long time to get like comfortable trying it out. But it was exactly that. It was right away, stealing jobs, cost-cutting tool.
Right.
Everything will be better, faster. And
But then it ended up being just a tool.
it is just a tool, but like animators, I think every animator, I've met animators. Here's the thing that drives me fucking crazy. Where's
What?
the camera? I meet people these days, and I hope you guys aren't like this, and if you are, it's okay. I don't judge you. I judge the strangers.
Okay.
There's people that don't want to do mocap cleanup. And I don't know if it's because they're not comfortable, and that's different. That's your own journey. But I like to do 2D cartoon. I like to do animated character acting. I don't want to do anything else. Fucking good for you.
Yeah.
But like, if the industry is really going in a direction
Yeah.
that you're going to have to become more valuable, you can't do that.
Yeah.
And I feel like I learned a lot from the years and I got better at it too. Like it's its own thing. Mocap cleanup and trying to enhance it is its own thing. And I feel like I learned a lot about body mechanics.
I've had so many animators on my teams that don't know how to do it.
Yeah, like I don't fault you if it's a kind of, this is a hurdle I have to overcome.
Right.
But I do fault people that have done it and say, no, this is not for me. I get it. Like I think. No.
Well, you can't overcome the hurdle if you don't.
You have to try
it.
But you also have to it's still
like willing to learn.
But it's because I'm old school, right? Like it's a job. I love it. We got the luck. We're lucky we have the best jobs on the planet, but it is a job, right? And you need to be able to deliver, and you're limiting yourself. And I feel like if it's going to head in a direction where there really is less work, you got to be more valuable in that respect. I hate to say it, or stay home and do your own art film, like 100%. But there's this kind of aspect to it that is kind of weird.
A little bit of entitlement, I guess.
No, I don't believe that stuff. I don't think anybody's entitled. I have friends that see younger generations, and like these fucking kids don't want to do overtime, and they don't want to do this, and they don't want to do that. And I don't agree with that. Like, good, fucking push it forward. I was telling you, I never got any overtime. I did free overtime for the first 9 years of my career. I did a lot of hours for free. They weren't even ghost hours. They just, nobody paid you.
Yeah. Even if you told them, they wouldn't pay
Yeah, no, they
you.
didn't pay you. One place, I think, had, what do they call it? Banked hours. Which I think is totally fine. But every other place is like, no, you just got to stay here tonight, or you got to stay here for the week. Sorry, what are we going to do? And I don't think that's good. I think this is better. I think
Agreed.
fucking be as entitled as you want. I don't give a shit.
I have worked with a lot of people before that are similar to you, where like they've been around forever, and they're like, back in my day, we didn't do this and that. I'm like, so what? You didn't do that?
Yeah,
That
exactly.
doesn't matter.
So what, you want other people to just not? I tell my kid this all the time. The world is only change. It's only going to change.
Yeah.
It's the only thing you can count on. And I think it's better because it benefits me too. I'm old now.
Yeah, exactly.
And like, I'm never going to do overtime unless like I really love what I'm doing. Like I would, and so I do pull overtime once in a while here, even now, like, because I know my week will be better if I get this done now.
Yeah.
or I just really want to make this a little better.
Yeah. Or you just forget what time it is. And you're just
No, that doesn't happen anymore.
oh, that happens to me all the time.
My day is very kind of, I've not lazy now, but I've never had this level of like flexibility in my life. And so I really work like a core kind of time of like 7 or 8 a.m. to 2. And then after that, no, I don't talk to anybody anymore. I still message, but no, I've kind of like replaced my work ethic with this balance, I guess. And I focus more on home life.
You are pretty good at like boundaries. Like you pretty much,
Oh, yeah,
you're
straight
like
up.
as soon as you have to leave, you're like, sorry guys, gotta go.
Yeah, ciao. Yeah.
Yeah. That's impressive. I don't know if I'll ever get
Do
there.
people struggle with that?
I hope to get there. Yeah,
Well-
I struggle with that.
But do you feel like, why would that, because people would pressure you, you mean? Or,
Myself.
Oh, like
I
you-
myself. Like,
but you mean like work ethic?
no, or like any type of boundary. Like I will say, today I want to work until 4 p.m. because at 5 I want to go to the gym.
Yeah.
And then 3:30 comes around and I'm like, I'm deep into the shot and I'm like, I really just, and I just don't follow the thing. And I'm like, well,
I guess maybe it gets easier to turn that on and off. Like but I need that flow too. Like again, I haven't animated in a while, but I do remember, and for recently, like it was problematic for me if I couldn't just get a good chunk of time in the day to just like get into it and do my work. It's not the same souping though. Souping is just like, like a million decisions a day, and they're all disconnected. It doesn't really matter.
yeah.
If I go take a walk and then I have to answer a question while I'm walking, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not the same as getting into doing an animation shot.
Yeah.
So that's also would help me a lot with the boundaries. And then it depends where you work. Some places treated you like MPC treated us. Like they tried to make it feel like you were really important there. And then I started getting like this, okay, so that means I can just say no tonight. And then I started trying that out and it started kind of working sometimes, not every time. And I guess I've been working on that for the last like 10 years. Yeah. That's where I'm at now. It's been a journey for me.
Okay.
But yeah, turn it off and I don't look at, I mute my apps and I just don't look at my phone until the morning.
So when you were, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about MPC now that you mentioned it, because you were kind of in it right when it started out here in Montreal, right? Like maybe not right away.
Pretty close. We were working at a now defunct studio called Moco in Montreal that doesn't exist anymore. Beautiful people were there. And then a couple of friends or a couple coworkers, they moved to MPC because it just started. So I think it'd been open for like 5 months or 4 months, and then I started working there. And I was supposed to go as a lead. And then I show up there and they're like, hey, we're missing a soup. You want a soup? I'm like, no, we're missing a soup. I'm like, okay.
I feel like it evolved a lot since you joined, and I don't know how long you stayed. But
when I started there, I thought it was a really cool place, but it didn't have a good rep. It doesn't have a good rep in the industry.
No.
And I totally get that. My experience there was great because I was learning a ton. And there's a guy called, oh shit, I don't remember his name. I don't remember his last name, and I'm very embarrassed right now. But I'd only souped at a few studios before. I was souping at a small studio. And that was a bigger studio with bigger clients. And he said it best. He goes, you were so green when you got here. But after a few years, like you could see how it changed. So I loved my experience there, honestly.
Okay.
But it was my experience. I loved, like I was more important. Like, I mean, what I mean is like they treated you well. They treated me well. I found. And that's it. But at the same time, especially as I moved up, and then the last year I did the HOD job, I saw a lot more of what everybody else was going through. I didn't really see that on my own. And I felt like it's a bit of a meat grinder, that place. I think it's good if you want to, I don't think it's, I'm conflicted to say this because I think your first job, the harder it can be your first few jobs, the better. But at the same time, I think that one's just a little bit too fucking hard. Like they were throwing juniors and asking them to do like mid to senior shots, and the amount of pressure that was putting on people, especially once you're HOD, you see it, right? So I talk to people and they're breaking down or they're having a hard time. And I started to see the kind of all the stuff I started seeing on the internet, about it. You know the biggest joke I have, and it's not really that funny, but I still like it. You ever been to a wedding and they do this kind of like champagne waterfall? They like build up, this is like a thing from the fucking 80s or 90s.
Right.
I don't know if they still do this shit. They probably don't.
Chocolate waterfalls, maybe?
No, but they used to do this nonsense thing where they used to take a bunch of champagne glasses and build them in a pyramid and then pour from the top one and it would cascade down.
Yeah.
That's like everything in life.
Right.
Only instead of champagne, it's shit. And so we're at the bottom and all the garbage stops up there. It always starts up there.
Yeah.
And that's my honest impression. I feel like there's some people that were not the best at the top. They weren't good managers. And then there's the second side of it where VFX is just not a great industry, in my opinion. And so they were pressured from the nonsense of the VFX industry, and they caused a lot of the problems.
If you were to like point a finger at what like the root cause of the VFX industry being shit, I know there's many things.
There's so much.
Yeah.
I've done it a lot now.
Like from like, you know, low bidding to.
Oh, so the race to the bottom, I think, is real. Everybody's got to try and undercut everybody. I forgot. So I'm saying things out of my ass here because I don't remember the real numbers.
Yeah.
But I remember Framestore got sold a few years ago to a Chinese company. And I remember the number being crazy low. Like, I think the number was, please fact check this.
Okay.
I feel like they got sold for like $200 million.
Oh, I don't know.
Like the amount of business they must do, and like you're barely like the budget of 2 movies.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much your entire, you know, like, so there's really that. The margins are like, I think the margins are very low.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the biggest problem, as I was explained, is twofold. We're not unionized. I know everybody's talking about unions these days.
Yeah.
But our industry doesn't even need unions, in my opinion. We need a real, like, what do you call it? Like a trade union. Like, this is Hollywood and this is the VFX industry, and there's some standards there that doesn't exist in our industry. I feel like if you did that, if it started at the top, you wouldn't have to squeeze everybody and they wouldn't need to get unionized. But this movement of starting from the bottom and trying to force the top, hopefully that's great. I hope that works. But I think it's like, there's something about the business of Hollywood with how they have, you know, they don't have money to make all their movies. They borrow that money. But the fact that they have this pressure to get their movies done in a certain time frame, that's not even marketing and release schedules and all that nonsense. I mean, just like, I want to make the movie, I got to borrow money to make it. I have this much time. There's all these unionized people that get the time they need. Not really, though, because they're all hardworking psychopaths above us. Every director decision I hated, they're all hardworking people that are trying to do the best. I've never seen different. Okay. I've never seen a producer that's trying to skim money. They've never tried to do it because they're just, well, I'm sure there's a few of them, I'm sure. But most of them are just trying to make the best movie they can. They want to make it as successful as they can. So there's this thing where they have this pressure of time for whatever reason that I may not know. And then everybody's got given at least a certain amount of time because of they're protected, down to craft services, which always gets above us in the credits, right? Or that you have traditionally. And then it goes to us, these like peasants that completely rely on the industry. I'm sorry to say it, but if there's no movies, there's no VFX people.
Yeah.
And so that's it. So we get squeezed at the end of that schedule every time. It's always been the same. And it's that. It's, oh, we were supposed to start in January, but you don't get the plates until fucking March. Okay.
Yeah.
It's still got to get done by June.
Yeah.
And so I feel like I've seen, at least in my life, because again, I was at ILM pre-Marvel, or right at the beginning of Marvel, or Iron Man 2 is the movie I worked on at the time. It's gotten worse there too, I think, but I've seen them push back more over the years and change orders and this kind of stuff. If you know what I mean by change orders and all that crap.
No, I don't.
Change orders, like if you and I agree to a certain sequence in the budget, but then you change something big about it, the VFX studios will say, "Oh, this is a change order now.
Oh, okay.
We need more money for this. We can't just absorb this." That's what I think it is. That's the biggest problem with the VFX industry. They're squeezed for time. Everything else takes a bunch of time, and those people are a little more protected. And so VFX studios just get the brunt.
So then it makes sense for the unions to be a positive.
I would hope.
Or like at least a move in the right direction.
My worry is that you're just going to have a bunch of people go out of business because they can't support their teams, and there's some other company that'll step in another market that doesn't care about their teams or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like I'm very much a belief that it's got to start at the top to fix the bottom. But if the bottom can rise up, fucking straight up, beautiful, do it.
Do you think that, I don't know why, but I always picture the very top. I'm not talking about the producers or stuff like that, but the very top.
Like studio heads and.
Yeah. Being like, you know, sitting in a chair, smoking a cigar, you know.
I believe that too, probably.
So like, you know, in the sense that like, you know, we just hear about the movie we made, like won whatever awards and like made so much money. Who sees that money? Where does it go?
It goes to them. That's the reality of the sad world we live in. A CEO.
Well, you could easily like congratulate your team, give them a bonus, like, hey guys, we made.
And I bet you there's examples of that, but so far.
I mean, I haven't even heard of one. I think so far.
Oh, except for that
More
thing.
for
where
than games, but not really.
oh, games absolutely treat you.
Games.
It is weird, but see, games, it's their own IP. They control everything.
Mm-hmm.
Movies, they hire a bunch of people, and those people have no rights to the royalties, or whatever that is, whatever actors get on the back end.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have any of that. And I believe it. Like, I believe there's like a producer that played golf all year, and then they come back at the end of my project and like, I don't like the eyes. Okay, let's change all the fucking eyes. We did that. We had a movie we did called Pan.
Really?
And like, I think it was a month before. There's a few times in my career where like a month before we're done, we don't like the face design. So figure it out. We got to change it. What have you been looking at for the last 6 months? Like, well, they weren't, they were.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's, I believe there's laziness and stuff like that, but I don't think it's that. I think
there's also miscommunication. I think that's kind of one of the biggest things. Like
how do you-
communicating with people who are non-VFX or non-animation people
straight
about
up.
different stages and like explaining what they're looking at too.
That I've definitely seen. I've only met more directors and producers, or worked with, that they don't understand blocking.
Yeah.
And I believe that's true. Yeah, there's like a million factors. I believe you're right about that. Yeah. I remember I heard one guy say once in a call, like, we paid for previs and it looks this good. How come your blocking looks worse? And it did look worse, but it was also gray shaded.
Yeah.
And so then this was at NPC, and NPC's like, okay, we got to start working on presentation now more.
Yeah.
And then NPC didn't implement that well. Like, presentation.
Oh, it was awful. In Godzilla, we had to spend like about like a couple hours a day, like
Which
setting up
Godzilla did you
presentation.
work on?
King of Monsters.
That's the second one, the one where he's fighting
I think
King
it's
Kong?
yeah.
Okay.
No. The one right before that one.
The one
No.
on the island there.
No, there's one in between those two.
I don't remember.
Between the island and between King Kong, there's
And
one.
him. Okay.
Where he fights all the rest of the.
Oh, right, the Hydra.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. Sorry, I'm really bad. I stopped
it's
watching
okay.
movies too. But yeah, like 100%.
Like we spent like even putting like fog and stuff in the shots to present for animation.
It should be a button. Like, I did a calculation because I was so mad at my VFX soup. Because he was right that we need to present it well.
Yes.
And if it's going to be in shadow, don't make them comment on the leg. It's going to be in shadow. Put the shadow there.
Mm-hmm.
But I was not, it was like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And I'm getting kickbacks. We're not sending this tomorrow because the shadow's broken.
Yeah.
Or it looks too, the shadow looks too pixelated.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah.
And we lost a real 15% of our anim budget on presentation on that show. And that's a big difference. Like, we didn't polish some stuff because they had to redo their freaking renders, and sometimes
I wonder if like AI could like help
that's
us
a
there.
good. But there's studios that have decent pipelines already without AI.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it could. That's a good idea.
Actually, Rodeo had a pretty good.
It'll
I
render.
think they still do.
I worked-
They put like a little bit of a mask over top of your play blast. Not a mask. I don't know what that's called, but there is some comping, like auto comping.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I've seen
for-
that in some places.
yeah.
Or they'll render with some basic lighting.
Mm-hmm.
We did the thing for Paramount this year, and they had amazing renders out of
Mm-hmm.
Blender. They would just bring everything into Blender, and it looked amazing. Like, and we don't have to do anything. We have to press 2 buttons. So there's definitely solutions.
Yeah.
But at the time, at least there, they weren't. They were doing everything in Maya viewport, like you were probably.
Yeah.
And this is not, and it's a little disappointing to me.
It also made the anim scene super slow every
Yeah,
time. Like,
lights and
it
textures.
affected so much more than just a couple hours. Like it affected the entire workflow.
Right, and like you're
for-
supposed to be, you have 8 hours to work, and you're spending hours in your day.
Just waiting, I guess.
Yeah, or it's not good enough,
setting it
or you're not sending versions to the client for these kind of. Oh,
I'm saying like there should be enough, and I think this is what I'm gonna be able to speak with the next producer about. Is I think there should be enough, like time and resources spent
Or it's
to
budgeted.
prep your client that you're gonna be working with. Like that relationships, like solidify the way that you're gonna communicate.
I feel like some studios try that though.
You think so?
You don't think that they do? Like they try to.
No, I don't. I wholeheartedly
You
don't.
feel like they just cater to whatever that director
Because
can
I
do.
feel like here's the thing. I don't think, with some exceptions, I don't think that the clients or directors are against the thing looking good or having a good relationship with the artist.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
true.
if they have a way for us to communicate better, they would do it.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah,
know what I
if they
mean?
could, they would. Yeah, 100%.
So it just has to be presented to them, but that
Yeah.
should be part of like I don't know.
There's that, but see, so all these gripes, all these things, because we're on the floor.
Yeah,
I've overcome a lot of those in my heart.
Have you? Because it looks.
No,
like
I do have,
maybe
but see, it's internal management. This is what bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
I said yes to that VFX soup, and I should have fought him harder. And said no, you're fuck. I did fucking say you're wasting our time. This is stupid. Find another solution, or let's find an automated thing, or let's take a break, or before the next project, let's make sure it's ready. So there's a bit of that. But yeah, but if you can manage it, and still have clients that have no idea what the hell they're looking at unless it's like super smooth. But you're right, it does not happen. It's not the norm. The norm is it's always a mess.
I feel like it should be part of the pipeline, just as important as, you know, figuring out how lighting will communicate with
or
font.
minimum, and this is the part they don't like, is the budgeting. You have to budget this.
Yeah.
And so you're talking about budgets being short, but there's also like bonuses for producers at some studios if they can get it under budget. And all producers pad their numbers. They should. They keep a buffer, I should say. Mm-hmm. There's everything. It's like a million things. And it's not like video games are like, fucking Shangri-La or something. It's like there's still tons of mistakes every day. Yeah. I don't know how to explain this. Like, I feel like everybody I've met has been good-natured. Not everybody, sorry, take that back. Most people, though, in our industry are good-natured and trying their best. And a lot of the mistakes we make that affect, if you're an animator, it'll affect you, your day, or me as an animator. Everybody above you made a mistake a day. And you'll never know that I made that mistake. Mm-hmm. It just, I fucked up, and it just goes away because there's so much chaos and so many things happening. So we're all allowed to work at a suboptimal level. Mm-hmm. And then I became a soup, and then I'm like, oh, I'm going to be better than everybody, and I'm going to kick ass. And I still make mistakes. Yeah. And now we're doing an internal short, and I love the studio. And I'm like, how the fuck is this so disorganized? I don't know if you see this. Like, I'm supposed to be organizing this, and somehow you can't wrangle 30 people and make sure that every day you can't do it. Mm-hmm. So my philosophy became, a few years ago, I think anything creative, you're never going to hit, even if you hit 70% of what you thought you were going to hit, it's successful. It's very good. Mm-hmm. And that's the truth of it. Like, it's too many moving parts. Yeah. Yeah.
Shit.
Or you get a bunch of clones of yourself, and then they will behave exactly as you expect.
Yeah.
And then everything will be perfect.
Something kind of interesting that I wanted to talk to you about is social media.
Yeah. I'm not huge, but what about it?
Not just social media, but the internet in general. Like, how much it's affecting the content that we make. I think mainly, like, there's a few different areas where it's affecting it the most. One being, like, maybe pre-screenings or, like, looking to the internet for validation on, like, ideas that we're making.
How do you mean by that? Like, I feel like it opened up a lot of stuff for people. We don't need... It was stuck with the studio system or people that had a bunch of money to fund it. Mm-hmm. And I think it's been great in that respect. Yeah. But I don't have... I never grew up as what do you call it? People that love movies. A cinephile? I never had a high standard for this stuff. Like, I literally, until I discovered animation, I was outside, I was fit. I was playing sports, and I played in forests, and because I grew up in the 80s. Yeah. It was pre-internet, was very different for me. And so we knew about movies, and I loved Terminator 2 and the 5 movies that would come out a year. But when I started seeing more content, I didn't feel like we lost anything. We didn't lose some kind of golden era of, like, it was more curated. I don't know if that's where you're going with it. Yeah.
I had another, same topic about social media, but about education, which kind of correlates to what you're saying, where there's a lot of crap out there.
I didn't know that there was a lot of information. I would say one thing that I do not resent, I don't like somebody that's got 2 years of experience making a fucking tutorial. Mm-hmm. It doesn't mean that they can't give you valuable information. Mm-hmm. But I do notice that in those kind of less experienced people, for sure, there's sometimes more just bad practices or just things that aren't the best. Mm-hmm. But I'm not very precious with any of this stuff. Like, I feel like we're all just guessing. Mm-hmm. We're all making it up as we go. Yeah. This is what I tell everybody. Everybody above you. I was raised in an era where you thought there was these, like, geniuses that are, like, super good at, they know story and they know this and they know how to animate better. Mm-hmm. And there are, like, 10 of them. I've met some animators that I was, like, really blown away by them. Mm-hmm. And I meet younger animators now that are way better than I was at that stage of my career. So, but at the same time, like, I know what it's like. I see people at higher positions, and they're all just guessing. That's all we're doing.
We're all just guessing.
And like, there's that old analogy of, this is why I'm not too precious about bad tutorials. Or you shouldn't be talking to me about fucking how you know how to animate because you did one thing in Blender. Sorry, I hate Blender people. You could put that one on there. I don't hate Blender people. I hate the internet discourse around.
Yeah.
I just hate internet discourse. I don't like that anymore. I'm not very social media. But anyway, I'm digressing.
Yeah.
There's that old analogy of like, there was a pottery professor and you take half the class, his best students and the worst ones. And you guys get one chance to make a pot and you guys get 10. And the people that got 10 chances always did better at the end. Because it's iteration. That's the truth. We hate it. I hate to have to redo my shot, or you change the shot I just did in the fall. They changed the idea at the end 5 times. So I blocked in 5 different ideas. But that's how you make it better.
Yeah.
And it's just guessing and hard work. That's the truth. So to me, like, not all the information in your video is great, or I think there's better insights you could have had, but you're helping somebody somewhere for free. And that's way better than I had. Like I said, we just ripped off Toy Story. And I had there was an animator survival kit, which I think, and that's an amazing resource.
I have it at home.
And I still have it. And I think if you animated some of those, they didn't look so good.
No,
you know what I mean? Like, it's not like the animation was the best, but the information was really good.
Yeah.
So same thing. I don't think you have to be I was a little angry there before, but you could be a garbage animator, but you could be a really good teacher. Does that make sense?
Right.
Just like you don't have to be the best animator to be a good soup.
Right.
You know, like my teams always have better people than me constantly. Like, it's okay. I got no problem with that. So yeah, but the thing I don't like about social media is social media. I feel like that's been, the internet's, when I grew up, sorry, when did you guys, like, when were you born?
92.
92. Holy shit. All right, so you were like 7 when I started doing this, right? The internet didn't really start up until 2000, let's say 99, right? I remember when I was 15, 16, I had my brother's computer, and all we had were message boards and email chains. And there was one for CG people. Like, I was somehow got on that.
Oh, cool.
It ended up being a website eventually called CG Talk, I think. But it used to be just,
Doesn't that exist right now?
I don't know if it's still around anymore. CG Talk is still around?
I've heard of it.
Or
Sounds
CG
familiar.
Society or something like that. But before that, there was another one that was just an email chain. And there was like that Pixar guy that programmed something, and like this other guy. And it was anybody. Like, we were just nobodies from Montreal, but you could just follow the emails. There was a guy that did a short that then went to Pixar.
That's funny. You were following an email chain of information.
That's what it was. It was like a message board kind of thing.
Yeah.
But then it turned, and then it turned into like the web, and then you could get animated GIFs. And there was a point in our history for like a decade where the internet was really amazing, and you could just get all kinds of information. And then I'd say like since 2010 to now, it just turned into garbage. And the fucking corpos took over. And there was an article that came out about how you can't even search. You used to have better search results 10 years ago. Now it's just everything that's advertised to you.
Yeah.
And but again, ChatGPT now kind of threw that out, so we'll see. It's just constantly changing.
Yeah.
But I feel like the online discourse was always full of angry people that made a big deal about things that didn't matter. But now it's just like everywhere, and it's got more weight than it should have. There should just be a place that...
I mean, they've literally made movies change their entire...
Yeah, Sonic is a good example.
Yeah.
Like, we met that director now when we were working on the Paramount thing.
Right.
He's a super cool guy. And, like, they got all this bad response, and they invested all this money, so they spent a whole bunch of money. Like, at the end, after all, I don't know what the process was. That was also NPC, I think.
I was there when, well, I wasn't working on the movie, but my friends were working on the movie.
And they changed the fucking face.
The movie was almost done animating. I mean, I don't know if almost done, like 3/4 of
But
the
yeah,
way
like
through.
a lot of work was done.
They had to redo the brig, yeah.
Yeah. But they find ways to like make it super heavy, but they just change the face over it usually.
Right,
but still, I don't know. I want to get I want data from somebody to tell me that if you got all these people hating your video game, do they really impact your sales? Do they really impact your sales? I'd love to know the truth.
Yeah.
And if so, why the hell are billions of us listening to like what 200, 300, 400,000 people? That's how many people are tweeting like on Twitter or whatever. Tweeting, I was gonna say.
Twitting on Twitter.
Twitting, I don't know, social media. I've posted like maybe 7 times in my
It's
life.
called X now, okay?
Yeah, whatever. I feel like a lot of people got their voices elevated and they shouldn't have. Like, it doesn't matter. I used to only know what my dad told me. My whole life was just what your neighbor knew and whatever. And then all of a sudden it changed to all these random opinions that have nothing to do with your life. Anyway, I'm digressing again.
But do you feel like, I mean,
Sorry.
where I'm trying to get at is like, do you think that it like has impacted the content that we make?
but in the sense of like that it got worse.
There's positives and negatives, right? Because nothing is black and white. But
It's 100% impacted, yes. Right? Because I guess some people that would have never had a chance that were very creative got to get stuff out there, and then that always affects what comes after. So yeah, 100% in a good way.
Yeah.
So I got really bent up on the whole. I just hate Twitter, and yet I can't stop on it. I can't stop reading it.
I'm gonna have to look you up and see what you've tweeted so far.
I don't think I've tweeted anything angry,
Okay.
but I've definitely I barely tweet anything, but I read a lot of it.
Okay.
It used to be just anim news, and I loved
Yeah.
it, and now it's just look how this company treated me like shit. Or
Oh, graph.
I don't mind that. I think it's good. Workers should tell each other everything, but
This is something I wanted to ask you because you've been around for so long. A lot of people talk about like how hard it is to get in the industry, but nobody talks about how hard it is to stay in the industry.
oh really?
Yeah.
I didn't have that experience. You're teaching me something now. You're saying it's hard because of
Like, for example, I think there's a misconception that it's difficult to get in, and then once you're in, you're
you're
good.
kind of good for life.
Yeah, you got something in your resume, you're good.
Well,
Let's go.
it helps.
It does help.
It helps to kind of
Yeah.
work on good projects as soon as you can. But I don't. My experience wasn't like that either because when I started, there was not much here. There was Ubisoft, not too far from here, and there was nothing else. There's like a couple small companies that looked just like this, and there weren't a lot of people that did animation here. So there was a kind of group of people that I've met, maybe 30 to 40 animators that are still working today. That I just would go from job to job with them. Matt was one of them. There's a couple of other of our friends that I became friends with. And so that was our situation. And so it wasn't hard to get. There's people that never came back to it though. But I don't know why. So my experience was there was always work. I only had one gap of 6 months where I didn't have work, and I got fired from one job because I thought I was too good for mocap.
But you were oh really? So you were one of them.
My second job, I was like, I don't want to do this. This is garbage. And I was very wrong, and I learned a good lesson there. That was my second job.
Okay.
Because I just wanted to keyframe, and I wanted to do visual effects. That's all I wanted to do. But yeah, sorry. So, and then by the time it got way more competitive, I had 7, 8 years experience. I was already kind of more valuable than other people, and so I never really had that experience.
Well, but I meant like stay on it, not because you're getting fired out of it,
Oh.
but more so because you are being unhealthy with yourself, or like you're burning out, or you're
Yeah, that's
like
so.
you fall out of love with it too because it's so.
But I feel like, and I don't know, I can't speak for everybody, but standards have changed too. People are a lot more, in our industry, I can only speak to our industry, people are a lot more conscious of work-life balance and personal health. And we weren't. We weren't. No, I have friends that are still healthy, very healthy. But I mean is like, it's a perfect job if you're single and have no family and you're in your 20s, where you're very resilient and all the garbage of the industry might not ruin you. But as soon as either you have a different mentality, like you do want a better life for yourself, even in your 20s, or you have responsibilities or other things, it does become very problematic. And that's why even I made a change. Like what was I? So it's like 9 years ago, right? Or 7 years ago. So I was 15 years in or whatever, math, I don't know. So I had good experience. I was a senior, and I still felt like I had to kind of take a step
you
out.
left, yeah.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
So you didn't stay.
No, exactly. Like I left VFX completely, and then I found other ways, and that's why I think diversity is important. Like I was able to learn. I'd done a bit of mocap. I got much better at it. I had done a bit of this. I got much better at it. The thing I suck at is cartoons. I never got to do animated films like at a high level. Rango doesn't really count. It was not really a standard. Like the drawovers we get now with Appeal, I never had to think like that. So anyway, all this is, I'm digressing again, but the point is, I can see that it's definitely a demanding job, no matter what. And you're an artist, so you're lucky that you're getting a living as an artist, period.
Is that a fair way to think though?
Traditionally, yes. It's not easy to make a living in art. That's why we care so much about celebrity singers. Anybody can sing. Most people in the world can sing well. But there's 20 of them that get elevated to some kind of status of Taylor Swift, right? I feel it's not easy to succeed. To make a living as an artist, I don't feel it's traditionally been easy. That's what I should say. Maybe it's now with AI, feel like it's going to get hard again for especially traditional artists, at least the kind of work they would get.
Yeah.
So not only is it demanding, but then technology changes, and making it hard too. And like, and they were worried the 3D was going to kill 2D, and it kind of did for a little bit. It definitely reduced the market, but it's not gone.
No, it's not.
And then it had resurgences and came back and goes away. It's kind of, I feel it's going to be the same thing. But the trend now is good. If we can just get protection as workers, that will help a lot of people be able to stay in the industry if it's conflicting with what they want for their lives. It's just not quite there yet.
So if somebody came to you and asked you to join a union right now, you would?
I went to the IATSE thing. There was an IATSE thing here in Montreal, and then I followed up with some questions. The problem with not a problem, but I guess a downside is a union is studio specific. So I work for Agora now, and I have to start a union in Agora. If I then change jobs in a year to Framestore, there's no more union.
Really? It's not
I believe that's how it works.
City specific?
Yeah, that's why we
studio
need
specific.
Yeah, we need a trade union. This is what I say we need.
Okay,
We need
yeah.
I'm a 3D animator. This is my card. Fuck you, hire me.
Yeah.
Or whatever, or give me whatever I need.
Yeah.
But it's not like that right now. And so applaud to the people. I think DNEG just did it here. Good for them. Like if that trend keeps going, those people are never going to leave. Well, they might never leave because now I have a good, respectable way to work, and I can like have a life, and hopefully it picks up. But
that's even better for the studio if nobody leaves, right? Like
right, 'cause
more
then
retention of talent.
A team that knows how to work together is so valuable.
Yeah.
That's also another big problem too in our industry. It's just we all got to figure it out every time we start a new studio.
Yeah.
How they work, or if they don't even know how to work, we have to.
And it's such a personal thing. It's more than just like a regular job. It's
animation.
You have to be able to communicate together. You have to have some kind of chemistry. It doesn't work if it.
And that ended up being also part of what I love a lot about this. I love working in teams, even though even when I'm a soup, I kind of have other soups. I've always done this. That I kind of ask them, "Hey, what do you think? I want to show you some shots."
Yeah.
Like I love that. I never can work in a bubble.
Yeah.
But yeah, I hope it gets better. I hope people don't burn out.
Have you ever burned out?
Yes, last year.
This year.
Paramount killed me. That contract we did for that summer really got me. My dad died. Oh, fuck, I don't know my timelines anymore. So 2 years ago,
Sorry
right?
to hear that.
So 2022, at the end of 2022, he died. I didn't quite, and then I was busy, and then we went on to Transformers, and then we went on to Paramount, and they were very hard jobs, like just fast paced. So I don't think I ever really kind of just dealt with everything properly. And so and I felt like I was burnt out there. And I was thinking all summer last year what I was going to do with my life. I wasn't even thinking about AI. I was like, okay, I'm going to figure out how to do vertical farming. I think I would love to work. I love kind of gardening stuff from like how I grew up with my mom and my dad. But then I kind of got back into it. Now I'm kind of happy. Like I love the work. I think I just got tired of the industry. That's what burned me out. Tired of all these moving parts, and one mistake or one decision somebody makes just has an impact on so many other people. And then you don't feel like you're doing your best work, and blah, 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 just the industry in general. Yeah, but it was mostly VFX. I go back to VFX and I'm like, I'm fucking tired of this again. Yeah. That was the Burnout. And then I don't think I had anyone before that. I took a year off many years ago because I thought I would write a script and I'd become like a movie maker, film director. Instead, I just...
Can I read that script someday?
I never did it.
Is it somewhere? Oh, you
I just hung out with my friends for 9 months and I blew through my savings. But you could read the half of it though, yeah. I never finished it. But I never had a burnout until that, yeah. Took a while for me to really have it hit me enough that I'm like, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. But now I'm feeling very positive. It's been a lot of fun because I love the work. The work is never going to go away. I feel like really lucky for that. Like I love the animation. I love everything about what we do.
That is something I like too. And I also love the human aspect of it.
Like the people that you get to work with? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And I think that becomes, at least for me, became way more important where I was too good for mocap and I was chasing projects where now I just want to work with good people. Because most people in our industry, I think, are good, but there's a few I didn't have the word for it back then, but toxic. Yeah. Like there's a lot of toxic people, enough of them. Yeah. But that's going to probably,
I was a bit toxic myself when I started out. I was looking at people's work and I was always like talking about it in like a negative way, like, oh, look how shitty.
But is that because But you guys are a different generation. Isn't it very competitive, though? Don't you find it's very competitive?
I mean, yes, but everybody's.
I
So we can compete, but that doesn't mean that I have to shame your work because we're competing.
I agree with you.
know?
No, but I mean, I'm not trying to give you an excuse. I'm trying to say, like, I grew up in an environment where we were all learning. These friends, like Matt and everybody, we all talked to each other about our work. We all tried to make each other better. We learned a little tip or a little trick.
Right.
It was very collaborative, even with your quote-unquote competitors. And I don't think it's not like that anymore.
No,
now
it's
there's
not. It's
so
not.
many more people
There's so much gatekeeping and like people not
that don't want to
also-
share their knowledge.
Yeah.
Yeah, we think that's bonkers. That's why I love all the Agora stuff that we try to do.
Yeah.
Like I animate and I teach that course, but I'm okay to put stuff on free online because it's my perspective on how to do that kind of work. And I think it should be free. I think you don't need to like. I every student I have, I'm like, if you can go to like a sort of a government, like subsidized school where you're just paying normal school fees, yes. But don't pay for trade schools. Don't do that anymore. Just get it all off YouTube. Get it for free. If you really want to pay, I bet you a mentorship's probably better than
mentorship for sure.
than like a school.
Yeah.
Going into debt is bonkers to me. Like for me, what was it? It wasn't a lot, but it was 20 grand in 1999
Yeah.
to go to school.
No, I paid a lot of money to go to school, and
Yeah.
I never felt like I had enough. Like I also went to iAnimate after, and I got internships too.
Those ones are like a little better because they're a little more kind of focused, but still, you learn more on the job, right?
Yeah.
You learn so much more just doing it and every day screwing up or getting notes from people that know what they're doing. Like, yeah. I definitely think it should be as free as possible.
Do you consider yourself like a born animator, or did you work towards where you're at?
I don't know, because I always hate everything I do. I feel like the imagination and storytelling and wanting to create something like that, I think that was always in me for sure. So what I've mostly learned is how to get over the software and how to get better workflow techniques, and then obviously improve your skill, right? You're working on it. So I guess I was kind of a natural. I knew what I wanted to do since I was like, whenever Jurassic Park came out and I saw it, I was like 12 or 13. I'm like, I want to do that. And I just worked towards that until I could get it.
Did you work in a Jurassic Park film?
No, I had a chance. My wife gave me a pass too.
Oh.
We got asked to I was going to go to Vancouver and work at the one there. And then NPC offered me a different movie at the time. I'm like, oh, that would be cool. But so I never realized that part of my dream. My whole dream was to go to ILM and work at ILM, and so I got that one.
Okay.
But then the other one was to work on a fucking dinosaur movie. And I did some low budget stuff, like there was like BBC Walking with Dinosaurs.
Yeah.
We did some of that here.
Okay.
Didn't really scratch the itch though, because it wasn't the same.
It might still happen.
Yeah, maybe one day. But now I would never want to do that anymore. I don't want to go there and have to deal with like all the kind of ups and downs of VFX work. No, I would still do it. I lie. I would still do it.
Yeah, I think you would.
Yeah, I would love to still do like a proper Jurassic Park. But the movies haven't been great anyway, right?
No.
That movie blew my mind because I'd never seen anything like it, and it was like crazy.
Wait, which one are you talking about?
The first one.
Oh, the very first one.
I saw that. I'm like, I want to do this. I don't know what it is. I don't know how they made these crazy dinos, but I want to do that.
I don't understand what's so like. I just feel like I don't know if I'm just jaded, but I feel like stories that are coming out nowadays are not as engaging. I don't care as much about the characters. I don't
know if that's.
I don't get invested as much.
Is that age, too?
Is it age?
Like what? Movies were were escapism for me when I was younger. They captured my imagination. But as I got older and life beats you down a little bit, like there's real tangible things that matter more to me now. So yeah, I'm not as engaged with some of the stories. I don't know if it's because it got worse though. Or, people say the movie studios got safer and they don't want to take chances because they just got to make their money back. Maybe
I always thought it was like them trying to like appease to the public and like
too much of a kind of
too much feedback from people and not like sticking to
this. I think 100%. Well, again, I know more. I'm a video gamer. I still play video games. I started when I was like 7 and I still love them. I definitely see that problem in video games. They care way too much. When I was growing up, they made a game the best they could, and that's what you fucking lived with. And now they got to patch everything, and people got to complain. And people are not. They're not equipped to give good feedback. Not everybody.
Yeah, you can't hear. You have to. What's the word I'm looking for?
Pick and choose, like parse.
Filter it.
It's so hard though.
But it's really hard
Like
to
you
filter.
get 2 million comments on your game a day or movie or whatever. No, but the movies are their own thing, which is very faulty too. Like they do like test screenings.
Yeah, test screenings.
And I don't know who's in those things, but they're not the right demographic.
I've actually like rode a cab once with people who said they just went to a test screening, and I was like super curious. It wasn't a Godzilla film, it was something else. But I was in LA, and it's everybody in LA. So for some reason they just do it in LA, which I mean this might be wrong.
That's where the industry is though. It's like where it built up.
But there are people that sign up to be in like this callback thing, and then they just go and watch the films or whatever.
The idea and principle, I don't know. I don't know the validity. Like it's the same for me as like polling. You're going to ask 2,000 people something, and then you extrapolate that. I'm sure the science somewhere. I'm sure I'm sounding like a moron right now, but it's the same idea. It's like you're getting a small group of people. It's so hard to guess.
But also, like, I feel like the movies I used to like and love and get lost in and all that stuff were somebody's vision. That somebody is
like they stuck to it and they pushed it through.
And it's not always going to look pretty, but if you push through it, like you get to the final thing.
I wonder. I don't know. I always felt it was me. I felt that I changed, and I'm just less engaged with these.
Yeah, I think it might be.
Like books never went away from me. I still love reading, and that's kind of where I always got my imagination before. Like where we could get all like kind of get sucked up in a world or something. I can't remember the last movie that like made me go, "Wow, I'm so happy to be watching this."
Yeah, do you know? Like I used to walk away from the theater and think like, "Wow, that was such a like cool way to see the world." And
yeah, but I was younger. Like I was.
Yeah, it's true.
My mid-20s was I think the end of it for me. I don't remember. What's the last movie that came out that was good? I love Marvel movies. Like that's what I've turned into. Like I'm not a connoisseur. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not anymore like a cinephile. Like I said. I loved some of those old Marvel movies a lot. Man, I can't even think of a movie that I love that's like, this is a fucking piece of art. And I can't even think of one in my entire career. I was never like that. Ironically, I'm gonna look at the camera now. I was talking to my brother, and I don't come from this kind of, my family's very pragmatic and working class people. And the other day it just came out of the conversation. I'm like, yeah, but I did okay for myself. I'm an artist. My brother started laughing at me. Oh, you're an artist now. What the fuck you think I've been doing for the last 25 years? Because I never think in those terms, and I never think in this. Yeah, I don't know.
Do you consider yourself an artist?
I guess I do now. I came to realize it at the end. I was talking to my friend 2 weekends ago. That's why I came up. I'm like, I guess we're artists, right? That's what we do. It never felt like that to me. It just felt like making these things move, and I'm telling a story with this guy's vision or whatever. Like I don't know. I never really thought about it. I just really loved. I love the act of animating. Like I love getting lost in it, and it's 4 hours later, and I only completed one thought. But that was it. And then like I just love that act, and I never really thought about the art of it and the creativity part. It's just natural, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, I think movies matter less to me now, but it's possible that they all got crappier too. And then once in a while, there's that gem that comes through. But I feel it's me. The other thing that happened to me too is I lost my ability to watch any kind of suspense in movies. I'm not gonna say the word. I'm a real baby about it. Let's just say that. Like
you like fast forward till like
straight
it's
up
done.
I'll fast forward, see how it resolves, then I'll watch the scene. This has been, it's like a psychological, something broke in my brain like 5 years ago.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, and like I've watched like amazing movies, but I can't watch them normally. And I was trying to watch Sicario once, and my wife's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Just want to see what happens." Okay, she makes it. Okay, go back a bit. No, it's good. Let's watch it. We're good. And I don't know why this happened. Something switched. It all started with my kid, though. It started like 7 years ago. Something happened when he was born. I feel like I had something to lose. Now I don't want like fake pressure. It's like there's enough in real life.
Yeah.
I don't need this now. And I think that's why I started liking Marvel movies too. I'm like, they're gonna be fine. It's gonna be great.
That's so cute. That's such a
weird.
cute way to look at it, though.
I think so. I think that's what happened to me. Maybe I'll snap out of it.
Do you think that having a kid like changed the way you look at animation or informed it at all?
Yeah. As far as the work, it kind of took it down a notch for me. It's like my identity. But no, like I never even thought that anything I worked on would inspire some kid's imagination. You do though. What we do is like we're making a whole other generation of people.
Yeah.
But and since having him, that never flipped for me either. Like I've heard people say, I just want to make something my kids would love or be proud of. I never even thought about that. And his shows suck. Like I don't.
Oh, the stuff he watches.
The stuff he watches is so. Nowadays, I think it might have always been like this, but I grew up on what, like G.I. Joe and Transformers and kind of a lot of Quebec local stuff, which was live action. And now it's like fast paced and everybody's snarky and everything's just, I don't like it. I don't like it as much, the new content. And I don't know. I don't know if I'd ever make something that he would like, that I would want him to watch anyway.
Yeah.
Half the stuff I work on is
Well,
that
you
stuff.
work on more mature stuff, I think, right?
Generally, yeah.
Yeah.
Generally we do, yeah. But yeah, I would love, like that would be my retirement plan. If I could just get a job on some kids show,
Yeah.
I'll do the whole episode for you. give me 4 weeks, I'll do it all. And that would be it. You could pay me half the salary, it's okay. But that might be fun. Or I could direct something like that and I could just tone it down just a little bit. Like, you guys know what Bluey is?
Yeah.
That's a beautiful show. That's a nice little cute thing that came out of nowhere.
Our nephews watch that.
That's a good one.
Who
And for
made that
parents
one?
too. Sorry?
Who made that one?
Somewhere in Australia, their company.
Okay.
I looked to see if they needed people.
Okay.
But they're, because it's not just purely 2D. Like they kind of do like Flash kind of anim, I guess. I don't know
Okay.
how they do it. I didn't look into it. But there's gems once in a while. But yeah, no. A lot of the stuff sucks. And I feel bad for kids today. Because again, I don't know how you guys grew up, but I didn't grow up with a lot of TV. I grew up with like a decent, how do you find like, I grew up with a decent balance of I'm doing real world things most of the time. And then I got this little escape time.
Oh, I
Saturday
did
morning
also
cartoons or movies.
Yeah,
sometimes.
so I have a 13-year-old sister, so we're 13 years apart.
Yeah.
No, we're 13 years apart. She's 17 now.
Oh,
If she
right.
heard that, she would kill me. She's not 13.
In your mind, though. In your
Yeah.
mind.
But yeah, she is like, I watch her generation. It's so different from what I was. I mean, I was going out on bike rides and I was doing my thing with my friends and we would go
Yeah.
pick each other up because we had dial-up internet. Like I did go online sometimes, but the internet was the same as my phone line.
Yeah,
so if
me
I
too.
used the internet,
And I only had it because my brother, or else my parents couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
My brother's 9 years older than me. He's
Oh,
much
okay.
older. So I'm your sister in this scenario.
Okay.
Yeah, and so for her, it's like very connected online.
For
and-
her, she's just online all the time, 24/7, and she might be hanging out with her friends sometimes, but it's through FaceTime, like on her phone in her room.
I feel bad for that, but I feel bad for the kind of media. Not feel bad, but the kind of media that we create now. So this might have changed, but not because of social media.
Mm-hmm.
It can't compete with real life. Like I grew up and I used to have to watch things, and it's a fucking bug climbing a. I wasn't born in the 1900s, you know what I mean? But I mean, real life is much slower paced and much regular, and there's a lot more of spatial awareness you need.
Mm-hmm.
But movies and anything, any kind of media, and these kids start young. My kid, I was like, he's not going to see TV till he's 5, but like a year old, and he was already watching something on the tablet, right? And there's cuts and there's fast action, and you're engaged, and your eyes, it can't compete. And so I feel bad for.
You think it's like stimulating the brain too
very.
much?
I'm not saying too much, but it's absolutely setting a pace that real life will never seem remotely as interesting
Right.
as this kind of escapism. So I don't think that's a good trend. I feel like there'll be a study in 30 years where there'll be like too many people are depressed now because they don't know how to deal with.
Real
I don't
life.
know. I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but
Yeah.
with climate and all that crap. But yeah. So yeah, I don't think it's. There's been this trend of more and more and more. And I think we hit our peak pre-COVID. It's like the Matrix. We hit our peak like at some point, and then we're just going to see some kind of change in how much we can produce. And I don't know. I have no idea where it's going to go. But
Well, it depends because if AI makes everything faster.
it doesn't make it good, though.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's so hard to guess.
Do you feel like VFX film quality has dropped over the years?
Oh yeah, I think people are right with what they call the Marvel effect. I mean, it has because it used to be. It's still prohibitively expensive, but now you just do more of it and it just doesn't look as good. But like you got a Marvel movie. What was I watching the other week? Because I still watch Marvel movies because they're safe.
My first movie was Avengers Endgame
That you watched or worked on.
that I worked on.
But that one had a lot of crap in it, but it all looked very good.
Yeah.
So that's a rare one.
Yeah.
But I was watching the Marvels or Miss Marvels.
Miss
or,
Marvel, I haven't seen that.
So the new one with all three of them though, from
Right.
the different shows or whatever. And like in one movie, like now you're on the fucking moon and now you're here, now you're there, now you're there. You can't film them all the same way. You
Yeah.
can't shoot them. So this one looks like a garbage, not to the artists,
Yeah.
but this looks like a rushed matte painting and clearly green screen.
Yeah.
It's hard to hit quality with that much amount of stuff.
Yeah.
So yes, I see the people, laymen complaining about how effects don't look as good. But then you'll watch The Creator, I don't know if you've seen that, and that was really nicely done almost throughout. I don't think I even noticed some of them. Or like there's a lot of movies that have a lot of visible effects. I hate that trend. I'm very much that person that if I was on Twitter, I'd be getting very mad at, what's that guy that does Christopher Nolan? There's no CG in my movie. Like, fuck, go out there.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's the time.
Yeah.
Bullshit, you know what I mean? And I think like there's a lot of good invisible effects that still get done.
Yeah.
And we don't appreciate those.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely too much stuff that they want. And there's not enough talent in the world. I don't mean talent, but experience. And just not enough like people and resources to do it at that pace.
How do you feel about like the no CGI sort of stuff that's going around?
I will say I do hate that. That nothing bothers me on this planet.
Yeah.
People don't bother me really. I get very upset about.
Except Twitter. Twitter bothers you.
I don't like people being so sure of their opinions that they think that it gives them like a moral high ground and that I can be crappy to you. So yes, I do think all the social stuff that we're going through now, that's slowly being represented in our, like, and it's good, right? People are mad that there's like a black mermaid or diversity. People are, it's just nonsense, right? So on their side, come on, like, just, it's okay, you know? This is the world that you live in. It's not your little bubble. This is the world. But then people on the other side that are very much in agreement with how I feel about the world, there's so many of them that are very fucking mean on the internet. And I don't like that either. You're not putting anything good out there.
Yeah.
Yes, you think you have the moral high ground, but guess what? Everybody does. We're all the hero.
Yeah.
This is my story. You're all background to my life.
Yeah.
So nobody really has it. You should all just kind of treat each other with more respect, and we don't. That's what I hate about Twitter.
Yeah.
It's just so easy because you're just taking a crap
Yeah.
and you're just saying something mean, and then you go by your day and like nothing happened. You never realized you had an impact on somebody.
Yeah.
So I hate that part. And I don't like this sort of dumbing down of all our hard work, like, or not dumbing down, but like they're negating it, or I don't know what the trend is or why the trend is happening.
Yeah, they're just like.
Everybody loved VFX like 10, 15 years ago.
I don't necessarily think that people hate it. I think it's just marketed that way.
But what is causing filmmakers to be like, oh no, of course we're going practical because practical is better nowadays. But I don't like that. I don't like that the marketing is trying to push for this.
Yeah.
It's just so like, it's what you kind of touched on, which is there's enough people in our industry that are not creative, and they're just doing their best. So that's why I don't really hate them. I just hate the situation. And they don't know, right? So they just see a trend, and the trend is, oh, look at all the bad CG that happened because of Marvel. I'm going to chase that trend to make my movie more successful. I'm going to try and promote it as, oh, look, it's all live action. So I can always look at somebody's perspective and always understand that they probably don't mean, like, there's not ill will there, but I fucking hate it.
I mean, I don't know if you can say there's no ill will there, but
I don't think there's ill will. I don't think they
come on, it's a whole, like, hundreds of people's work that you're.
You should be more thoughtful and mindful.
Yeah.
You should be more responsible.
What I am thinking is, it's not just that there's not enough talent out there. It's also like the race to the bottom of like really small budgets. Yeah. And so, someone will comment like, this VFX looks cheap, or it took me out of the movie. Like, and then their reaction is, we shouldn't do VFX anymore because it makes the movie feel cheap. It's like, well, good VFX takes time and the right amount of people.
Yeah, I don't think it's. I don't disagree with you. I don't think it's that the race to the bottom has nothing to do with it. 100%.
Yeah.
Cheaper is better. But I do think it's the amount of content. That's what you look at my tweets, and you'll see the only one I ever did, and I did it for my friend Phil. Can we get movies back to a tight 90? Like, I don't want to see your 3-hour fucking movie full of special effects that can't be done well.
Yeah.
Just tell me a story in 90 minutes. Anybody could do it for 50 years, and all of a sudden I got to watch a 3-hour movie.
Yeah.
Yes, you flesh out stuff more, but I feel like it's partially, to me, it's the amount of content as well. I feel like it's a bigger factor, but that's just my opinion. Like, I could be wrong. Because what do I know? I didn't do any research. I have no data for this.
Yeah.
It's just my impression off the internet and what I see. But it's that. There's a lot of stuff. And yeah, and if they want to do it for cheaper, because there was a point where everybody got excited because those first CG movies that were really hits, like Jurassic Park and a bunch, like Starship Troopers. I don't know if you know what that is. Like, did you ever see Starship Troopers? There's some great stuff that still holds up today, or at least I think it does. In my mind, it does anyway. And so they were realized, oh, this is really expensive, but this is amazing. And somebody somewhere assured some producer, like whatever that Illuminati of Hollywood is, that like this is going to get cheaper. It's expensive now because technology is not there, but trust me, as we get better at this, it's going to get cheaper and more affordable. And that's what they all have been pushing for. They want more of it for cheaper because somebody somewhere expects it to just get easier. And it doesn't, because you're at the same time making it all more complex.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's not going to get easier. Stick to what you did in Jurassic Park. You did 7 dinosaurs and you did whatever, I don't know how many minutes of footage. And now you make a movie like that, it'll look amazing still. It'll look better than ever because everything did get better. Everything did get easier, but they don't do that. They just push more and more. It's that, I forgot the principle too, but there's that principle where if you have you're planning a city and there's 2 lanes and you're like, if we just made it 4, that would solve the problem. But what's going to happen is now there's way more people because you have more stuff.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing.
Some more cars,
if you give like a chance for more content, we're going to stick more content in there.
I have some questions from the Agora community that I want to ask you.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. I feel like we might have already touched on some of them, so I'm gonna
You might get
omit
better
the
versions
ones.
this time. You try anyway.
Oh yes, this is the boundaries one that I already asked you. Because actually this question came from me. I noticed that you had really good boundaries. I just noticed that you're able to walk away when you need to, and I was impressed.
Oh.
I was like,
Just build up to it, man. You'll get it.
I'll get there someday.
No, but I'm telling you, especially if you ever have like life changes, you'll see it'll happen. Work is not gonna. Do you find work as your most important, not important part of life, but it's a very important part of your life?
I think so, yeah.
And it is it's part of my identity.
It's almost my identity, yeah. I identify myself with what I do.
It's what I do most of the time, right? But eventually, other things trickled in, and as soon as that started becoming not my main one, that's when it became way easier.
Okay.
So it might just be a life change.
Would you ever return to work at a studio physically?
I told myself no, but now that it's 4 or 5 years in, probably. I do miss. There's definitely advantages.
Yeah.
I do miss just being able to, like, this is way better than on the internet. But yeah, probably, but not currently. I have no plans for that now.
Maybe, I feel like a hybrid is probably the ideal. So you still have a choice? No?
Yes and no. Like for me, it's prohibitive because most of the studios in the city are down here, and I'm not too far away. I'm in the city, but I'm minimum 40 minutes away. I feel like hybrid would be more annoying.
Right.
Because I have a lifestyle I need to balance. So if a couple days a week I can get my son, but then a couple days I can't, like, no, it's either all in or all not. Like I need to, I'm very much a person that likes structure and repetition and predictability, if I can. Yeah.
Somebody wants to know a little bit more about your experience on Rango.
Okay. What do they want to know? I loved Rango.
Just what was it like? Was it a good experience?
Yeah, ILM was my dream job, and Johnny's too. Johnny's another animator that you know, that I worked with there. Did you know Johnny too? No.
Johnny Spinelli?
Johnny Spinelli, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you know him as well. And so when I got to work on that, I just loved it. I loved everything about that movie. I was working at the studio. That was my dream job. Everybody there was bonkers nice. Like, it made no sense. And I met these people, and I see them cutting demos because they're going to do a talk somewhere. And you got like 6 minutes of like money shots that I still don't have that.
Yeah.
And they were just so nice and welcoming and helpful. So it was just a beautiful crew of people. And I learned a ton. Again, I did like my best work. That was like when I was animating every day. And then all the nerdy stuff that I got over now. Look at me. That was like my first big job outside of Montreal. I'm at a big studio, and there's real movie directors here, and everybody. Look, I'm in a theater.
Yeah.
I'm watching my stuff on that's my dailies. It's in a theater, and then ILM too was just like amazing, and that was ironic too. They have the screening room for the Oscar people. That's also where I lost a little bit of luster though for the Hollywood thing.
Wait, what?
Because they would have official Oscar screenings at one of their theaters there on the campus.
Right.
So the people from the Oscar, whatever it's called.
Oh, at ILM.
Yeah, at
Okay,
ILM in
okay.
San Francisco. What are they called? The Academy.
Oh, okay.
But when I went to, and we were allowed, if they had extra tickets and the Academy didn't fill up the thing, we were able to go watch all these free screenings early, right? I loved all that shit because I was like into it, and this is like the peak of everything I could do. And ILM, okay, I'm going to keep talking here, but I think my experience is more about ILM than Rango.
Okay, yeah, it's okay.
But a side note, when I went into that theater a few times and I started looking, I'm like, these are just fucking all old people. You're judging what's going to win the Academy Award? No wonder this one won and not that one.
Yeah,
so I don't know what it's like now, but in 2009,
It's
it was
probably
literally
the
all
same
senior
thing.
citizens because they must have been in the industry for 50 years. They know their stuff probably. But I was a young punk and I was like, who are these fucking people here? But anyway, and then the second thing about ILM was I was walking through the hallways and all the stuff I grew up with was there, like Slimer from Ghostbusters and the guy that gets flattened at the end of Roger Rabbit, all the props, the little kind of fake rig that they had for the T-Rex. They ended up doing it in CG, but it's all that nerdy stuff. I loved it. But yeah, Rango was good though, just because at the time, people were already complaining about how animated films were feeling too homogeneous already. It's all the same kind of acting, all the same kind of designs, because Pixar and DreamWorks were really the only ones in Blue Sky, I think. So it was really different. And I was a guy that loved film more than animation at the time. I liked anime, but I didn't like Western animation at the time. And it was filmed like a real movie. And then the director was the guy called Gore Verbinski. And I loved all of his notes. We got to sit there with him. And I loved all of his notes. And he never talked about, and even the Anim Soup was a guy called Hal Hickel. He's one of the guys don't put this one on there, or you can, I don't care. I model myself after he was one of the guys I modeled myself after, in the sense that he only just wanted to keep you in the rails and just let you have ideas. So I'm trying to do with your shot too, but your shot's different because we're trying to fucking get that 2D to work in 3D.
Yeah.
But anyway, I love the director. He just gave great notes and he just cared. He knew every scene. He knew what he wanted them to feel or do, and that's all he would talk about. And it was really awesome. And also the way they did it too. I don't know if they've done that a lot since, where they did a lot of their major scenes on a stage. They acted it out like as a kind of a stage play, and you don't really end up using a lot of that, to be honest. But sometimes you do. And that's just a cool way to work. Like, it's just a lot of things that I felt like my eyes got open to kind of bring my game up. And then again, you're surrounded by all this talent. Like, they're all good. At least half of them were good.
For context for people, when he says that's what your shot you're working on, is because we're working on a short together. Right?
Oh yeah, sorry.
I don't think people know that.
I when I try to soup, I don't want to. If somebody, I find it comes out better if the animator brings ideas to it. But unfortunately, sometimes I gotta I gotta just keep it in the rails. Yeah. Because there's soups I've had that just. Yeah. This finger is moving 2 pixels too much.
It depends sometimes on the shot too. Some shots are, very specific.
I don't think they teach enough about audience eye direction. They don't talk. They teach us about continuity of motion, but eye direction matters. You look at all the old Pixar movies; their feet suck because they know we're looking up here. And I try my best not to waste time on that, but I don't think I'm perfect at it. But I try my best.
You're not doing a bad job. I like it. Okay, and the final question is, why Agora?
Why did I go to Agora? David?
And why do you stay?
I don't want to compliment him on film.
Oh, come on.
I very much like the way Agora is run. I'm gonna look right at you, fuck. But I've told. So our David and Jacob are like as superiors or whatever you want to call them. I've never seen anybody run a company like Dave. I've never seen it, and try to prioritize their workers over success and growth. I've just never seen that. So that's one of the reasons. The other one was I like the people that I already knew that were going to work there. I knew that they were all kind, and I like that too. And then since I started working there, everybody that I didn't know ended up being really kind too. That's what's kind of keeping me here. And then the unparalleled flexibility, but you get that from working from home. Like, I save 15 hours a week not commuting somewhere. That's an extra 15 hours I have to do other stuff or work more, but that's my choice, right? So it's mostly those. It's the way it's managed so far. Because it's hard not to grow, right?
Right.
And we had that meeting. We had a meeting not too long ago talking about companies always grow fast and then they lose some of their culture and things go wrong. That can happen anywhere. It could happen here too. Who knows? But it's mostly that. It's the way it's managed, the way they try to be very people-centric. It's the same way I try to be a soup. Everything I do is a soup. Okay, not everything. It's weird to talk to you about this.
Just say it.
It's weird to talk to you about this because you don't know what's going on in my head. And I might say something next week that's still gonna be like, this guy's a fucking full of shit. Yeah. But it was born for me from, I feel like I always want to start from the bottom. Like when I'm an animator, what used to piss me off the most? And I tried to never do that as a soup, and I wasn't able to, but I tried my best. And then I think about that from the production too. If I'm sitting there trying to do my job as an animator, what's going to make it the smoothest day for me? Because I really think that if you start from there, and people, you know, I don't know if you've ever said, or if you've ever heard this, like, I'm only as good as my soup. If my soup doesn't give me good notes, I'm not going to do a good shot. You never heard this? I used to hear this a lot.
That's bullshit, though.
It is, because then I became a soup. I'm like, I'm only as good as my fucking team.
Yeah.
If they don't bring something to this, it's going to suck, no matter what I do. Yeah, I can elevate a shot from 10% to 30, but it'll never get to 80 if you can't bring it, right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I feel like Agora has that same mentality. And corporations do it too, and NPC had it too. You know how many like talks I went to about they'd hired professionals to talk to us about how to manage our teams better, and in my mind, everything I heard was like, oh, just be a normal person. Like that's how I was raised. Don't be a piece of shit. Like anyway, so I like that a lot about Agora too. That bottom up is generally how I think they try to work. At least that's my impression. And it's cool, and it's cool that there's more studios like that these days. But yeah, not enough yet.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us.
I've heard about artists getting blacklisted. What's that all about?
Well, I'll tell you, anyone that does these streaming things.
Let's see it, Lance. I know you got it on you. Let's see your black book. Let's see it. There it is. Here it comes.
Hold on.
Every recruiter has one. There it is. That's the legendary black book. It's like the Necronomicon.
So, yeah, it is very funny. That's a great question. So, I don't think anyone has an official black list. It'd be great if someone made one and then published it, and we could all subscribe to it. But I think people individually make their own. By the way,
you made people nervous in chat as they were measuring the thickness of the book. They're like, oh my God, I might be in there. There's a lot of space in there. It's way too thick. Oh my God, I'm so nervous. Never applying to a job ever again.
Yeah, Amazing. I've got multiple ones.
Oh, geez.
So no. What does that mean? We're joking. But look, it does happen. And I'll give you a couple examples. A fella I know, very talented, working on a huge feature film many years ago, got in a huge tussle with the management. I need another 50 people to produce this show on time. It's not going to happen without it. Yada, yada, yada. Argued with them for 18 months on a big feature film. Argue.
Oh, no.
And finally, at his wit's end, he bailed. He left. And his department was near the end of the movie, and it was just ramping up when he left. So he is in their black book, the people that made that movie. They're like, we'd never hire that guy. We came in right into the crux of when he was going to shine, and he bailed. And about 3 months after he left, they did hire 100 people, not 50 that he wanted. They hired 100. So he was right, and they were eventually going to give him the people. Right. Anyways, long story short, we tried to hire him on a few projects, and the word was out. They were like, no, that guy bailed, that guy bailed, that guy bailed. So I didn't put him in a black book. Someone else did. And my client at the time said, we're not going to hire him because word on the street, not cool. He broke at a critical time in the project. So they do happen, right? I can think of a few people I've met in my career who are very challenging in the workplace, very difficult to manage. And so if someone wants to work with them, I say, if you've got a supervisor who has time to manage this challenging personality, then, it's your choice. If you don't, I'm telling you, and I've been on crews where we've done a ton of hiring, and we're 6 weeks into a big VFX movie, and one of the soups comes running into my office, closes the door, and goes, how could you hire her? She's crazy. Like he's freaking out, right? And I'm like, hold on, we already had the conversation. So-and-so is going to monitor her and stay on top of her. It's okay, right? And, it's one of those things where there's an internal conversation. We understand the risk, the value. We've had other ones, there's so many stories I could tell, but I don't want to tell stories, but it is one of those things that happens, right? It feels to me like we're in high school and, certain kids get along with other kids and some kids don't play with that clique. And, clique is a good word. You can get these cliques.
Yeah.
Blacklist, there's no official blacklist. No one publishes it. Everyone makes up their own official tiny blacklist of the 5 people that piss them off. Yeah, people talk, right?
Lance, I'm just curious, in your experience, on top of your mind, what would be a couple things that employees could do that would be on the blacklist for most studio out there?
Yeah, so that's a good question. For me, personally, ghosting, not taking anything seriously, not calling in when they were supposed to be, missing meetings. I hate when people are late for meetings. All the rest of us got here on time. Come on. Those are little things though, right? I think it's accountability for a lot of people. If you're a supervisor and you've got 2 weak links out of 10 on your team, now you have to manage them more than the others, right? So they're not showing up, or they're showing up, but they're not ready when they arrive. Things like that, right? You need, as a supervisor, as a lead, you need to be able to count on your team. You need to know that they're prepared, right? At any point in time, they're on top of what they're doing. If they're constantly looking at you going, I'm not sure, I don't know. You're thinking, why didn't you come to me a week ago when you knew you were unsure about this? Why did you let this fester for a week? Do I have to micromanage you? I don't want to micromanage you, but I also don't want to be unprepared when we come to a deadline and you go, I wasn't really sure what you were meant a few weeks ago. You know what I mean? So that's why we do dailies. It's why we do these kind of constant check-ins with people. But I've seen people who are just a little bit out to lunch sometimes. They really consistently fail to interpret the room around them and the crew and the team and the spirit of what's going on. And, those will be challenging people to work with. So again, if you've got someone who says, no, I'll take them on as a project. And I've had that. I've had department heads who go, I like this person's fighting spirit. Well, he swears a lot. Yeah, but he's actually quite smart. If you can get past profanity, he's really quite talented, right? So it depends on who the soup is in the area or the leads, because again, it's a creative industry. We have lots of funny people and characters, and I've said it many times, we don't work at a bank. This wouldn't fly at an insurance firm. It's not that kind of environment, right? And quite frankly, I truly believe some antics and some friction in the workplace probably creates a better product some days, because these outside box thinkers are what we need in a creative environment, right? Like, none of us are in accounting for a reason, nothing against accounting. Don't get me wrong. Don't have all those accountants writing in letters. What do you say? But I'm just saying.
Oh yeah. I'm offended on behalf of all accountants right now.
There you go. But Brent, you and I work together, and there was all sorts of zany stuff going on. And I think that's the benefit, Nerf wars break out, all sorts of funny stuff. I can remember doing the Olympics in the studio where we had, crazy games because we were in between projects. But I think that is part of the benefit of working in a game studio or an animation studio. We should have fun, right?
I agree.
So I hope that helps. I hope that.
It always boils down to don't be a dick, in my opinion. Like be a good person and do your best to not leave a company totally high and dry when they need you the most is usually not a good decision to make.
Yeah.
Even if you've been mistreated, even if you are you have all the right in the world to leave because they just, you got to be careful, right?
And this is Beto who is stepping up now. And that is a disappointing throw. You'll not want to look back at that again.
after working on movies like Nightmare on Elm Street, Dracula, Casper, and Men in Black, do you have any good pointers you learned from storytelling in horror and sci-fi specifically?
You know, I don't know that I don't know that the pointers for that are any different than they would be anyplace else. You know, there's just general. I think there's just general principles of filmmaking, period, that you just have to understand. You know, to be able to really make those things work. I mean, it's all about timing. You know, so much of this stuff is just about timing, and it's about creating suspense through how much it's when you're telling the audience what you want them to know. You know, you always just have to remember you're the one who's in charge of how much information the audience gets and how they get it. So if you think of it that way, then I think things start to become a little more manageable, because it's like, well, wait a minute, if the audience knows this, how does that affect their reaction to what I want them to react to? And what if I don't let them know that yet? Or what if I only let them know half of it?
Yeah.
You know, what if
you want them asking questions? Asking good questions.
How do I give them? It's almost like, in a super cruel way, it's like, how do I just let just enough oxygen in just to keep them alive?
Totally.
But not so much that they can run up and go, hey, wait a minute, you know? So which it's like, or breadcrumbs. Maybe that's a little more humane. How do you just drop enough breadcrumbs that they have just enough, but they keep needing to have more so that they can eventually get to, oh my God, that's what it's all about. So, and that's the fun of it too, is like, you know, how do you play with the audience's frame of reference and the amount of information they have.
I always find myself going back and referring to Jaws is one of my favorite go-to like horror movies that was just like, it really, by breaking that movie down, and I've seen so many great like talks on, you know, breaking that movie down. So this has been well studied by now. And I just love it because it feels like it goes against the typical expectations that you would have to be doing as a director. Directors are usually trying to, you know, provide the audience to want to have something or have information, and then you give it to them. And then basically there's sort of this, there's this sort of circular manipulation going on, but with horror, and it's like in thrillers, you get to play with that a little bit different. Like you want them to want the information, and then you, like you said, you just sort of you tease it to them. You give them just enough, or you misdirect them in a good way so that they have a good surprise at the end. I really like them. You take a look at the horror space now. There's so many new players entering the space right now that's really disrupting it. Like, have you seen the trailer for Nope?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I want to see that movie so bad.
What is that? You know, and I don't know if that's really horror or what.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can't really tell exactly what genre that is.
I don't know.
Which kind of like, I kind of come back to this point that, you know, all the stuff that you use in horror to create those effects, you use them all in any genre. You use them in drama too. That's totally, you know, drama can be all about, well, who knows what, and at what point does this character find out this information that, you know, will change how they feel about this other person or this other situation, you know? So it's all about withholding and then presenting information. So much of it is just about that.
Yeah, totally.
Just about that, whether it's visually or emotionally, texturally, whatever it is.
Awesome. Excellent to see your continued exploration, Nelson. Welcome back. All right, as always, excellent questions that you've submitted along with your work. Let's look at your work and start with the eye test. I love that you did this. This is an excellent assignment to do. This is a real good way to kind of put the microscope on one particular section of the face that you can use all the things you learn, all the tricks that you learn from doing this one kind of small test. You can use that information on the bigger stuff, which is awesome. That's why I really like this test idea. So what can we talk about in here? You said that your eyes seem floaty. You tried copying your keyframes and leaving a frame or two in between, but are eye darts usually done in step mode, or is there another technique to make darts look sharp and crisp when splined? There's many different styles. If you're doing a very realistic type thing, sometimes eye darts can take up to like 5 frames, depending on how slow they're moving from one side of the camera to the other, one side of the face to the other. They can be up to like 5 or 6 frames, more like the longest. And it also depends on the state of mind. If you're super alert, it's going to be a lot faster. It's rare to do it in stepped, at least for me. I'm more like in the middle on most projects where it's like 3 or 4 frames between eye poses. And let's see what you have here. So I'm imagining you're feeling that this right here feels floaty, just from what you had said. So 1, 2, 3. You're doing 3 frames here, another 3 or 4 frames there. 2. So anytime you feel something like lock into place, that's where it feels kind of fake to me. So in this case here, your 2-frame eye dart, and it freezes. This is where I would add a bit more frames, actually. I think your first 2 eye darts are working pretty well, but I'm going to show you what I would do here. And there's a bigger issue involved that I'll talk about in a second, about the fleshiness of the whole eye, the connectivity. But here, let's see. Maybe the best way to talk about it is to draw something. Here we go. All right, so if you've got pose A and pose B, we're really widening this out, pretending like the eye is super big or something. And you have it set so that you have a pose right here. It is dead center between them, so a 0.5. It is on the way to B, and it is perfectly in between. So what I would do, if it were me, I would play with having, if this is A and B, I would play with having a pose like this, where it's just starting like 10% of it. So really, it would be like here, but I'm trying to show both of them at the same time. So one pose that is just starting to move, and then another one that's favoring a side, so it's not dead center. It's either slowing into the move, or it's really alert and jumping really far and then slowing out by a bit. Either one could work. Maybe it would depend on the state of mind the character's in. Maybe it would depend on me just trying both and seeing what works. Maybe I would end up with 2 in-between poses. So then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's a 6-frame thing like I was talking about. That it depends on what distance they're traveling. I drew it really far spread apart here, obviously. In your example, all of the frames are overlapped. Right? It's more like this, and this, or even closer together. So you don't have as much room, and you're not going to need 6 frames. But take those ideas, and they're basically, the main point is not to have the breakdown dead center between them. Maybe you need to favor this a little bit further over this way, or maybe you need to, and probably you need to have a slight ease out so that you're going like 10% of the move on the last frame, or 5% of the move on the last frame that it's actually moving, so that it's a little bit of an ease out. But let me get to what I was going to say about the much bigger thing at play here is the connectivity of the tissue around it. And so when you have the eye moving without anything else moving, so here, looking at this eye, the flesh around it isn't doing anything at all. And so that makes it feel really disconnected to me. It feels like I can see the computerness of it, that the eyeball, the sphere is turning, but it's not doing anything else to the character. That skin isn't touching the eye. It's just the eyeball itself that's moving. If we go back here, you do have a little bit more connectivity right here. So right here, the upper lid is going down with the eye. Great, that feels connected. The lower lid is not. And so watching like this line dip under this, while this is rock solid, makes it feel like it's not connected. So I would move the lower lid a little bit too, probably less than that. And it doesn't have to be completely one-to-one attached. Like you don't have to have the lids going like this and the pupil right in the center, and it feels like they're all parented to each other. You can have the pupil move a little faster than the upper lid, and so the upper lid like drags behind for a frame and then catches up. Not by a ton, but I'll make this super huge again. If we've got this and this is the pupil, on the next frame, instead of making it, what's the best way to describe this? On the next frame down, instead of doing here, no, that's the best way to look at this. If we move it down here and do that, where like this distance is identical to this one, you don't have to do that. You could do where it's a little bit bigger, and then on the next frame, it's a little bit smaller, and then that's where it ends. So there's a bit of a disconnect between them, so they don't feel parented to each other. Same thing on the lower lid. Maybe the end pose that you have still has the iris cut off about as much. It's not like it has to maintain this exact distance here between pupil and lid. It can still get a little closer to the lower lid, but you want the lower lid to move a little bit with it. Pixels, even. And when you're zoomed in this close on the face, yes, it's just a matter of pixels, but it's about making things connected together. You might not need to do that tiny little move when you have something this far away. Maybe. I still probably would. Maybe an extra bit further away and I wouldn't. But when you're this close, it really makes a difference. Now on the other side, so then here, when he moves his eyes back up this way, you want the lids to feel connected too. So you want them to change shape a bit. You want them to move up a bit. Then, so here, as they go this way, now you've got the eyelid changing, which is good, but it's going straight up. And the eye is going over. So what you can do is actually take this, the apex, right, the highest point of the lid, and you can move it over a little bit. So it changes shape. Like that. So now the apex is a little bit over here. You don't have to follow these drawings exactly. I'm just kind of illustrating the idea. The apex shifts. It usually tries to stay a bit closer to the direction of the pupil. It doesn't have to be directly on top of it, but having the pupil influence the shape of the eyelid helps a lot. So it doesn't have to end up looking like this. That's the really cartoony version. But just moving the apex slightly, so it's over here now, because the eyes went this way, helps a ton. Then, when you come back, then you shift that again. So if here the apex is like here, and then here the apex is like there, then it's right there. So it's moving over with the eye, and that's what's making it feel connected. All right, and then here the lids move without the eye moving at all. I might make the eye move a couple pixels towards center, perhaps, because it's already kind of favoring the left. Maybe we could come a little bit more towards center, just a few pixels, so it feels like things are moving together. Eyelids are cranking open, so make the eyes move just a bit. It's about making things feel connected. I also noticed that the corner feels really locked in place, that corner and that corner. So you could change the shape of that too. Maybe you could bring this down, maybe you could move that up, and kind of go for a bit more of a circular type feeling of surprise. It feels like you're trying to push towards that direction. Also watch out that right now you have the apex way over here, but the eye, the pupil is over there, so maybe something more towards the middle, kind of pulling it towards the direction of the pupil a bit would help. Another thing to watch out for on this is that right here on this frame, the brow is moving up, and the lid is moving up, and this lid is moving down, all at the same exact frame. Maybe you would want to offset and lead with the brows by a little bit. Maybe a frame or two, the brows start their motion. Right now they're jumping quite a bit for the first frame. Maybe you back off and have on frame 24 to 25, the brow moves up a little bit. A couple pixels again, like we're saying, just to start the momentum in that direction. and then it jumps up to where you have it. But then what you get there is the browser leading the action, and they're kind of going first. Could be 1 frame, could be 2 or 3 frames, depending on the choices and the state of mind and everything. But having an offset there is going to help. And then it does feel here like everything is just frozen. All of the face just freezes at frame 30. So the converse is true too. Maybe you want to have the eyelids continue raising for a couple more frames, or maybe you want the brows to be the last thing to settle. But it's about lead and follow. What's leading, what's following, what's settling last. So maybe you want the brows to continue to lift up just a bit and change shapes. Maybe push up on the outer edge a little bit more so that it jumps up and then goes, and that last tiny little bit of drift. Or the same thing with the lids. Or with this ring, the eye sockets could also be expanding a bit, but everything is stopping at the same frame. Everything's starting at the same frame. That's what I want you to change. I want you to lead a little bit. I want you to delay a little bit. Find something to lead, something to follow, and cushion out. So you could, what I'll usually do, this is like my blocking pass, what you have here. And then I would, let's say, the eyes, draw this. Let's say the lids curve looks like this, right, where this is perfectly straight. I'm not doing a good job of, well, it's curved to get there and then perfectly straight. So what I would do, I would probably set a key like here and then move this one down a little bit when I get in the graph editor so that there's that little bit of drift before it gets straight again. Maybe I would even put it out here and I would bring both of these down a little bit, but you want like a subtle drift that continues over several more frames, and that will keep it living in the hold. It's a moving hold. It keeps it slightly alive, just drifting pixels in between the moves so that you can hold that pose before you get to the next one. All right, and then same thing on same kind of concept for when bringing the brows down. I like your overshoot, and I like that last bit of squeeze that's going inward after you come down. That's awesome that you've got that going down and then in, instead of everything coming in at like a 45-degree angle. It's down and then in. That feels like you get that extra oomph of squeeze right there at the end. And I think that's working great. And you also have a really nice shape here. This is a really cool shape. It feels angry. I love how you're using the brow to cut into the eye. Like the brow here is becoming the upper lid. It's cutting off where we can see the brow. It feels very appealing. I like it. The recoil on the brows might be a little slow. So here's where it feels maybe a little slow, floaty, is that you've got, let's see, about 43 is the apex down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 frames to come back up. I think your instincts are right about how to get that little bit of cushion, but I think it's too big and a little too slow. So I would try taking some frames off of it and reducing the range, how far down it comes versus how far up it finally settles, so that you still got that same exact idea, but it's a little bit sharper on the bounce back up, and it doesn't go quite as high back up.
I've seen that so much in my career, that scope of work is an elusive term. You know, think Into the Spider-Verse meets Troll Hunter, but we have $15 actually.
Yeah.
That's not like a scope of work, right? A scope of work is a list of features we're producing together.
Preach, sister, preach. This is Virginie Lavallée. Virginie started her career as a producer in games and quickly moved on to do TV and film. When she noticed the productions in our industry had much room for improvement, she co-founded Happy Producers, a place where anyone who is interested can join and find healthy yet effective ways to run a production.
Every morning when I reassign or reevaluate the goals, what's my why? Yeah. Personally, my why is my team's well-being. Or saying, well, if it doesn't work, we're just going to push it to tomorrow. Like, I'm allergic to that.
Yeah.
That's not a scheduling strategy. Oh, well, if it's not today, it'll be tomorrow. That's not a strategy. I just want to put it out there. I don't like that. I believe emergencies are not a thing in our industry. We make everything a fake emergency. We use the term 911 and things like drop dead deadline, which like, let's retire all of these terms.
Yeah.
When was the last time your life was at risk? At the animation studio? I'm curious to know.
Well, thank you for joining us today. I'm really excited to have you here, especially because we're going to get a producer's perspective, which is really, really awesome. I think most of these talks have been centered around artists, so it'll be great to get your perspective on things.
Well, thank you for having me. Honestly, I'm really excited.
So can you tell me a little bit about your backgrounds before you funded Happy Producers, which we'll talk about in a little bit? What were you doing before all this?
I think like many people in production roles and in the production crew and in management positions, I kind of fell into CG. I didn't necessarily like study to become a 3D producer. So I was doing a PhD to become a teacher, to teach cinema at a university level. And I helped one of my colleagues produce kind of a documentary that they were doing, and I realized that I really enjoyed helping people organize people's creative ideas, and that I kind of had a natural talent for it that I didn't know about. So I decided to fund my own company and started doing live action short films. So I got to produce a lot of like really, really cool films. Back then I was writing as well, and went on to do my first feature films, would travel in festivals around the world. And then the strike happens, which like sounds familiar, right? Having a deja vu. I think it was 2011. And then there just wasn't a lot of work in live action. Honestly, it was hard, and it's kind of like the universe kept sending me opportunities in the CG world. And I tried to say no as much as I could. Like, I didn't think it was for me at all. I wasn't like into anime. Like, I'd never played a video game in my life, so I didn't think I was the right casting. And I ended up taking a job for Activision, being an associate producer. And there were so many challenges, like technical challenges, creative challenges. There were a lot of challenges when it came to women in the industry back then. And I think the magnitude of like the impact that I could have, or that we could have, the people that cared about well-being, if we decided to take on that battle, if I may say, was really motivating to me. Like, I had never worked with such a huge team of like hundreds of people. So I kind of fell in love with the challenges and the hard aspects of this industry rather than like the art and everything. And I thought like, this is really some place where I can impact, I can help, I can, create the workplace culture that I want. And so that's how I got into the CG world. I worked on my first video game without never having played a video game in my life. And then felt like a fraud a little bit because like I went on to work on Assassin's Creed, and you have like millions of fans waiting for the game, and it was kind of lost on me. So I wanted to get back into film and television, which is where my passion lies. And so I went and worked in VFX for a while. I worked on Game of Thrones and a lot of really, really cool shows. And the work conditions in VFX were really hard. Back then, I think like there's still so many challenges today. And I realized that I preferred working on a film from beginning to end rather than just like the little part of the VFX. So that's how I got into animation, I think in 2014. And I've been full-time in animation since. I prefer the creative process, honestly. So I was living in Quebec City, came back to Montreal, worked on so many TV shows.
When you say the hard aspect of things, I would like to get a little bit more specific because it's such a general term, but I understand what you're saying. So when you first joined the video game side of things, and you noted some of the holes that were existing in production, how unhealthy it was, what were some of the main things that you were most obvious to you?
I mean, the thing that first stood out to me were that there are specific challenges in the industry that were frustrating people. So instead of having a strategy that was adapted to these challenges, we were trying to change the nature of the design of the industry. So for example, it's an industry in which we're always iterating because it's a creative process, and that would frustrate people. We're always changing our mind, we're trying new things, and I was thinking that's not something we're gonna be able to change because that's inherent to the creative process. But we can have better processes in the production team to support that. We can have better soft skills so that we promotes flexibility and adaptability. So, like always iterating was one of them. The technical challenge, like the pipeline is always changing. There's always a new render. There's always a new cool thing. There's always a new feature. And that seems to be creating a lot of frustration on people too, because you learn one and then already it's obsolete and you always have to be getting up to date. And I was like, how about we see that as a strength, that we have the opportunity in our industry to always be growing and always be learning. And
so what you would do on your end would be to allot time to allot more time for us to process those things, or what would be your reaction as a producer?
Well, in the production team, like for me, where there's stress, we're usually missing a process.
Right.
So if something stresses you out, then instead of like being frustrated and saying we're gonna work overtime or that's how it is, I would say like, okay, let's revise our process. And like I like a 5-step process. Like it doesn't have to be complicated. We make things way too complicated. So I would always see like stress or frustration as an opportunity to do better. So a lot of it is with the processes, with streamlining the way that we do things in the production team. We forget, or we don't like it because like it doesn't sound cool. We forget that the production team is a supporting team. We play a supporting role. We're here to support the creative process. We're not just, it's not an ego-driven position. I don't want to be right. I want to make the right decisions for the project. So
that's so important. I want to put that on a t-shirt.
And I think like the production crew is seen as such like a controlling team. Yeah. Because we get to say no, we get to say yes, we get to say you stay overtime. And it's super important to know that we are here to make the artist shine. And it was the same thing in live action for me. Like my role is to make people shine because I'm not actually animating anything.
Right.
And we all need each other. Like it's the epitome of team sport, like the animators need us, we need the animators, we need our client, we need our broadcaster. Like we all need each other, but it does like become this power struggle.
So let me ask you this. So when you talk about iterations, I know, well, I'm deeply familiar with the iterations from the art perspective, but would you say that you then approach your, scheduling style very, like, I guess it's very show specific and it's also iterative, right? Because I feel like a lot of the times, or at least the amount of experience I've had so far, there's kind of like one way to approach it from the production side and it doesn't really change even if, circumstances change, because the circumstances are something in the beginning of a project and then they sort of evolve over time and it sometimes change a lot.
Definitely.
And the schedule doesn't always change with it. So it really, how would you handle that? Or are you open to changing that kind of thing as you go?
Definitely, like the schedule is alive.
Yeah.
And I think in the production crew, what we need to have before anything else is flexibility. And adaptability. So the, scheduling is an art as well. That's something that we forget. We think it's like putting an end date in a spreadsheet, and it's a strategy. It's a mindset. It's a team culture, the way that we schedule. So it is a journey learning how to schedule. And it's very important at the Happy Producers. We give courses on scheduling for well-being so that you avoid overtime and overages. And because the thing is, if your schedule is not flexible, then any surprise translates into overtime. And then if every surprise is overtime, everybody's going to hate surprises like very, very fast, right? So with the schedule, there are many, many stages in scheduling. There's an original like promise that you have with your clients, maybe with their broadcaster, maybe with their financiers. So there's definitely like benchmarks, right? And there's a destination we need to reach. But the way that we create a schedule is to keep as much flexibility in there as possible while establishing benchmarks that we know for sure we're gonna hit. So you wanna promise your clients and manage expectations with your clients where you're putting your team in a really comfortable position to make sure we're going to over-deliver. And the thing is, in the schedule, we think that there are only tasks. So you did the animation bit, I take that bit and I put it in the schedule. But if there's 40 hours per artist in my schedule, that also includes, meetings, technical downtime because their computer wasn't working, them being sick, somebody in their family being sick and needed support, them just not feeling optimal that day. Then there's everything that could happen. What if the internet is down for, everybody in Montreal one day? There's nothing we can do about that. So you need to plan for the unplannable. You need to plan for the unexpected, and that's where you want to be data-centric. And from one production to the other, gather your metrics to know I always need like a 10% buffer or a 15% buffer, because I don't know what the surprise is going to be, but I know for sure. Like surprise is like
it's going to be there for sure.
The little sprinkle on top of the production cake, it's going to be there. So how do I keep that space? Anything else, I'm setting myself up for failure, and my team as well. I'm being disloyal to my team. So for me, scheduling is not just I put numbers and estimates. It's like, what's my inspiration? When I show up scheduling, when every morning when I assign or reevaluate the goals, what's my why? Personally, my why is my team's well-being. Could be different for other people, but my why is how do I avoid overtime? How do I make sure people's mental health is a priority? How do I make sure that we have the best conditions to do our best work and that we're reaching our goal? But not by me saying, that's how it is, I said so, and like push. Or saying, well, if it doesn't work, we're just gonna push it to tomorrow. Like, I'm allergic to that. That's not a scheduling strategy. Oh, well, if it's not today, it'll be tomorrow. That's not a strategy. I just want to put it out there. I don't like that.
And how do you, so if your priority or your why is your team's well-being, how do you handle the situation where the clients are pushing for something that is kind of against what your why is?
So, client relationships are a superpower. If you're in the production team, it needs to be like one of your priorities, that you want to be great at developing client relationships that are based on trust. Managing expectations is something that is totally learnable as well, that you need to possess if you're in the production crew. But then also, like, as much as like well-being and people's happiness is my why, my strategy is also to be extremely like documented and data-centric. So if we have a clear scope of work, like I've seen that so much in my career, that scope of work is an elusive term. Think Into the Spider-Verse meets Troll Hunter, but we have $15 actually. That's not like a scope of work, right? A scope of work is a list of features we're producing together. It's a promise we make each other. It's a common language and an understanding we have. It's like going to the grocery store. It's a list of things. So the first thing you need in order to be able to not have your clients come in the way of your why is to have a very clear scope of work, so that they understand and they're not surprised, so that you understand, so that the team understands. The thing with the production crew is sometimes we keep all the information for us. You want the team to have all that information as well, so that they understand what we're doing together. I'm not just saying it's due for Friday because I said so. It's because this is the context, this is the inspiration of why. So to manage client expectations, you need a few things to be documented, like the scope of work. You need to have a production timeline. That's a very, very, very macro schedule, where you have benchmarks that you can look at together so that you can track progress. But then if your client comes and asks things that are outside of the scope of work, then there's a process for that, right? So first things, we're gonna need to, we don't say yes, but we also don't say no.
Let me confer with my team.
Let me see with my team, yes. First of all, it reminds them that there's human people behind what they're asking. Like these people are gonna need to stay overnight or something to do this. So let's evaluate, is it a 2-hour task? Is it a 48-hour task? Like, that's not the same discussion. Is it a low-level risk? Is it a high-risk situation? Like, we've never done it. We don't know it's going to work. Also, like, when a client asks for something, often they're going to bring a solution. Oh, can a team do this? And it's like, what's the problem you're trying to solve? Because it's possible that your animation team has a better idea. So what's the problem? I'm here to help you fix a problem. Tell me the problem. Don't give me what you think might be the solution. But then if we all decide together that that's the solution, like, let's evaluate it together. And then if it's more than 2 hours, everybody has different parameters, but let's say anything under 2 hours, we'll say yes, but anything else needs to be reevaluated. Then do they want to remove something else?
Right.
Like
make compromises to what they're asking for. Right?
There's so many hours in a day. There's so many like dollar signs at the end of our budget, right? So like we think that our client sometimes is some kind of like, I don't want to say bully, that's rude, but you know, the client always wants everything and the client doesn't care about the people is like one of the stereotypes. And we forget that actually it's the client's job to see what they can get away with.
Right.
So if they're not pushing for it, they might not be filling their task description. But your task description is to gatekeep the scope of work. So they expect you to say no. Like, it's probably not their first rodeo. They've done shows probably. They expect that you're going to say no to a few things, but they're going to try, because if you say yes, it doesn't change anything for them. They're not working overtime. They're, you know, not paying for it. So it's really like a dance of, but also like remembering your client's a person and they have their task description. A director that doesn't ask for more is not doing their job. Like, that's as simple as that.
I think more than, well, I don't want to speak for everybody else, but I think another thing that's kind of big, and I think a pressure that I have felt myself is wanting to agree with the client, not because I feel like they're gonna, you know, look down on me or whatever, but more so because I want to stay competitive compared to other productions. And so I think that's kind of one of the biggest, like, I guess, stressors for you guys as producers and for us as animation supervisors, because we're constantly trying to bid something that is good for our team, but also stays competitive so that we can, you know, seem like we are somewhat productive in our workflow. So how do you stay competitive with still keeping your team's well-being in mind?
I think like getting a client to come work with your team rather than going to the other studio, or getting a client to bring their next show in your studio, you know, after we've completed this show, is really more based on the relationship that you're building with them, on the experience that they have. Like, what I want is to make their lives easy, so that they say, oh, with Virginie, like, it's simple, it's easy, it's pleasant, it's not stressful. I want to produce everything with her team, you know? So the artistic aspect of it is paramount. But like, the people in our industry are so talented and so innovative, and like can you believe it? Like, how great the people are like that we work with. It's unbelievable. So I think like most teams do amazing work creatively. So if that's a given, that in Montreal, for example, like, you get great work pretty much everywhere you go, then what sets you apart like above that? And it's not gonna be that it costs like $5 less for me to do this shot than it would at the other studio. It's gonna be, what's the conditions in which we're creating together? It's gonna be more, is the animation director full of solutions? Or are they always just saying like, no, or we can't do that, or, you know, I don't want to talk to the director? Or are they like, yes, let's brainstorm, let's figure it out, let's, you know, we tend to forget that. Or I don't know, I think we do tend to forget that, but it's the narrative that's the most important thing. At the end of the day, it's how are we telling the story? So what clients want, and I think for a while there was a season where it was like the cheapest work for the highest quality. Now what they want is somebody that's going to bring solutions, and somebody that's going to involve them in the creative process. That's not going to just bring all the solutions, but are going to be like, let's talk about it together. What's the intention and how are we getting there? So it's important to bid like correctly, but we have a course about bidding too that is ongoing now. The whole first part is about building trust. If you have trust, then, you know, let's talk about how much your ID costs. And maybe it's less expensive to do it in another country. Maybe, you know, across the street, it's $10 less, but do I trust that when it's hard, we're gonna do this together? That when I'm unhappy, we're gonna find solutions. That when it doesn't look the way that we expected, that we're gonna get there. That's like even more important, I would say, and it's kind of like an invisible factor. Like, we don't see that. We don't have a pie chart of how is the trust with the client this week, you know? But that's probably the most important metric. So having an animation director that can speak with a client, that is confident, you know, putting forward ideas, that's flexible, that manages expectations, that's really the key to preserving the well-being of the team.
I'm really impressed with how, like, your initiative to open up happy producers and really basically spread the knowledge and really try to make a difference in production. Because I do agree with you that it's not necessarily, I mean, there are some good productions out there, but I do think that its majority is very like stress inducing situations. And I think our industry is like highly collaborative. There isn't a way around it that you can't really, unless you know you're building a really small maybe mobile game or something, you could do that maybe. But I would say even there you need more than one person. So I always thought for some reason that there was a big hole between producers and clients in terms of explaining the animation process. So not just managing expectations, but also like explaining what they're gonna see, because the animation process is not gonna look pretty right away.
Yeah.
It takes a while to get there, and it's not always easy to explain to people. Like, you know, when you see this, you shouldn't comment on the color. You should comment on, you know, the acting, or you shouldn't comment on, you know, or you know, you also want to get their first impression. So it's okay for them to comment on the color, but quite often we'll show an animation version to the client, and then they will get back to us with notes about lighting or something, where the shot is not even lit yet, you know. So and I feel sometimes a bit frustrated. I don't know where to point the finger, and I don't want to point fingers at just the producers, because I'm sure there's more to it than that. But I do feel like there's a big hole there about how to explain that. Do you think it's important for the producers themselves to like know the animation process and be able to communicate it?
I think like the more you know about all the fabrication steps, the better equipped you are definitely to make the right decisions for the project, the show, the film, the cinematic. Definitely. Without like having to know how to do it yourself, like I could not animate anything outside of like Canva, probably. You know, I can animate a slide. But just understanding mostly like the workflow steps. Like that's where in the production team we really need to be knowledgeable, because with the client, like that is such a good point that you bring forward, and I feel like I was listening to myself talk when you were saying this, because that is so true. The lighting notes at the blocking stage, right, or in the layout, you know, and you're like no, and I think like many things. So let's start with the client. Like we should never like just assume how much the client knows about CG animation,
right?
And you're definitely gonna need to hold their hand without telling them you're holding their hand. Like it's not a gracious way of saying it, but you need to accompany them in knowing like what we're doing. And I think like the review process is so important. So we talked about the scope of work. So for me, like there are really like three things that needs to be like extremely clear to the clients. You have the scope of work, you have the production timeline, which is like a very macro schedule of the fabrication steps, and then you have the review process. And it's important internally as well that you have extra clarity about this, because there are so very few projects that you get to have the free buffet, you know, the endless iterations, because that's attached to, the amount of iterations is attached to a price. When we bid this film, there's a number of retakes that's included. So let's say that's 2 passes of retakes at every fabrication step, for example. The client needs to know that as well, first of all, so that they know that it's serious. You're gonna see layout twice. So don't think, oh, you know, I was doing something else and giving the review notes at the same time, and then we'll see later. We will not see later. We will be in animation later. And we will have locked a few things that we will not roll back on. So it's important to let them know how many retakes they get, but then also what are we locking at each stage? And now the artists listening to this might not love like the term locking, because adaptability and flexibility and fluidity, of course, but there are things that we want to have the client commit on, you know. So at layout is gonna be a lot of camera work that we're gonna want to have a really good idea of narratively. Do we have the right like cameras? Are we using the right sets? Which characters are on set? And then at blocking, you know, we will try to lock the cameras. And then at spline, we will do more body animation. And then at the polish, we'll be looking at the facial animation and the secondary animation. If your client doesn't know that, they're, you know, it's not their fault. And sometimes they've done many shows, so you're like, they should notice, like, oh my God, this client, ugh, you know? But every show's different, every production team's different. Maybe nobody ever like
explained it,
took their courage to say like, we're gonna be in this together, but this is what we're looking at. I worked with a huge Hollywood director that would talk about nothing but lighting at the layout phase. And then I, you know, was more like, I was more careful because it was such a huge name and you get intimidated a little bit. But then they told me like, I need you to tell me exactly at this stage, what do you want notes on? And then at the other stage, because he wanted to provide what we needed. We always assume that the client doesn't care, but no, they want to give us what we need. They want to reach the goal. And sometimes it's like, what's the easiest way of reaching the goal? So more so than like, how do we do things in an animation scene? It's really like, what's the workflow that we're working with? What's expensive to like, be finicky about at the lighting stage? What do I want to lock earlier because it's gonna save us time and money and therefore be conducive to my team's well-being? And then be game to like tell the client like, well, for this production, here is what we're suggesting, right? That this is what we should lock 70% of the cameras at blocking and this and that. And then that also helps us discover what are their must-haves. If they're like, no, we want to touch cameras all the way till the end. Okay, well, are we really willing to make a concession on something else? Lock something else more easily, have less retakes at texture, I don't know. Or are we willing to have a bigger budget where, all right, well, for an extra $1 million, you can touch the cameras all the way till the end if you want. That's important to know. Sometimes, like, they don't know the impacts as well, the clients. And it helps them to know, well, if we touch cameras at the lighting stage, then we have to roll back on all these decisions. Or if at the lighting stage you give me modeling notes on the main character.
It's also like really huge on morale for the team too, because from our perspective, we also want to make the client happy. So it's not like we don't care. Like if we hear a note, you know, on a polish stage that they don't like the action that the character's doing, you know, obviously we know our producer might push back on that, but we're also like, you know, kind of, you know, shit, I really was hoping that you would be happy with the work that I'm doing. So it's kind of a big deal, not just for monetary reasons, but also for, you know, mojo, morale, you know? Like we want to make the client happy. So yeah, definitely taking a little bit more time to explain those things and communicate with the client about them is important.
And have them documented. Like for me, they're in the contract. Like these things are an annex to the contract. So we're not discovering this as we go and then, oh, like the client thought something else and now they're disappointed and we're breaking the trust because we were lacking clarity. No, we had clarity like in advance. And then if we get to polish animation and they realize they want extra time or I don't know what, then we can renegotiate, but based upon an agreement that we had, based upon like hard information and not opinions and perceptions that we said out loud, but that we don't have a document, that there's no like paper trail of. Like that's very important for the production crew. Things need to be documented and not so that it can be like, I told you so, well, as per this document, but more to be like, okay, this is the common language we speak together. If we start spelling a word differently, what are the impacts? Are you going to pay for these impacts, you know, negotiate for these impacts, yes or no? Yes, okay, no. Sometimes they'll realize like, oh, I didn't know this is gonna take 8 weeks to address this retake,
which is fair because they're not aware of the technology.
No, exactly. Or again, it's their jobs to ask and then it's our job to like provide the clarity. I think also like having a good process around receiving client notes, like that's one of the spaces in my production where I could see there was a lot of frustration. Every time we would get client feedback, somebody would get mad, right? So either there are too many notes, they say the contrary that they said the last time, it doesn't follow the brief, we don't like their idea, the comments are rude. Like I've had like to work with horrible feedback that you had to like hide the feedback from the artist because it was inappropriate to talk that way to anybody, let alone like the artist producing this content with you. So I think it's important to have a process where, for me, the production crew gets the notes. We get the notes, and then we analyze them. Which one is an easy yes, we're addressing that, it's not long and it makes sense. Which one is contrary to what they said in the past, so that we can just revalidate with them. Is that what you meant? Because last time you said blue and now you're saying red, and we just want to validate. No opinion, just validating. Anything that's like a technical issue that we have on our side that we keep reproducing every time we send a delivery, the client's like, well, yeah, well, you know, you have a continuity issue. Well, we're gonna want to fix that internally, because then it's like too many notes from the client. Yeah, well, these ones were on us, actually. Let's use that to like have a better process. And then which ones are just rude, way too much. We don't want to address them. I don't even need the team to see them. You know, so having a little gatekeeping of the feedback, and that's not necessarily possible in every single team at every single time, but having a process around notes so that first of all, feedback is not personal. It's not about us. It's about the shot. Like that's a way.
Yeah, that's super important.
That's a way different thing, right?
Yeah, I spend years like perfecting this mentality because it does feel a bit personal in the beginning of your career, I think. But it's really important for us to realize that, like, no, we're creating something together, and the feedback is for what we're creating, and you're under a certain set of circumstances when you're creating it. But yeah, that's always hard for the team. So I do also do that. I do filter also notes, and I make sure I keep out the stuff that I think is irrelevant or whatever. But I think that's super important. Yeah.
And also, like, shots are gonna get cut. You know, some assets are not going to make it. Some of my ideas as a producer are like not creative ideas, but some of my processes are not going to make it. You know, that's one of the challenges I was mentioning at the beginning. That's one of the challenges in the industry. It's never happened to me. Like, I'm very blessed, but the co-founder of The Happy Producer, he worked on the whole film. The film was complete and it never came out. Oh, yeah. And it came out last year, I think, but that was 10 years later.
Oh my gosh.
So we can't like put our motivation in the end result, right? Yeah. And we tend to do that because I want to win an Emmy. I want to go to the Oscars. I want my grandma to know what I'm working on. That's the grandma factor of my content. I want people to be proud. I want my name in that end credits, and like that's fine. But like the motivation is in the everyday journey we're taking together to get there. Like that's where the motivation is, because it's out of our control. Yeah. What's end up on screens, if it does even end up on screen, this interview is gonna last throughout the ages. So it might not always be relevant, but right now with everything that happened with the strikes and everything, I don't want to throw numbers out there, but more than a third of like the shows that were ongoing got canceled just in the last quarter of the year. That doesn't mean the people working on it weren't absolutely great or deserving or worthy or, you know. So sometimes it's just like totally outside of our control, and maybe that shot would have looked great on our demo, but like it's about like what's the best decision for the film, and some things are not going to make it in there, unfortunately. Yeah.
Do you have any like clients that you wouldn't work with again or stuff like that?
My worst client I've ever had, we're best friends now, you know? They don't live here in Canada. We see each other at international events and we're so excited to see each other. But they were my hardest, like by far inappropriate, you know, like bullying clients. But it's such a privilege in the production team to be able to influence your internal team, first of all, but also the people that you're working with on the other side. And again, like you can't take it personal. So for me, like this really hard client, they would always scream. And like, I don't scream personally, even like the children, like that's just not one of my ways of negotiating things. Like I can get frustrated and things, but that's not how I'm gonna express it. Everything was screaming. They would say, lock the door and have everybody stay overnight. Like, we don't care.
Oh my gosh.
It was in a period of the industry where I was here in the Myland, and I was like, if I do that, tomorrow they're working at the studio across the street where they're going to offer them like bigger salaries. It's a very competitive market here. Like, I can't just I wouldn't want to, but also. So I think when you have a hard client, you have to remember yourself to like be true to your own values. So I remember these clients, if I can like say a little episodic experience I had with them, they were very upset about the progress on props. We were doing 78 episodes together, so it's a lot of volume. Yeah. And it was a really cool show. It was already sold in 60 countries back then, and now it's across the world. And we were all very excited about it, but props progress. It was in props, we're not progressing fast enough or something. You don't remember really the details years later. And they said, let's talk tomorrow. We're not in the same country, so let's Zoom tomorrow. So you're like, yeah, sure, fine. And I think it's me and the other producer Zooming, and I show up, and there were 15 of them. Oh my gosh. And 12 of them I had never met. All right. So you had the director of finances, and then the director of the studio, and the HR director.
Applying pressure.
A lot of people I had never met. None of them introduced themselves. Yeah. And they all started screaming simultaneously. And so I texted my head of production. I was like,
you should be here right now.
Bring me a glass of water.
SOS or wine.
No, but I was like, if ever this becomes because there were so many other people, I was like, if ever this becomes a legal issue, I don't know, if it's above my head, let's just have support. And the head of production came in, but didn't come on screen. They sat in the corner of the room. And I just told them I can feel you're stressed. So if you're screaming, what is it telling me? You're probably stressed. I can feel this seems to be stress-inducive for you. Is that so? And they were like, yeah, obviously, we're here bullying you on Zoom. Read between the lines, Virginie. And I was like, okay, so what is stressing you? Progress on the props? Okay, so let's open ShawGrid. Let's look at the progress report. You're scared that we have too much work left. Well, let's look at the metrics. My answer is always in the metrics. Well, we've actually completed 83% of the props, which is exactly the benchmark that we wanted to reach by this stage. And then we have 48 man days left or labor days left of props, which means that in 4 weeks, all the props are approved by the broadcasters. We had a lot of broadcasters approval on this one. So my metrics are telling me that this is a fine situation. And okay, because you got an email where you didn't understand properly, and then it stressed you out, and then you guys created this whole story on your side of the world about the problem that isn't a problem, because not my opinion is telling me it's not a problem, my metrics are telling me it's not a problem. So, we looked at the numbers, we made a process. You're stressed, let's put a process in place, for the next 4 weeks. Here is how we're gonna track progress so that you feel comfortable. I want you to feel comfortable as well, but so that the team doesn't work overtime neither. Okay, deal, shake on it. I'll send you an email so that we have a paper trail that we just agreed on this. And then we ended up the call. And my head of production told me, we were at the beginning of the 3-year production, and my head of production told me after this call, you have my full permission to start screaming back at them. And I appreciated the support, but I was like, that is not the producer I want to be. Yeah. If this is my dream job, if we've been bidding on this show for 4 years, it takes a long time to get a show to come in. It was a co-production, so we went and got financing. We, casted the actors with them. We were really involved. I want this to be my dream job. I don't want this to be
a screaming match.
I come in the morning and that's not fun for me. And am I being selfish? Maybe. I want this to be my dream job. Yeah. That's always kind of my MO. This is a cool field that we work in. I don't want it to be a horrible experience at work. So I told them, my head of production, I said, I appreciate the support. And I don't think many head of productions would have said that. So I see them in my head and I'm like, yes. But I told them, is it okay if I just stay true to my own values and I do it my way? And they said, okay. They said as long as you don't, feel burned out from all the stress they're putting on you, or that you don't take it personal that they're screaming. So I never screamed, and we would have calls very calm. Stress is contagious. Yes. Being calm is extra contagious. Yeah. So I would be calm. Anytime there would be stress, we would look at numbers. Anytime there would be an issue, we would bring solutions. And probably within 3 months, there was no screaming anymore. No screaming. They would smile. We would laugh. So we had a pleasant 3 years after that, where it could have been 3 years from hell.
Yeah.
And I decided I was gonna influence, I was gonna lead by example. And they were more senior than me, like they had more experience than me and everything, right? But sometimes your client's bad attitude doesn't belong to you. It could be another experience they had on another show that was horrible. It could be another producer they worked with that bullied them, so now they're on the defensive. Like, usually somebody's bad attitude, even in the team, like if your supervisor's always grumpy, most likely doesn't belong to you. It's probably like a defense mechanism from something else. So let's just disarm that.
It's also also a very important point to keep in mind when supervising in animation from the artist side. You're also constantly, I do feel like sometimes there's some stress coming in from production, and so we have to be, like, it's okay to vent, but not necessarily with the team itself, because you don't want to, like you said, being calm is contagious, and
there can be a space for venting if it's needed. Personally, because I'm in the production crew and I like my metrics, I'm like, if we're gonna vent, I'm gonna make it efficient. So we're gonna have a venting session where the production crew is gonna take notes. That's frustrating everybody. Okay, we're gonna need a process around that. The client keeps doing that over and over. Okay, we're gonna need a process around that. Like, let's make it efficient, but it's okay to blow off some steam. It's a high pressure job, which, like, it's hard to believe sometimes, because we're creating content that brings happiness to the world, to the world, you know, but to the people watching it. So sometimes, like, why is it so high pressure? And who decided? Like, who decided that the client got to bully us? And I think it's important to remember, if your production team with a supervisor, even a supervisor with an artist, or a production team with a client, or a supervisor with a client, like, I believe, like, in circular relationships, because teamwork, like, we need each other. So we all have equal power, different responsibilities, equal power, different task descriptions, but we all have equal power. There isn't a top dog and a bottom dog, you know. I don't know if that's appropriate to say, but there isn't, like, what? There isn't, like, somebody that's more important that they're on top. And sometimes we'll see the client that way because they bring in the money, but, like, they need us. They have the money, we have the talent, right? And other clients have money as well. Like, the world is made of nothing but money. So so sometimes they're like, oh, we need to, but, like, I cannot, like, stress that enough. Like, equal power, different responsibilities. So for me in the production team, I'm not the boss of the animation supervisor. I have a really different task description than the animation supervisor, but, like, we are equal in our relationships.
That's actually a good segue. I wanted to ask you also about boundaries with, like,
I love you.
with like, as a producer, I have felt sometimes, I think Evan can agree, there's some situations where the producers are giving animation notes or you know, kind of involved in the creative, you know, process of things, which is okay. I think everybody can say their opinions about things. It's just sometimes gets muddy, or things get pushed back because of that situation, or you're in a client meeting and the producer starts commenting on different, you know, creative ideas, where it's fine. It's just, it's a situation. Most of the time, there's so many people that already have a say in the creative aspect of things, and having an extra person can get a little bit muddy. So what would you say to that from production side?
I think boundaries are extremely important, as you were mentioning. Also, like, I keep mentioning task descriptions is because we don't pay enough attention to our task description. And it's a job where it's easy to start playing in everybody's playground. But, like, we have our own playground, and our responsibility and our accountability is attached to our task description. As a producer, it's not my job to give creative notes, right? My coordinator cannot give bigger lips, you know, like, that's really not our position. So if your producer starts doing that and it's not, like, conducive to reaching the goal together, then sometimes it's just important to, so the thing with task descriptions and boundaries is that we cannot tell other people what their boundaries are. but we can be very, very clear about what our boundaries are. So you can sit with your producer and say, like, it's, it's my understanding, and I could be wrong, that any like creative feedback about animation is really like my responsibility, and that I'm accountable for it, and that at the end of the day, like, I'm the one that's gonna have to put that in motion. Would you agree? Yes, you agree. Okay. So because I think you have great ideas, I don't know if that's the case. But sometimes in a meeting, if I'm giving an idea and you're giving a different idea, it's not conducive to us meeting the goal with the client. And always giving the context of why it's the best thing for the show. Not, well, my ego gets hurt and I think your ideas suck, like mind your own business, but be more like, okay, how do we best reach the goal together? And is that helping us? Because I notice sometimes it adds work that we could have avoided. I notice sometimes it creates doubt in the client's mind, where before the client seems to be certain about something. And I just want to be transparent that this adds labor days, that this adds time to the calendar, that we're not working overtime to address like additional internal notes. So how do you foresee, like, what is the solution that you would propose about that? Because the thing is, because there's so much feedback in what we do, and that's not something you have in all the industries. Like, if you work at the bank, you're not getting that much feedback. Like, us every day, we're in reviews, we're in dailies, we're like every day we're facing criticism and everything. And it makes us feel like everybody's opinion is important, but it's not opinion when the person that's accountable for giving the feedback is giving the feedback. It's doing their task description. It's doing their job. When it's not in your task description and you start giving feedback, then it's your opinion, right? And it's possible that, like, your opinion is okay and it's valid and we all have opinions. That doesn't mean that it's a metric of, like, a decision factor. That doesn't mean that it's the right place to take a decision. So if the producer is like, well, I talked to the client in person and, privately, and they said they want my feedback, then you could let them know, okay, well, it seems to be adding like 10 to 20 labor days every time we have a client call. So how do you and the production crew would like to suggest that we absorb this in the team without like having overtime, or without like the artist being at the receiving end of this impact? And then it's going to be their responsibility to, if they're like, well, maybe we should do a change order with the client. Fair enough. Oh yeah, maybe we need to renegotiate with the client that we do less lighting after that, like, and we add an animator. Fair enough. But it's always like metric oriented. If it adds time, somebody's doing overtime. And overtime costs money, not only like in my budget, but in the mental health of the people I work with. Somebody doing overtime all the time is more at risk of a burnout, is more at risk of quitting to go work somewhere else, is more at risk of not doing their best work because they're tired. That translates into losing money as well, right? So always keep it like very metric oriented. It adds work, this amount of work, or, it slows us down, or like, what are the impacts, but like specifically like hard information.
Would you say that you, like, your relationship with the animation directors or the animation team itself is as important as the client relationship?
Yeah, I mean, maybe even more, because, I mean, I don't want to say more because, like, let's all love each other, but you work more closely with your animation director, and there's no competition. Like, it's not, I only have enough love for one or the other, right? Or I only have enough time and trust and respect for one or the other, but the producer should always be protecting their team, because you're going to work with that animation producer like for a long time. I worked with the same animation director for like 6 years, and I think about them and I'm getting teary, like, I love them. So what you're building together is a lot more than this shot or this delivery or this project. Even it's more like, how do we make this your dream job as well? How do we make this like the artist's dream job? Which I don't know that a lot of producers are like necessarily thinking that way, but I'm on a mission to
change
to
it.
influence.
I love this mission.
To influence people, but all of your supervisors are extremely important, and building trust with everybody. Like, David Horsager is a trust expert. He has a podcast, writes books. And he says that every single problem we have at work, and I think it applies in life too, always stems from a lack of trust, like always. So be intentional about building trust. And there are 8 behaviors that we can use like every day to compound the trust that we build together. Let's be intentional about them.
Yeah.
If you're against your supervisor, so I worked at a studio, there was more than one physical location on the same street, which like, am I saying too much? Now are people like connecting the dots? It's like, how many studios? There were more than one location on the same street, so we'd had to go from like one building to the other. And the production crew, when we would walk in, the supervisors would go running back the back door. Right. We'd come in and we'd see them like, ooh, and with a little dust, you know? And they would go, oh no, we don't want to talk to the production team. No. That is not helping. We're not winning the Emmy with that. We're not going to the Oscars with that kind of dynamic. So I think there's like a great divide or 2 solitudes, we would say in Canada, and like, let's bridge that gap.
Yeah.
It's not a power struggle, equal power, but different responsibilities. Yeah. Like, you need your supervisor. So you're nothing without your supervisor.
What would be like some ways? I mean, I can think of some, but I wonder what you're thinking about that you would use to build trust with your artist team.
So there are 8 like behaviors that really help us build trust. The first one is clarity. So making sure that your processes and F-track are clear, that we understand why the goal is the goal, that in the scrum in the morning, we all understand the same thing, right? Not that we leave the scrum and we're like, we need another meeting, like we don't know. Yeah. Like clarity. And the production team, we should be very transparent about why everything, and about also like the processes that help us help the artist. So there's clarity. The first one is having character. So doing what's right rather than doing what's easy. So you come and tell me, I think like I'm getting bullied by the rating department. Like it's been weeks. I'm trying to avoid the conflict, but I think this person's bullying me. Well, the easy thing to do is saying like, oh no, you're probably just tired. Like, I'll talk to them. Like, don't worry. The right thing to do is to like actually listen and investigate and be like, what do you need from me in this situation? How can I help you? What are the steps that we should take in order to make sure that you don't get bullied? Or something like that. The third one is compassion. So having a mission together. So the mission is not like winning the Emmy. The mission is not your personal demo. What's our mission? I used to say like, I want all the clients to come work with our team because we make their jobs easier, because what we produce is so cool, because like they'd rather work with us than anybody else in the world. Like that was the mission. It's a big mission. Like it could be something smaller. It could be something smaller. I have big ideas. So having a mission. What are the other ones? So they all start by C. Collaboration is extremely important as well. So you want to show the artist that you're with them, right? That you're not against them, or that you're not like in an ivory tower where they cannot reach you. Like you're there on the floor with them, and you're in the trenches, let's say, with them. Then you have like competency, so offering training, putting like a mentorship system in place, having a buddy system, letting the people in your team learn things so that they feel like they're always growing and that they're always more competent and that they're being recognized for their strengths, actually. Then I don't know how many that is, but
I don't know either. I think it's like 5.
But like, these are things that like scientifically from a organizational behavior science and like research backs the fact that these things help you build trust. Yeah. So it's really important to be intentional about them. I think working remotely, it's even more important because a lot of that trust is going to be created at the cafeteria when you're having a coffee. Right. When you're, in the baking club, or you go karaoke, in cocktail hour. A lot of like getting to know each other on a deeper level will happen in these activities. And working remotely, if the person is in another country, they have a different culture, and we don't take the time to get to know them, then really it's going to be hard. There's going to be a wall between us and them. And, you can't just be like, we want to build trust. Come on, trust me, It's something that's a bit more, that needs to be finessed. So one of the things that we like to do the most for working remotely is the one-on-one meeting. And I used to do it all wrong because I used to call everybody in for a one-on-one meeting and then push my agenda on them. and be like, this is the milestone. This is where you look at your due date. This is how we use ShotGrid. And like, no, that's not it at all. You create like a one-on-one space where you just talk about each other. You know, do you have pets? Do you have children? Are you taking a holiday soon? What's your dream? If you got a promotion tomorrow, what would it be? What's your dream show? Like, just getting to know each other on a more personal level and creating this space where you have active listening and they feel like they can just, like, they're at the forefront of the conversation. So it can be like a 10-15 minute meeting, but that you do repeatedly, like not once every year, you know, you do it every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And then they know that they have this moment, so that if they feel like they're being bullied, if they're demotivated because they're lonely on their side of the planet, if, you know, they don't understand what the client is saying half the time, that they have like a space where they can tell you. So it works as a supervisor with artists, it works as a production crew.
Yeah.
If you're a coordinator, you do it with your artists in the round. You know, your round is all about the goals, but you should also have a space where they can tell you, like, you know, my parents are sick, I'm not feeling my best, like my motivation's not there. You want to know these things so that you can best support the people. We used to hide that. I feel like I'm so old when I say that, but like back in the 80s, we would hide all that stuff. You know, there used to be a stereotype, like, don't bring yourself at work, right? Like, keep your problems at home. Nowadays, psychological safety, so bringing your whole self at work, is one of the most important things for an organization to develop and to thrive. It's more profitable to know about the people's problems, to know about their strengths and weaknesses perceived by them, especially in a creative field. And there's research behind that as well, that if you can bring your whole self to work, you're gonna have better ideas, you're gonna be more creative, you're gonna be more innovative. So you wanna have a space where you get to know the people. You know, now you're on Zoom, and if people chit-chat too much at the beginning, it annoys some people, so then you don't chit-chat too much, but then you miss on that opportunity to know, like, what did you do this weekend? Oh my God, like, you did that? That's fun. Where did you do that? I want to do that too. Like, we do miss on that, and I understand that not every space is a space for it, but being super intentional. Like, the best way to create trust is to decide that that's a task in our task description, and that's a high priority. Because if we trust, then we're creative. You know, if people are scared of saying they don't know, if they don't want to raise their hands because you told them once but they forgot, if they don't want to pitch an idea in case, like, they get made fun of, then we're missing out on, like, so many opportunities to be creative together and to do our best work. That's not what we want.
Right.
Like, the people in the industry are, like, so smart. We need to create a setting in which they feel free to share ideas so that they can blow our mind and then we can take it to the next level, you know?
I just want to say, well, we haven't talked a lot about happy producers specifically, so I wanted to kind of bring it up. And I think it's really impressive that you were so, well, I'm sure you said you had a co-founder also?
Yes.
Okay.
Louis-Philippe. Vermette.
It's really awesome that you're taking the steps and taking the time and dedicating the energy to not just better your own workflow and the way that you set up your team relationships, but also to influence other producers. I feel like a lot of the I don't know a lot of the production sort of upbringing. I don't really know how it works, but I do know that there has been a few instances where I see that people just start being coordinators and then they immediately get a production position right after that, but there's not necessarily anything in between or any kind of training in between or anything like that. So I think happy producers is so important. It's so key to everything to be a little bit smoother. I mean, I can't express enough how important it is, and I really hope that everybody goes. I mean, I feel like I should go take a class, even just to like learn a little bit more about it. Do you have any plans for happy producers to grow, or how is it set up right now?
So when we launched the Happy Producers, we just celebrated like 2 years since our first e-course. We decided to be on a mission to just enhance well-being in the animation industry.
It's also such a niche is that the word? Is that how you say it? Niche?
Yes.
Such a niche thing to do, because I feel like production is huge everywhere, right? So it's specifically for animation, which I think is so important because it's so different. It's just a completely different beast.
Yeah. And it's just like, there were two things. So the first thing we realized is that exactly very, very, very few people, and I want to say hi to the people that do have a classic training. There are a few of them that I know, but very few people have like a bachelor in management. Like I was set up to be a film and cinema teacher. LP, who's my co-founder, is an executive producer now. He started as a storyboard artist. So you learn as you go. You learn on the job. So you do your best, like nobody has ill intentions, but you're lacking the support, you're lacking the hard information, the data about this works better than this way of doing things. And so we were looking for it for ourselves. Like we wanted continual growth because we believe that training is not because there's a problem. You don't train somebody because they have a problem or there's something missing. You train people because it's motivating, because people in our industry are ambitious, because it's more profitable for our team, because it's more fun. If all of our processes are streamlined and we have clarity, then it's better for us, it's better for our artists. So we wanted that for us, and we just couldn't find something that was specific to animation. We would take like documentary co-production, you know, workshops, and then you apply a few things, but we were like, we're missing an opportunity here. So there was that. So we decided to create our own first training in the team that we had back then. I had a team of about 100 people, so there were maybe like 8 coordinators and project managers doing things just a little bit differently. Everybody was doing things a little bit differently, and we were delivering, but it was stressful, like by the seat of our pants. By the edge of our seat? By the
seat of our pants is definitely not it.
We were delivering, but like barely, you know, like if the delivery was Friday at 5, like at 4:49, we were running around like crazy people. So I wanted it to be like lower stress because it was a TV series, high volume, like you need to have a better strategy. So we, you know, asked higher management to help us train them, and they wouldn't. And, you know, we looked high and low and couldn't find it. So we decided to take 1 hour a week for 8 weeks, where it was just like training. And at first it felt stressful because it's like, we don't have that hour, or that's such a stereotype of production, right? There's no time. There's no time for anything. We're already so busy. So like, we're taking that hour. It wasn't on a lunch hour. It was in the day, you know, it was part of our work day. And in 8 weeks, we gained about 20% of efficiency in the production team. And like, we were pleasantly surprised. And then we realized that, we had streamlined all of our processes and documented all of our processes, but we had also spent a lot of time talking about our mindset and our values and our team culture, our dream job, what we wanted our clients to say about us, what we wanted for ourselves and for our team. And we realized that there was a huge impact there. Like, we all got so much closer. We got closer to the artists. And then if we had more clarity about our processes, then we realized that our artist's job was so much easier because they're not wondering how to use F-Track now. They know, because we have a little 5-step process that's documented, that all of their coordinators are doing it the same way. So from one show to the other, they're not like confused, you know? And we were like very, very excited about the results. And then the pandemic happened. So that was like November, and then by March, like the pandemic happened. And we got even more efficient. Like, it was like we had the smoothest transition in the history of like pandemic production because we didn't know the pandemic would happen, but we were ready.
Right.
So we were ready for the surprises because we had invested that time in refining our processes. And then we're like, okay, like we need to be able to share this with the world. And I was leaving the studio where I was for many, many happy years, and I was worried because I was like, who takes care of them when I'm gone? Who talks about these values when I'm gone? Like, who sets boundaries when I'm not there to like coach them about boundaries? And we realized that this is something we could share like more widespread. I changed studios, and so, you know, just like production training already was like it was important for us, and like continuous education, not just like, I'm a younger person thinking about maybe going in the field, but for the people already in the field, how do they up level, you know? And then I changed studio and started getting like sexually harassed like at that studio, where I had like an executive position, so I like didn't expect that like I thought that going up in the hierarchy would always keep me safe and would always give me the impact that I wanted on my team. But then myself and my team were getting sexually harassed. And when you go into the process, when you start saying, okay, we have this issue at work, how do we resolve it? And you see how everybody around you is just like devoid of any tool to know how to resolve it. So they do what they think. And it was all the wrong things from like a human perspective, from an business culture perspective, from a legal perspective, turns out, because, you know, there are laws that prevent us from getting harassed at work. And that was like, it was extremely hard to go through. Like, it was a bad experience, but I'm very grateful for it because it helped me see how much soft skills are lacking, but everybody's doing their best, but we're not trained. Somebody comes and tells me I'm getting sexually harassed. What do I do? Like, what do I do? And their answer was like, let's put it under the carpet because we don't know. Like,
classic.
And like, I didn't judge them. I might have judged them back then because it was like so hard going through that. But then I realized if we all knew better, we would do better. So we decided that the courses were going to be, yes, production processes, but let's start boosting our emotional intelligence. Let's start getting essential soft skills that we need in a creative field in order to not survive but thrive. You know, it gave me a huge amount of stress to be going through that. Going through that experience, and then I had to have an operation at the same time, which was most likely linked. My oncologist would say that my oncologist would be like, yes, it was the stress at work. And it was a big operation, and I was lying on the gurney at the hospital that morning.
Oh my gosh.
You know, naked in a little paper gown. And it was a Wednesday morning in February. It's like 3 years basically this week. And I felt like I was at the spa. I was like, what a relaxing moment for myself. To be naked on the hospital gurney, about to undergo surgery for like cancer. So relaxing. And like that really raised a huge flag that I'd rather be there than be at work. And like production is my passion. It's my vocation. And I would have rather been getting surgery than being at work. So that's on that gurney that the Happy Producers were founded. At first it was like, yes, training, but then I realized we need to all skill up when it comes to soft skills. So my partner and I trained as coaches because, you know, you don't just throw your opinions around when it comes to emotional intelligence. So we both trained as coaches, took it very seriously, and then launched the Happy Producers. And so now we show like the how-to, but mostly like the mindsets that you need, because like when I had that experience, I started talking to a lot of people my age, like I'm over 40, and realized that a lot of people above 40 want to quit because like what you realize at one point, like what are we working 60 hours a week for? Missing the kids, you know, pageants and this, and like what is it all worth? Like at the end of the day, I don't know that I can sustain that for another like 20 years. And I thought that it was sad that we had to consider leaving the field. And, you know, people would say, that's how it is. It's never going to change. Like, that's one of my triggers.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, says who? Who decided? It wasn't me. I didn't decide that. Like, says who? And why are we deciding this person was right?
I hear that a lot from even animation people who have been in the industry for a long time. They're always like, you know, that happens, you know, you know.
Overtime is normal. And that's like, how it is in the industry. It's normal that I work on a Saturday. Says who? Says who?
Well, you're such a like process-oriented person. I wanted to ask if you don't mind, what was your process for like reacting to the sexual harassment?
I mean, sexual harassment is hard because it's hard not to take it personal. And for me, it was somebody that I knew from the industry for a long, 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 long time, and like really didn't expect it.
And recognizing that you might have done something when it happened, and then now you think like there's something you should have done maybe differently, or?
Yeah, I think my problem, what I did wrong was to be process-oriented and try to fix it myself. So for me, it would happen in front of the client. So I decided, well, that person is no longer going to be invited in client conversations, right? So that we just avoid the situation.
Right.
Because my goal was the film. It was my first streamer film. I love these clients. Like, how do we make this film without my mental health, like paying for this? And then the other women in my team also, like, I wanted to protect them as well. So I think, like, don't try to fix it yourself. Like, no matter where you are in the world, there are laws that protect employees. So if your employer doesn't know what to do, if, you know, they tell you to keep it for yourself, if they bully you because you file a complaint, in my case, the HR director got fired. Like, oh my gosh, it was like the storm. Like, it was a storm of bad things. Like, there are processes. This is a legal matter. Bullying and harassment are not allowed at work in Canada. There are laws to prevent it. It's not personal to your employer. Doesn't mean your employer's a bad employer. Doesn't mean the studio's a bad studio. They're not going to be on a red list forever if you file a complaint, but there are laws. So just, like, get informed. Here in Quebec, there is La Parté, which is a free resource of lawyers that you can just call anonymously if you want, that will just tell you, like, what's the context.
Okay.
What's available to you, what are the things that are allowed and not allowed. For example, if you are going through sexual harassment and you then get demoted for filing a complaint, or you file a complaint and then you get less responsibilities or you get treated differently, that's illegal, right? So there's just a process for it. If your employer doesn't know what to do with it, it's not personal. Don't get mad at them. Like, they might just not have, like, the tools and resources, but there's other tools and resources out there that exist. Don't think that's how it is. It will never change. Like, that's not okay. And I don't want to sound tone deaf because I'm on LinkedIn. Like, I know that it's been a hard few months when it comes to layoffs and things, but there's always another employer. Yeah. Like, don't stay somewhere where your values are misaligned.
100% agree.
Burnout happens because we have chronic stress. Chronic stress is a stress we have every day. You only need 21 days of stress every day to be at risk of burnout. So the number one factor is chronic stress, and the second factor for burnout is being misaligned to your own values. Like, that's not something you're gonna fix with an extra day off. Yeah. So there's another employers. You can be a freelancer. You can come work at Agora. Like, there are places that have beautiful cultures. Don't think that's how it is. And, you know, there's a lot more women in the industry that there were when I first started. It's not just women that go through harassment, but a woman out of 2 here in Quebec. So that's a lot. Like, for me, I thought it was really important to speak up. And it's really hard for me to even be here to admit this, right? Because then what are people going to think? Like, there was a lot of fear when I first started to talk about it, but it's important to use our voice so that it doesn't happen to other people. Because if we keep it to ourselves, then that employee that was at the root of the harassment thinks that their behavior is okay. It's possible that they didn't realize.
They didn't even know.
Like, they're not evil neither. What I didn't want was for this person to get fired. Like, I knew their spouse, I knew their children. I wasn't like, we're firing, but I wanted the behavior to change. Stop. So it's not the person that's wrong or evil, it's the behavior that's wrong. And you can change a behavior. Like, you can change any behavior.
I'm picking up something super inspiring from you. Above all the list and all the things that you're mentioning, there's, like, a common theme here where you are, like, constantly making sure that you're giving every situation the benefit of the doubt. Like, you're constantly making sure that you take blame away from whatever the person is in front of you, whatever the situation is, so that then you can look at it more objectively and figure out a solution for it. I think that's kind of like the overall theme I'm seeing here with you.
I love that.
Awesome.
I love that. I think, like, it can be hard to believe. And it's a choice. Like, our outlook on everything is a choice. Mindset is a choice. Mindset exists through connections in our brain. We can rewire every single connection in our brain. The way we think about things is a choice. We're not, like, victims of how we were born thinking, or you know, so we can always change that. But I lost what I was gonna say. Yes, so my mindset, and I had to work to get there. Like, it wasn't like, you know, I have attitude and I get frustrated too, but everybody is doing their best. And in my opinion, it might not seem like it most of the time, but my choice is to know that nobody is showing up at work to ruin anybody else's day. Nobody is like, I'm gonna be the best bully, I'm gonna win the Emmy for bullying. Like, nobody wants that reputation, right? So everybody is doing their best. My client that was screaming, they were doing their best. It wasn't about me, they were reacting to something else. My colleague that thinks it's funny to make jokes about, you know, women's breasts into a client meeting, they're doing their best. Do I like their best? No. But, you know, like, nobody is setting out to be an evil person, especially in our industry. Like, I don't believe that 1 second.
Yeah.
Like, it needs to be like a huge exception. So everybody's doing their best, reacting to a context, and like, let's not take things personal. And
I think this applies to life in general, but especially in animation, because we're so intertwined. Like, every decision you make is going to affect somebody else in the pipe, or like
exactly
anybody in the project. So
and I think, just again, like, we're in such a criticizing environment day in and day out, that we have a really great opportunity to learn not to take things personal. You know, if I work at the bank and I only get feedback once a year, then my feedback muscle is not very strong. But every day I'm getting feedback at the animation industry. Even in the production team, I might not be told like this is not working and that, but the way that my artists are acting, the way that, you know, we have the trust or we don't have the trust, the way that the goals are clear or not, that's all feedback about how my production team and I are doing. It's a really good opportunity to not take things personal. Like,
it's such, like, we're so lucky that, I mean, I think when I first started out, I felt really stressed about that. I felt kind of tired, extra tired every day, because it's tiring to sit there and take the feedback and internalize it and then work and like no matter how you feel about it, you still have to apply it, you know? Like,
that's true.
There's So it was always really tiring, and I think I saw it as a negative when I first started. But now, you know, 7 or 8 years later, I feel like it's probably one of the things that has helped me in life in general, not just for animation, but like just, you know, being able to take feedback in a way that isn't, you know, taken personally or disruptive to myself, or hurting my identity, or you know, I think that's really awesome.
And if the feedback goes against your own values, then it's totally okay to set boundaries. You know, like if you're being asked to physically do something that
I'm still working on the boundaries part.
You're not an introvert. Oh, boundaries are a superpower. They are so important.
So difficult for especially for I mean, I don't want to speak for every artist, but for myself, it's really, really difficult, because I'm constantly wanting to make the project better, or the thing that I'm making, I'm sacrificing like what myself for this thing to be the way that I want it to be. So I feel like setting boundaries is a little bit hard, especially if they're going to affect how much time I can spend on it, or you know, I don't know.
I think we're always scared of boundaries until we implement them, because people often tell me, because boundaries is one of my big themes, like, what if somebody reacts negatively to me setting a boundary? But like, if we have boundary, it's freeing for other people, because then it lets them know that they're allowed to have boundaries as well. All of our boundaries are different. But if you start telling people, then they're allowed to have boundaries as well. It's very freeing. And saying no to something is saying yes to yourself and your own well-being. And your well-being is the most precious thing that you have. Like, at 85, you're not going to remember on that project. Like, I missed a Christmas pageant one year for my stepdaughter.
Oh my God.
And I was talking about that with my husband recently, and I have no idea what I was doing. But I remember that she was dancing like she was a little reindeer with Santa's sleigh, and her dad went and they danced together, and we have a video of that, and I wasn't there to see the reindeer dance. I remember that. I don't remember like even the project I stayed at work to do. So the first thing with boundaries is just knowing what are our bottom lines for us. We don't need to have 25 boundaries, right? For me is you can project your stress at me. So if you're stressed, we can talk about it. active listening is not my best thing. So we can talk about it for 7 minutes. But then I'm gonna ask you to bring solutions. Yeah. So if you're bringing a problem, we're not venting, you're also bringing a solution. I have all the solutions, I miss solution. I'm gonna ask you to bring your own solution. So that's one of my boundaries. I dreamed my whole life of having a closed office with a door. And the moment I had it, people would come, vent their stress and leave. And they're like, Virginie does such a great job at managing my stress. And it's like, no, you're allowed to come in my office anytime. You will be asked to bring a solution. Right. That's one of my boundaries. I also have no notifications. That's always been a boundary. And I've had a great career. No notifications. So you chat me and I'm not at work. I don't know. It's not on my phone. So right. I believe emergencies are not a thing in our industry. We make everything a fake emergency. We use the term 911 and things like drop dead, deadline, which let's retire all of these terms. Yeah. There are no emergency. An emergency is something that puts your life at risk and that requires immediate attention. When was the last time your life was at risk? At the animation studio? I'm curious. I'm curious to know. So all of these fake paradigms that we accept, setting boundaries just helps us change these paradigms and create the workplace culture that we want. Yeah. It's okay to do it. My best friend is the compound effect, doing small things repeatedly. So it's the same thing with boundaries, it's the same thing with stress management, it's the same thing with influencing your clients, building trust, changing your mindset, just small little things every day. We're not gonna change who we are in a moment or change our habits, but every day saying, okay, every day I'm gonna do a little thing that's gonna help me build up to a place where I can set more boundaries, where it's gonna be healthier for me. And then I'm also gonna ask my colleagues what some of their boundaries are, Yeah, my colleague that would sexually harass us, he would throw stuff as well, the stapler, when he'd get frustrated, the water bottle, the stapler, and I had to tell them no. Yeah. Strong boundary. This scares me. It makes me feel like my physical integrity is at risk at the studio. This is not acceptable behavior at work. You're being asked to stop throwing the stapler right away. So they seem like extreme examples, but by saying that, I'm protecting myself, I'm protecting everybody in my team, and he also know then that he can say no to other stuff. Oh, well, Virginie, when you do that, if you call me at 9:30 on a Friday, no. Yeah. And it's fair enough. Yeah. I received that. I agree with that. We feel we have to be on call all the time. We feel we have to be available all the time. That's a lie. Yeah. Doctors are not on call all the time. Yeah. It's a false sense of importance a little bit.
Yeah. Ooh, I feel like I need a walk. There's so much good information. I can't, there's so much gold coming out of your mouth right now. So thank you for taking the time. I really appreciate you being here and talking with us today.
Well, thank you for inviting me. Using our voice can be really hard, but having a platform to do so really helps.
Yeah, I hope to just, we're all working from home currently, so I really hope that this kind of conversation that is going to be available worldwide, it will be useful for everybody who is feeling a little bit disconnected as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. We're all no matter where we are in the world, we're all part of the animation planet. Yeah. And the community is just such a thing of beauty. So it's there. Let's connect and let's make the most of it. The people in the community are just amazing.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask you one last additional question because I'm not sure. Have you worked with Agora before?
I've hired Agora to do work. I haven't worked at Agora. I had the huge pleasure of training some of the project managers and line producers and coordinators that work with Agora.
Awesome.
They're so amazing. And just at Agora, what I find is the mindset is so great. And well-being is being seen as a business model, which it is. And I think that that's so important, and that they're industry leaders in that way, in the sense that they're the proof that it's possible for all the studios that are no, but if we stop bullying everybody and working 60 hours a week, we're just gonna fold and go bankrupt. Agora is kind of the proof that that's not the case at all. It's time for a new business model.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
What is your motivation for staying creative? Your specific trick? What do you do?
My mortgage.
That'll do it.
When starting to work in the creative industries, it's no lie that there may be a time when you hit a wall and lose motivation, whether that's working in feature films, AAA game titles, or even just on your own personal projects. In this video, we're going to cover 5 tips from an animation industry pro on how to stay creatively motivated. Let's meet David Mullins. Dave has spent 20 years of his career working at the studio that pioneered the 3D animated feature film, Pixar. He was an animator on a vast majority of their films, one of the directing animators on Up, and also wrote and directed the Pixar short Lou. In our conversation with Dave, he was asked what is his motivation for staying creative. This is what he and the Agora team had to say.
Well, no one's going to like this answer because it's not the answer that I would want to hear, but I literally feel worse not doing it than doing it. I mean, it's as simple as that. Like, I enjoy the pain of the creative process. So, I mean, I'm going broke right now trying to start my own company. It's insane. Like, don't look up to me. I'm not saying anybody is, but don't, because I'm going broke trying to.
You need a glass of scotch now, as you are.
It's great. No, I mean, for me, it was just an issue of. It's just an issue that I'm driven to do it, and it's just in my DNA, and I've always been driven to do it, and it sucks because I think there's something to following your gut, following the thing that you enjoy. Like when I was trying to write for Pixar, I'm going to write this script, I'm going to write this thing because I think Pixar is going to enjoy it. It's going to be a Pixar film. I was miserable. When I started writing about the stuff I like, D&D and Sci-Fi and stuff that I knew that Pixar would never make, then I started becoming really happy because I was basically focusing on my own creative needs, the things that I wanted to do and I wanted to see. I'd say, all you need for motivation is just do the stuff that you like. And if you don't know what you like yet, watch a fucking shitload of movies, look at your own life. Like maybe you play soccer and like you're really passionate about that. Make a film about soccer. You like soccer. Just make the things you like. That's it. It's as simple as that.
Or go try to work for a company that work on things that you're going to like, so you can
or that, exactly. Yeah. I thought it was like your own personal projects, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and don't stay at a company if you feel like it's not, if you're not creatively inspired by the work that you're doing, then go somewhere that you will be. Life is too short to sit there like grinding and trying to be creative in a non-creative environment that you're not excited by. That's crazy.
But I think that if you're lacking motivation, it's a great sign that you're maybe not doing what you should be doing, because when you follow your natural passion, it's not always going to be fun. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a walk in the park. It can be brutal and difficult, but you'll naturally remain motivated. Being motivated is not something that you will have to force yourself to be. It's going to be for free. Motivation is provided for free if you follow your passion. Doesn't mean that it's going to be fun and easy. That's not part of the deal.
Now, we took to social media and asked our Twitter followers their thoughts on staying creatively motivated, and this is what some of them had to say. JD Huss replied, "Observe life. Sounds like overused advice, but it's true. There is so much uniqueness in day-to-day encounters and activities. Combine that with creative research and enjoyment/consumption, and there is an endless stream of creative motivation." Eduardo Askew commented, "Learning new skills may be related to work. Learning Python to write my own tools or to achieve something quicker worked for me, or something else away from what we do on a daily basis." And Armin Halleck tweeted, "I don't know who said it first, so I can't credit them for this. Anyway, action begets motivation, not the other way around. Don't wait for motivation, just start, and start small. Motivation will follow." So to sum it up, enjoy the pain of the creative process. This doesn't mean the pain that comes from being in a toxic work environment, but enjoying the pain and frustration that sometimes comes with creativity. Work on things that you love, or with studios that do the things that you love, and explore different kinds of references by watching a ton of movies and other things that you like. What do you think? Are there any ways that you handle staying creatively motivated? Drop a comment below and let us know. And while you're there, let us know what other things you'd like to know about navigating the animation industry. Also, don't forget to give us a like and subscribe to be notified of when we drop another video, and it will really help the channel out. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, stay tuned and stay animated.
Want to learn a simple Maya trick that can speed up your workflow when working in the graph editor? First, let's duplicate the graph editor by right-clicking the tab at the top of the window. Once you have two graph editor windows open, you might notice that the same curve is displayed in both graph editor windows. So the next thing we are going to do is in the duplicate graph editor tab you just created, go to List, then unselect the Auto Load Selected Objects option. This stops this duplicate graph editor from updating with any new control selections. Now when you go back to the first graph editor tab and select a different control, you will see the curve for this new control in this window, while the other window keeps the one you had selected originally. And that's it! This can save you tons of time when working with multiple curves and multiple controls. Thanks for watching, and make sure to give us a like and a follow for more content like this.
I'd never been in an animation studio. I never really even physically talked to an animator, and then all of a sudden, boom, I'm at Pixar, and there's all these legends walking in the hallways. I'm just like, oh my god, oh my god.
This is Santos. He's an animator, supervisor, instructor, TED talker, and two-time Pixar intern. He's bounced around many big studios in Canada and Europe and has recently landed at Disney Animation's newly opened Vancouver branch. We're excited to have the chance to hang out with him and hear his perspective on the feature animation industry.
Thinking about AI and all the different tools that are coming out nowadays.
A lot of 2D animators probably felt similarly about 3D animation, like, oh, you're gonna destroy the industry.
Do you feel like not having a degree has stood in your way at all?
My whole immigrant mindset was like, okay, well, I'm in America for one purpose. There's a lot of questioning if this is actually what I want. You get stretched very thin. I had a whole crisis of faith where I was like, am I really an artist? I just worry for the future of my salary.
Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're really lucky that you're around and you have time for this. I can't wait to pick your brain about your career so far.
Sweet.
You got the Pixar internship in 2017. And then again in 2018. Can you tell us a little bit about that experience and how it was to get the call twice?
Oh man, it was, I think the first time was crazy. Like getting any sort of traction in your career is very, very helpful. But then getting that, especially at the beginning, was just like, what? Especially because I've been kind of doing it by myself for so long, like 10 years. And then I was like, oh, I get this opportunity. Remember I was sitting in a field. And it's it sounds very romantic. I was sitting in a field and I was like, one day I just hope to get into Pixar. And then literally my phone buzzed and I was like, yeah! Screaming. I was on my university campus. I started running back to my dorm. I was running and screaming, yeah! People are looking at me and I'm like, I don't care. But yeah, it was crazy. And then I remember at the end of the internship, we had an exit interview thing. And I remember at the time, it was Coco that they're making. So in 2017, I remember being like, oh man, I really want to work on Coco. And when we got there, half the interns were told, hey, you're going to work on Coco. And half the interns said, you're going to work on the regular sort of internship training thing. But then I remember thinking, okay, I just need to get good enough to work in Coco. I just want to, I'm not good enough now, but I will get good enough. And during the exit interview, I expressed how I just really wanted to work in Coco, and I was really disappointed that I wasn't good enough. And then they're like, no, it wasn't that you're good enough. It was just that we wanted to make sure that you are cast to the best show that's going to help you grow. And I was like, oh, interesting. He's like, yeah, so if you want to come back next year, let's do it again, and if you can work on the show then. And I'm like, oh, okay. So it was actually before I left the first time that they were like, yeah, come on back. I think that was the year before me. It was the first, one of the interns from the year before me interned with me, and she was the first one, Hikari. She was the first one who I think was the first intern ever to return. And then in my second year was when I think 3 of us returned to the internship.
So when you went back, you were working straight on into the movie?
I think they were initially wanted me to come back and be a fixed animator on Toy Story 4, but then when I came back for the internship, they pushed the start date of the movie by 3 months. And I was like, dang it! Of the 3-month internship, it's like, so eventually I ended up working on a short film called Loop, which is like about 2 kids who are going around in a canoe. One of them is autistic, and one of them is neurotypical, and just kind of like that dynamic. And it was a really sweet story about just acceptance and learning and kind of like seeing the world through different lenses. And yeah, it was very fun. Just kind of like, it was my first experience very early on having to do like pre-production and having to test rigs. And it was my first time using a bad feature rig. And I was like, wait, what? What is this? And then just being like, oh, I have to tell them what to fix. Oh, I don't know. Could you make this smile better? And then, eventually we made the film, and it was fun. It was definitely, I learned so much, and I got to go on a research trip to canoe around the lake. I capsized a couple times for art,
Amazing.
So, that was fun.
Man, whatever happened to those research trips? I feel like we never do those anymore. Yeah.
It's too expensive.
Did it meet your expectations when you were over there? I know that you were working hard to get to that point.
Mm-hmm.
Did you feel like when you left that was what you were expecting?
I think in general in my life, I try to not have expectations. I think like I found, maybe it's because of early childhood trauma, I don't know. But I just try to like not expect anything because I don't want to get disappointed. But like whatever expectations that I did have, I felt like were exceeded. I think for me, just again, my sort of path was like, I'd never like been in an animation studio. I never really even like physically talked to an animator, maybe like a couple times in my life. And then all of a sudden, boom, I'm at Pixar. And there's like all these legends walking in the hallways. And I'm just like, oh my God, crazy experience. And that's actually where we met, like physically for the first time. Yeah. I remember just the feeling of, okay, I'm here. I'm about to buckle down. This is the time for me to just kind of like switch off everything else. And for me, like my whole immigrant mindset was like, okay, well, I'm in America for one purpose. Like on my visa, I'm here to be an intern. So like I stayed at the studio, I slept at the studio, I like did my laundry at the studio. And there were showers, and they made it really, really comfortable for you not to ever have to leave. And I'm like, there's cereal, there's showers, there's a gym, there's really comfortable offices, and I'm like, well, I don't have to leave. So the second time around when I went, like in 2018, that time I was a lot more like, I'm actually gonna experience life a little bit more. Like I'm actually just gonna kind of calm down and let myself see the surroundings. I made a lot more friends that time around. Like I went experience San Francisco a lot more, but I just felt like everything felt a lot more balanced, And I think I don't remember if I was leaving at 6, but I definitely was not staying until 3 a.m. the second time. So
which one do you feel was more successful?
For the way I define success, I think the second one was a lot more successful, just because I came in with a lot more confidence, and I want to kind of like, I didn't feel like, oh, I got this. I felt like, oh, I've done this before. I know kind of what to expect, and I know what they're expecting of me. Let me just kind of not stress the small things. And I think that's sort of the confidence that I was trying to come at it as well. Like after the first internship, I went to Sony and I did Hotel Transylvania 3. And then when I came back, it was when I did the second internship. So I kind of felt like, okay, well, I now have professional experience, and I'm going back to do an internship. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be, so like even when we're doing like the ball bounce assignment, I was like, bounce, no big deal.
I love that.
And the Luxo 7, I was like, okay, watch this, hot or whatever. But eventually, it just felt like there's a lot less pressure the second time around, and I feel like it was a lot of fun. And I think like the other part too was that I'm not 100% sure if I can say this or not, but I think the other part too is that they told me when I first got there that usually the internship goes that you do the internship, and then at the end of the internship, maybe a couple of the interns are told that they can stay for a project or whatever, they get kept longer. So that always happens like in the last couple of days of the internship or the last week or so. But in my case, they told me at the beginning of my second internship, like, hey, we want you to stay, and we're telling you this early because we want to start working on the visa process. And at the time, it was kind of tricky because I didn't have a degree, and I wasn't able to go back to school because I couldn't afford university anymore. So I was in this position where I had left Canada. I wasn't able to go back because I was also not Canadian, so I'm still not Canadian. I wasn't able to go back to Canada to study, and I wasn't able to stay in America because I couldn't work any longer. So by the end of the internship, I didn't have the qualifications to stay. I couldn't go back to Canada. So it was this limbo of like, oh, I can't make money because I don't have a job, and I can't get a job because I don't have a degree, and can't get a degree because I don't have the visa, and it was just this kind of like, nah.
Oh gosh.
So it was really like emotional time when I was leaving Pixar the second time, and it was very kind of like 3 months of like, let's try this. No. Okay, let's try this. No, let's try this. I remember talking to it's so bizarre being in that sort of world, because I remember talking to the lawyer at Pixar, and she was kind of like, yeah, so, if we're trying to get you this specific visa, but we have to, it was the O1 visa, like, but we have to make sure that you have like the qualifications. Do you have like an Academy Award or anything? And I'm like, do I have an Academy Award?
Were you like 19 at this point?
I was like 20, 21, and I'm like, what? Do I have an Academy? No, I don't have an Academy.
It's in the mail.
It's got lost in transit and the customs and the, But I was like, no, I don't have an Academy Award. I chuckled, and she was straight faced, and I'm like, oh, she's serious. No, I don't. I don't have one. So she's like, okay, well, yeah, it might be a bit tricky to get you a visa. And I'm like, oh, shoot, okay, all right, okay, I'll give me a few years. I'll come back with an Academy Award. But yeah, like leaving Pixar was so, it was so sort of like.
So is that the main reason why it was just like
the visa? Yeah, it definitely was, and I think that, I mean, that's what they told me, so I will take that. But yeah, it definitely was just timing at that time. But
I didn't actually realize that you didn't have a degree. That's a really interesting point to bring up, because there's a lot of people who are under the impression that they need a degree to get into animation or do any kind of stuff like that. Do you feel like not having a degree has stood in your way at all? Besides that Pixar moment, which I guess it did.
I think it stood in my way in that initial instance. Luckily, I have British citizenship, so I went back to the UK, and there's tons of work in London, so I didn't have to worry too much about that. Not having a degree has never stopped me from getting into the industry. The only thing that kind of having a degree has sort of been a detriment to me is when it comes to visa stuff. So, and it's something I've kind of talked to a lot of different people about, where it doesn't hinder you from progressing in the industry. However, it really, really does affect your mobility. And I think like as an artist, especially early on in your career, and for some people it kind of lasts their entire career, you move around a lot. Like I know someone who's been in London, California, Vancouver, Australia, New Zealand, and it's just like they're moving every year or so. And I'm like, I think they have a degree, so I think it's that helps them sort of do that mobility. But then at the end of the day, if you get enough experience and get enough sort of notoriety in the industry, then you can start. Then you can get visas a lot easier. From my understanding, the trickiest place to get a visa is the U.S. At least in my experience, it has been. But then Canada is a lot more forgiving about that kind of stuff. Like if you have a certificate or something, or if you like, I think Anim School works for certification. But yeah, like it's only been mobility so far.
Yeah, it hasn't affected you much because you've worked at Pixar, Sony, NBC, DNEG, Cinesite.
A lot of places.
A lot of places. And I'm not even mentioning the smaller ones that we're not as familiar with. Something popped up to me when I was looking at your history, and it was that you've been bouncing around quite a bit between studios. Is there something specific that you're searching for that you haven't necessarily found, or maybe found already at this latest gig? Or
when I started out at Pixar and then went to Sony, and I left Sony the first time because they didn't keep me, so that wasn't my choice. But then I remember being like, I'm never gonna have a studio not want to keep me anymore. And then when I went to the UK eventually, I kind of was just my initial thought leaving Pixar the second time was like, I want to go back to Pixar. That's my goal. That's all I care about. Pixar, you know. And then it wasn't until like I think 2 or so years after leaving that I was like, wait a second, there's so much world outside just that one studio. And like what I realized was it just felt very, very cool to me being able to just work with great people and being in great environments and work on cool projects, as opposed to just like trying to work on at this one place just because I've always wanted to work at that one place. And I think that for me in my personal experience, that felt very limiting to me, and I didn't want to be limited just by like, oh, I just want this one thing. I'm not going to let myself want anything else. But initially I was just searching for a way to get back to Pixar. And then after that, I kind of started coming back to a place of just like, you know what? I just want to find more comfort and happiness in the way. And I think like I worked in VFX for a little bit, and like I really enjoyed it. I met some great people, but I didn't really want to work in VFX. I wanted to work in feature. Went over to DNEG, worked in that feature, but that was a whole experience working there. And I was like, I have no shame or no ill will towards DNEG or anything, but I did not have the best experience there. And then when I left to go to Jellyfish, Jellyfish was just like such a dream to work at. Like it was just so like everyone there felt like they cared, you know, and like the CEO knew my name, and I could talk to him, and he was very, very comfortable. And like at the time, you know, my lead was a good friend of mine, so we just kind of like shot the shit all the time. It was kind of like, you know what, hey, here's notes, let's go to the bar. And it was very, you know, very just comfortable, and it just felt like, for all intents and purposes, it kind of felt like a paid vacation in a way, where I got to do animation. I got to do like what felt like animation tests, and like it was really complicated work that I was kind of given, but it was a lot of fun, and it just kind of felt like what you would imagine working in an animation studio should feel like. I'm just like, yeah, let's just like have fun and let's just like do stuff and all that. So, and then coming back to, I left Jellyfish because I was kind of wanting to move on from London in a sense. And at the time I was talking to AnimChallenge and Sony. I was AnimChallenge for I don't remember the name of the project, but then Sony for Spider-Verse 2. And then I came back for that, and that was again a whole other experience. But again, lessons you learn that make you a better person, in my opinion. So
there seems to be some juicy information in there that you've omitted.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm very open about, like, I feel like every place I've worked has kind of taught me something. And I feel like when I worked at MPC, that was a place where I was working at VFX, and it felt like animating with handcuffs, in the sense that they were like, oh, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do squash and stretch, you can't do this, you have to use reference. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So I have to learn to animate like this. Oh, this is kind of fun. That's cool. You know, and it felt like, okay, having to like figure that out felt like it was a lot of fun. And then I learned how to kind of, when you're given a small box, learning how to kind of like push up against the edge of the
make
box.
the most of it. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And then working at DNEG taught me, kind of like broke down the illusion of like, oh, the producer, oh, the director, it was kind of like, oh, no one knows what they're doing. I get it. Cool. So let's just, where everyone's just kind of like trying their best. And like that to me it kind of really, really hit home. That I was just like, obviously people are very professional and they knew what they're doing, but it felt very like we're all just trying to make this thing, and we have to pivot. We constantly have to pivot. Okay, we'll pivot, you know? And then Jellyfish kind of just taught me how to just swing and miss and then swing again, you know? And I feel like one of those things where I was giving shots that were very easy to me. I was giving shots that were the hardest in my career, you know, I've ever, not even just my career, hardest shot I've ever had to animate in general. And I remember very clearly, like, there's one shot that I did on Spirit at Jellyfish that was just like crazy. And when the director was launching it to me, he was like, yeah, so basically what's going to happen is that there's 3 horses and there's 3 people riding the horses, but then one of them doesn't know how to ride the horse. So like the horse is like, you know, the girl's like flipping on the back of the horse and spinning around, and the horse is like galloping backwards and bumping into the other horse. And I'm like, okay, cool. Went back to my desk and I was just like, all right, okay, how are we going to do this? And then I did my blocking, and then it was just like spheres and all that kind of stuff. And I showed it to my lead, and he's like, yeah, look, looks good, keep going. And I'm like, okay, are you sure? All right. And I started to put the real characters in there. And then as the real characters are in there, I'm starting to think like, oh shit, like, this is not good. I can't do this. This is not going to look good. So I go to my lead and I'm like, hey, this isn't, I can't do this, man. And he's like, no, you can. You're good. And I'm like, no. I don't think you realize I'm not capable of doing the shot. And he's like, nah, you're good. Just keep going. And I'm like, okay. Eventually, like, I splined it out and I got something that felt fine to me, and like I showed it to the directors, and the director was like, holy shit, you actually did it. And I was like, what? you launched me into something that you didn't think was possible. And he's like, yeah, well, good for you. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that felt really great, and that felt really kind of like, as long as you, that kind of taught me the lesson, just like, as long as you just plan enough, and as long as you just kind of, you know, use sense, like, something can kind of eventually look good eventually, you know. And I think like part of that too is just kind of really leaning on the people around me. Like I didn't animate 100% by myself. I made sure that like I got everyone's eyes and I got everyone's notes, and it wasn't just my lead and me. I made sure to kind of like spread that around and make it everyone's fault if it didn't turn out good.
Yeah, that's the main
Exactly.
thing.
It's culpability.
It wasn't just me, it's all of us.
Everyone fucked up. But that was a great lesson for me, and it was fun. And then Spider-Verse was just a lesson in patience. A lesson in just like the thing that kind of like gave me a lot of sort of like peace and calm was thinking like, oh yeah, well, the first one was worse. And I started talking to people that were on the first one. I'm like, yeah, but the first one was worse, right? And they're like, what? No, this is way worse. And I'm like, great. I mean, I heard all these horror stories about the first one, but this is, okay, that makes sense. Because I'm like, am I just really weak, or is this really hard? But like, again, it just like, it you know, it taught me a lot in just patience. And I think like,
could you outline what were like the hardest parts of it?
Of the project?
If you feel comfortable sharing
Yeah, I mean, for me, I left early. Like I was on a project for like 18 months, but I left early still, which I think was like the 6 month before the end. Mm-hmm. But what I found was really kind of difficult was just change. And that was the first time that I had dealt with change that much. Whereas it's like, I made a shot and then it goes on hold. And then I have to reanimate the shot slightly differently. Okay, and it goes on hold again, gets cut. Gets back in, reanimate it slightly differently. And then, you know, just kind of add. So all in all, I think I animated, I'm not even sure. I think I did maybe 30 seconds of footage or something, like 30 to a minute of footage. But over the course of a year and a half. So it was just like a really slow burn. And
but you animated that 30 seconds like 5 times.
Yes, exactly. It was like 30 seconds over and over and over. And like, it got to a point where there's a few shots that I was doing, and then like my lead at the time was like, oh, do you want to finish the shot? And I'm like, no, I'm so sorry. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to think about the same idea differently, you know? And then another animator animated it slightly differently, and then the director's like, yeah, that looks great. And I'm like, cool, maybe it was just me. And again, it was just like also not being so precious with my work. Like I'm not the best animator in the world, and I don't think I have the best, you know, I don't think I have the best sensibilities for everything. So like maybe a shot just wasn't for me, and like that's totally fine. Like I will definitely not be like, oh, it's because of other people, you know. But
that is such an important point. I'm sorry to stop you,
absolutely.
but like that's like something that I think we don't really necessarily realize when we first start out. Like I feel like you start out wanting to be the best, and you're like really pushing yourself, and you want to own every shot you get, and like, and you take like all those losses so personally when you have to, when a shot gets reassigned or something, or you're not necessarily hitting it out of the park every time. And that really affects your mental health as an artist, like in the long run. So learning to disassociate yourself a little bit from it and realizing you're a person that is also affected by your surroundings is really important.
Yeah, and I think like that on that same point of like, I definitely felt the first time I got a shot cut, I thought that it was because of me. And I'm like, oh man, they hated my shot. Why would they do that? But then like, it's not like filmmaking is never about you. It's about making, it should be about making the story the best it possibly can, you know? And like, it's very, very, very rarely personal, you know? Like there's very rare occasions that someone's going to be like, I don't like that person, and that's why I'm going to recast that shot.
If it is, you probably don't want to be in that project
exactly.
anyway.
You probably don't want to be at that studio. You don't want to be with that project. You know, they don't want to be working with those people, and that's not your. Again, that's also not your fault if someone else doesn't like you, unless you know you stink. But like, you know, I think it's important just to remember that it's not about you. Just let yourself feel what you need to feel. If you feel upset about it, feel upset. Feel upset for a few hours or feel upset for 10 minutes. Just feel upset and then move on. Don't harbor that resentment because it's going to get in the way of your work, you know? I think that's really, really important to kind of like not stifle your feelings, but also don't live there, you know? It's important to feel what you need to feel and just like move on. Yeah.
You've had a super successful career so far. You've gotten into that supervisor role super early in your career. How do you deal with those animators or coworkers that have more experience than you within your team? Like, how do you manage that?
I have a job to do.
Right.
And I'm like, please don't get in the way of me doing my job. And like, but at the same time, I'm also relatively young. And I think, like I started working when I was 19. I've been working for 7 years now. So like I'm 26 right now. And it's something that I earlier on in my career, I was very, very, very self-conscious of my age. And I never wanted anybody to know how old I was. And I was just like, I really want to make sure that I'm like, you know, people don't, if people find out how old I am, they're going to disrespect me and they're going to like, blah, blah. And there was a lot of situations that happened early on in my career where I remember the first time I went out to the bar with some of my coworkers, I ordered a cider and this one guy was like, oh, of course a young guy would order an apple juice. Oh, look at you a little bit. And I'm like, okay. Single tear. But I remember just like, again, this like carrying around that as like a, it felt like a mark on me. I'm like, oh, I don't want anyone to know how old I am because then they're not going to treat me as an equal, you know?
Yeah.
Eventually it got to a place where it's like, yeah, I'm 24. So what? Move on. Let's do our job, you know? So I kind of take that same attitude to this role that I have. Like there's, like I'm working with people that I have admired for like a decade, you know, and it's very, very, surreal, and it's very surreal to be giving those sort of people notes, and it's kind of like, you could do this if you want, I don't know, but like, you know, but at the same time, it's kind of like, no, I was hired into this position for a reason. I have to trust that. If I don't trust myself, I have to trust that, you know. If that person hired me, they must see something that if I don't feel I'm supposed to be in that position, at least they see something that I don't see. So I'm going to trust their eye more than I do mine, you know. At the same time, every artist has their own opinions, they have their own voice, they have their own perspective. I have my own perspective, I have my own voice, and I have my own opinion, and it's important that I kind of bring that to my job. No, my opinion is not best, their opinion is not best. I think our opinion together makes the best product, and I think that's kind of like what it's about for me. It's like, if you're gonna waste time in being like, oh, I have more experience than you, then like, cool. Do you want to get it out? Do you want a cookie? Like, what do you want? Like, let's move on past that and let's do our job, you know? Yeah. And I really think it's important just to not let things that are out of your control affect what is in front of us, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. You seem like such a confident person, like just the way that you like interact with others and the way you speak about your work. Did you ever like experience imposter syndrome?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I experience imposter syndrome on a daily basis. I think like I experience imposter syndrome when things are going well. I'm like kind of like everyone's clapping and I'm like
Waiting for the earthquake.
Exactly. Like when's the penny about to, when are they gonna realize that I'm not I'm actually just some kid who doesn't know what he's talking about. And I think like I had a really good talk with my Hoka where as I was stepping into this role, and like we as the supervisors at Disney, they kind of run their own rounds, and we, you know, artists show the work and we give notes. I remember very clearly the very first round session that we had, and I'm giving notes, and I'm just kind of like, do you know what I mean? If you, maybe you could, you know what I mean? You know, and then he kind of like took me to the side and he's like, fake it. And I'm like, oh, okay. And he's like, yeah, just, if you're not 100% confident with the note, just give it. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. And then you pivot after that. But don't be afraid. Like, just, I would love for you to work on speaking with more confidence. I'm like, okay, you know. So the amount of times that I've been like, yeah, let's lower the eyelids and it's gonna look a lot better. And it's kind of like, okay, cool. And they're like, does that make sense? They're like, yeah, it's a good note. And I'm like, next. But I definitely think, but there's also a lot of times where it's like, oh no, I do think this is gonna make it better because of the experience that I've had. Like, I've done XYZ sort of shot tons of times, and I think that, you know, that it's my opinion that like if we do this, it'll make the shot feel a lot sweeter or make the shot feel more appeal or whatever. I also think like it's important for me to like one of the other things that Malcolm Pierce, our creative director, said to me was like, it's important to lean into what you are strong at doing and then lean on others for what they are strong at doing. So we have an incredible supervising team at Disney, and I'm very, very lucky to be part of it. And like we have Graham Silva, who's an incredible draftsman. Like he draws like crazy. And Michaela Pfeiffer, she's amazing with modern mechanics, and she's really, really great at just kind of like finding a nice sort of the most simplified performance. And then Juan Acosta, he's great with technical stuff, and he's kind of like a master of all trades, and it's just really, really kind of great to be part of that. And for me, I just feel like, okay, well, what I feel I'm strongest at is this performance. What I feel like I'm strongest at is just like cleaning up a performance, cleaning up a piece of animation. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what I just kind of lean on a lot of the times. It's like, okay, well, I'm looking at a shot. Is this the cleanest way it can be? Is this the cleanest performance? Is this the cleanest whatever thing it can be? And this kind of continue to strengthen that. And then if I'm like, hey, I'm not sure if this appeal works. Hey, Graham, what do you think? Oh, I'm not sure if this mechanics works. Hey, Michaela, what do you think? Sort of thing, you know? So just kind of again, what I learned earlier on in my career, lean on the people around me, and that helps me look good, helps them look good, you know? I think that's all kind of what works, you know?
The hive mind of animation. I love that concept.
The team sport.
It comes up every time we speak to artists, and it's so important. It's not really, it's also something that when you start out, you don't necessarily realize that you don't have to be the superhero. You have a whole team with you.
Yes.
And yeah, you're just part of the...
Yeah. I think like another thing too that really, you know, that kind of results from, I did a lot of improv before, like I did a lot of improv in university. I did a lot of improv after as well. And that's kind of the thing, like improv is a team sport. And like, if one person shines, we all shine. Like it's one of the things that makes it look like a magic trick where you're like, well, you thought of that on the spot? And it's like, yeah, but no, they thought of that on the spot and made all of us look like we just like, you know, figured it out. And the thing is like, there's times where you need to be silent so one person can shine. And then like, hopefully later on, they'll do the same thing for you where like they'll lift you up and then you can have your moment of like, you get your nice one button and the show ends and you feel everyone feels great. But it's important to kind of like know when to be quiet and know when to speak up and know when your voice will help make the product the best. You know what I mean? I think like I take that same mentality into animation where it's like I want to make sure that my voice is being used the most effectively by not just trying to hear myself speak, but then speaking when it matters, if that makes sense. I think that's kind of the most important thing for me.
Yeah. During your TED Talk, you mentioned the concept of chronic unease. Basically, just after working really hard towards a goal, achieving that goal, and then what do you do after when you wake up and you're like, oh, it's done?
Yeah.
Is this your happily ever after being supervising at Disney, basically?
I'm 26. No. I think like I definitely, there's a lot of questioning if this is actually what I want, you know, and I think like it's important to question all the time, but I think in this particular instance, it's a thing of, I wake up every day and I ask myself, like, is animation really what I want to do? Luckily, the answer is yes every day. And like, but I want to continue asking that question. I want to continue like testing that, you know? And like, I love it. I love filmmaking. I love doing this. And I think it's like, I also want to continue asking myself, like, not only just is animation what I want to do today, is animation what I want to do tomorrow? And like, the more I'm progressing in my career, the more I'm kind of like, the answer is sort of refining a little bit more. It's kind of come to a place where I'm thinking, what is it about animation that really, really kind of sticks with me? What is it about this thing? And for me, it's a thing of, I really enjoy telling stories. I really enjoy portraying different life experiences. And I really enjoy kind of being part of this team that creates a product that kind of like has a message sometimes not, you know. Once I've kind of figured that out, like that's what I'm actually striving for, that makes animation feel like a vehicle for that. I'm like, okay, well, this is where it is now, and like what's next for me, I don't know, let's see, like, but I want to continue keeping that door open, you know. Like the first time I felt that was when I got into the internship, because I'm a planner. Like I love making plans. I love making schedules, spreadsheets, all that kind of stuff. So when I was in university, or when I was getting into university, I like set out a spreadsheet to be able to intern at Pixar by 30. And I'm like, okay, cool. If I do this this year, I'm going to do this. I learn how to do this, and I talk to this person, go to this conference, blah, 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 you know. And then boom, 19, it happened, and I was like, okay, cool. Next thing, I want to be able to be supervisor by 30. Okay, cool. So by the time I do this, I'll go to work here. Blah, 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 blah. 25, that happened, and I'm like, okay, what's you know what I mean? So I think like what I've kind of experienced is an incredible amount of luck, an incredible amount of like very, very helpful timing in my career, but also it's just kind of like, okay, well, I want to continue kind of making these goals, making these plans, but then seeing how, it's not even about like how early I can do it, it's just how effective I can do it. And I think like what I'm learning more of is just kind of not rushing anything, letting yourself be in moments, you know, and letting yourself kind of maintain. And I think for me, like as I was getting into this year, my 1 year, like I like to have a word for the year that I kind of like to focus on. The word for this year was maintain. And I'm just like, look, I just want to make sure that there's a lot of great stuff that's happened in my career. There's a lot of great stuff that's happened in my life. I just want to maintain it. I don't want to lose any of this shit. Like it feels really good. And I just want to feel like, it felt like, okay, I've climbed really high, really quickly. I'm on this tower. Let me kind of build my foundation up to this level and then start building on top of that again. I think like as I'm moving into the next year and the next couple of years in this decade, I really am trying to think like, okay, how do I continue to push? How do I continue to?
It sounds like that chronic unease that you mentioned is actually kind of pushing you forward a little bit every time.
Definitely, yeah, definitely. Because I think like you get bored otherwise, and if you had told 13-year-old Ari you would be bored you would ever be bored as a supervisor at Disney, I'd be like, you are on meth. What are you talking about? No, me, I would just, if I could just smell and see the studios, I'd be happy. But your normal changes over time, and it's important to kind of change with it. And I think like if you feel like, and this is just my personal opinion, if you feel like you've reached a place that you are happy, great, keep on to that. If that is your nirvana, if that is your goal, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that there's, I think that the other side of that's like a mistake is thinking that I have to keep on striving for something. You don't have to. If you want to, great, you know. If you feel uncomfortable in your position, keep striving. If you feel comfortable, why change a good thing? Like, why get rid of something that like is working for you, you know? Mm-hmm. So I'm just trying to find that like, okay, I can rest. But knowing my personality, I'm not.
Yeah, no. You're going to get itchy anytime
exactly,
soon.
Exactly.
The concept of having a word per year to focus on is really interesting. I never heard that before.
Yeah. It's like my version of a
resolution.
Resolution, yeah.
It's much more sustainable, I guess, too, because I don't know.
Yeah, resolutions are done in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
The average. Yeah.
Yeah. I have a few questions in front of me from our Agora community that I want to bring up with you.
Sure.
Let's start off with this one. How has your day-to-day life changed since you went from being an animator, just a regular animator, to a lead or supervisor?
Oh, first of all, I don't animate.
Yeah.
I don't animate nearly as much. I was doing a demo for a walk cycle the other day, and I was like, oh, it feels so good to do something. Yeah, like my day-to-day. So I'm also the crowd's animation supervisor. On the project we're working on, and the position is just very, very kind of you get stretched very thin as in this position. And for a nice piece of insight, if you look on Google Calendars, it has like insights and analytics and stuff. And apparently, I'm averaging 39.8 hours of meetings in a 40-hour week.
Oh,
and I'm
God.
like, cool. That sounds sustainable. But yeah, my day-to-day is kind of playing whack-a-mole. I'm just kind of like, okay, there's a fire, pop, 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 pop. Okay, and then like once they're not popping up anymore, I sit down. Oh, wait, no, pop, 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 you know? So yeah, there's a lot of, my job kind of has become like mentor, teacher, cheerleader, support, you know, all that kind of stuff. And it's having kind of switch caps sometimes. And I love it. I love being able to kind of do each of these different things. But I feel like I had all these perceptions and ideas of what I would want to be as a lead, and it's kind of like, okay, yeah, I'm going to be that kind of lead that just is always there, always available, always just kind of listening and wants to just ask you your opinion. And I still try to maintain a lot of that, but there's a lot of times where you're just like, dude, we just need to get stuff done. And like, I don't have time to ask your opinion. I'm sorry. I want you to do this, and I need you to do this. Thank you. Shut up. Okay, cool. You know, but yeah. It's I cannot wait to animate for 8 hours a day again.
I was gonna say, do you worry that you'll get rusty, or have you?
Oh, 100%. I'm actively starting to do stuff outside of work now, just because I'm like, I don't have time at work to do it, and I'm scared of losing my abilities. And I think like, I heard this one case of James Baxter when he was souping at Disney. He told everyone that like, for 2 hours every day, I'm not going to be with anybody. I'm not going to be in any meetings. I'm going to be animating. Otherwise, I'm not going to be James Baxter anymore, you know? So that kind of has stuck with me. And I feel like, okay, well, I've been doing this job for over a year now. I'm like, okay, cool. I need to make sure that I'm not getting rusty. At the end of the day, like I was animating for 6 years before I became a lead. And that's not, in grand scheme of things, that's not that much time. So I'm like, okay, I need to make sure that I'm not, I mean, professionally, that is, I need to make sure that I'm not losing my skills. So I'm like, okay, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to do stuff at home. Also, when I do stuff at home, there's no schedule, there's no deadline, but at the same time, there's also no director, there's no, outside feedback. So I get to actually feel like an artist as opposed to, someone who's making this corporate stuff, if that makes sense.
You've actually been pretty active outside of work, even when you were employed. I think, if I remember correctly, I always remember seeing your little animation tests come up in LinkedIn or Vimeo.
Yeah.
That were really great, by the way.
Thank you.
How did you balance that time? Like you were. It sounds like you were really hardworking when you were working in each studio. You're really putting it in your all, and then you were going home, and then you were animating again.
I think I definitely wasn't doing that all the time. And I think the way it felt for me was that I have like a bank of energy for animating at work. And when you're animating at work, it's what it's like. It's you have to do the whole dance, and like you do your blocking, then you show the lead, and you show the soup, and you show the director, and you get your notes, and you just kind of do that dance. Whereas when you're at home, it felt, I remember the feeling of being like, oh, I really don't want to animate more when I get home. But then I start animating, and all of a sudden it's like this whole nother reserve of energy just unlocks. And I'm just like, whoa. yo, I can do this. And, oh, that's so funny. Oh,
There's like a hump, right?
Exactly.
Like there's a hump that you have to get through to
yeah.
Get, yeah.
It's like, it feels, I often kind of equate it to like, it feels like getting up to going to the gym in the morning. Like when you wake up, you're like, I don't really want to go to the gym. Like, I don't want to exercise right now. I want to sleep. But then you get there and you do the workout and you finish. And you're like, oh, wow, I feel like energized. I want to like continue, you know? And that's what it kind of feels like animating at home for me, where it's just like, I don't want to do it all the time. However, when I do it, it feels so, I feel like an artist. And I think like there's a lot of, I had a whole crisis of faith where I was like, am I really an artist? I don't really know, because I kind of think of the job as I'm a professional artist, but there's two sides of it. There's a professional, there's an artist part of it, you know. But I feel like the professional kind of swallows up the artist part when you're working a lot, because again, you're creating a product, and it doesn't really feel like oh, I just had a feeling and I just followed my heart and just created this piece of, you know. And when I started doing more shots outside of work, I was kind of like, oh, I feel like I'm creating something that's mine. Like this isn't, you know, for my reel. It's not for anything else. It's just because I want to do it, you know. And even I found the same thing, like even when I was, you know, before getting into the industry, creating shots for my reel, it was for my reel. It wasn't for me, you know. And I kind of hated that. And like what I realized at the end of the day, this is the thing, is like when I got into the internship, it was with the shots that I kind of thought, you know what, I don't really want to animate my body mechanics piece, my acting piece, blah, blah, blah. I just want to animate stuff that I just want to see. I want to animate shots that I like to see. So I animated a couple of shots that I just wanted to do without thinking like, oh, these are going to go on my reel. And those were what they said, that those are the shots that they actually kind of like attached to, because they're like, whoa, there's soul in there. This feels different. This feels like not someone trying to do something for something. It's just art, you know. And I want to get back to that. I want to get back to creating art, you know. And I think that's kind of the way I see animating outside of work. But I also am trying to do less animation. I'm trying to draw more. I'm trying to just trying to create other types of things and play more music and all that kind of stuff. So yeah.
What differences do you see in animation education when you started out versus now?
Animation education in terms of...
Yeah, as in like the resources that you had available to you when you started learning animation versus what is available now.
Dude, Agora, first of all. Not that I have any, you know, but like, no, there's, I feel like, yes, there's a lot more resources when I started learning animation. There's a lot more resources then than there was, you know, 10 years prior. Obviously, that's just the way that the world works. But it felt very kind of, in a sense, unfair. It felt like as soon as I got my first job in the industry, boom, everyone started posting free like tutorials and like all these breakdowns. I'm like, dude, where was this when I was like searching and scratching and going to the library and like reading books and like, oh, that's useless. You know what I mean? I'm just kind of like, it feels like I was right at the end of a generation, and then a new generation is like right after me, that like has all these resources, and they're going to be able to create all these different things that I, you know, hopefully will be able to tap into. But yeah, the resources are different. There's a lot more animation schools now, and it's very cool to be able to see how many resources are available. However, my opinion is that it's now getting a bit saturated, and I think that a lot of people are starting to kind of feel like, oh, there's animation is a lot of people starting to feel like, oh, I want to be an animator because it sounds cool to be an animator. But then a lot of people not realizing how much you kind of have to give up. Like,
there's also a lot of like, there's also a lot of YouTube videos that start out with like a title of like, you know, how to be an animator in like a professional animator in 30 days, or like,
it's like, like, sure.
All right.
You do that. But yeah, I think there's too many schools now, to be very honest. And I think, it's to be very, like, I also teach animation, and like I tell all my students kind of like, I'm very blunt with them, like, hey, listen, there's a limited amount of jobs, and like if you want to work at Pixar, great. If you want to work at Disney, great. However, it's very very unlikely that, you know, that'll happen. Just to kind of temper your expectations. unlikely does not mean impossible. So strive for it if you really want it. But here's my story of what I had to do to get there. I'm not saying you have to do the same thing, but at the same time, like, you need to understand there's a lot that goes into this, and a long time. You know, you can't just, a lot of schools are like, oh, we'll just do it in 2 years, or we'll do it in a year. And it's kind of like, well, no, you can learn Maya in a year, but then what happens after that? You still have to be able to, you know, get good at the thing. And I'm still trying to get good, you know? So I think there's a lot of resources, which is great. However, the market is so saturated right now. And I think that what does worry me is that it's going to cheapen the job, in the sense that, like, oh, well, I'll just get the student to do it for half the price or whatever. And it's kind of like, cool. Can a student do it at the same quality, at the same amount of time? Sure, maybe not, you know. But I just worry for the future of my salary. To be very blunt about it.
Yeah, for sure. What advice would you give your teenage self?
Chill out. Just relax. Like, it's not that big of a deal. What is not that big of a deal? Literally anything. Like, it's just, I think it's important just to, like, not be so just uptight. I think, like, it's really important to just let yourself make mistakes. And if you make a mistake, great. What did you learn? You know, and I think that just not being so precious about everything. However, that kid became the person that is me today.
I was just gonna say, like, do you feel like that uptightness and that pressure made you what you are today?
I do think so, and that's a tricky thing, because, like, I wouldn't change anything about my past, because I wouldn't be who I am today. You know what I mean? In any capacity, like, not even career-wise. I have grown to like the person I am today, and I think I like the person I am today because of all the mistakes I made, and because, like, of the contrast of who I was before and who I am today. You know, and I think, like, I prefer my mindset now than I did when I was a teenager. I prefer my mindset now than I did when I was when I was earlier on in my 20s. And I think that I hope to look back at myself now and still say, like, oh, he was so uptight, you know. And I think that I always like to think about what would 36-year-old Ari say about 26-year-old, and I'm like, first of all, I don't fucking know. Second of all, I'm just kind of like, I hope he would think that I was setting him up well. I hope he would think that, like, oh, well, we were heading the right direction. He made a lot of mistakes, but, like, that's okay. It's just, like, it happens, and just continue to relax a little bit more. And I want to continue just relaxing more. I want to continue just not fretting the small stuff. You know?
Do you feel like you missed out on anything in your childhood for being so?
Yeah, I do think so. I think, like, especially in university too, like, I did a lot, and I'm very, very grateful for the friends that I had, that they were very, you know, accommodating. But, like, for all intents and purposes, like, I would do my classes, because in university I studied math instead of, like, I studied math and computer science instead of animation, and I would do my classes, do my homework, and then come home and just, like, animate till, like, 2 a.m. and, like, my poor roommate would, with the glare of the screen. Oh, but I was just like, I think I missed out on kind of maybe friendships and relationships that I could have had in terms of, like, you know, just people I would have known. But at the same time, like, I am where I am today because of that, if that makes sense. But at the same time, it's like a lot of the stuff that I was doing was pretty toxic, and, like, the way the mindset I had about, like, I don't care about anything, I don't care about anybody, all I care about is animation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
However, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't change anything about the past, and I think that, like, a lot of those lessons I've kind of learned over time, and I think you grow as well. Like, you know, I was a kid, and then I'm no longer a kid, and, like, kids do what kids do. They get obsessed with stuff, and they just care about it a lot. I just happen to care about animation, and that's what, like, made me want to do it all the time, you know. But yeah, I don't know. I think there was stuff I missed out on, but I don't know if I would change any of it, if that makes sense. Yeah.
I guess you touched on this question a little bit earlier when you mentioned that you were a little bit cautious about like how much animation education is out there now. But the question is, our industry is at a crossroads. What would be the ideal outcome? And we can interpret this one tech-wise too, like thinking about AI and all the different tools that are coming out nowadays. Do you feel like cautious in the same way about those things taking away opportunities?
So my perspective on it is that yes, AI is going to take away jobs. Good, let it take away jobs, but it's also going to create more jobs as well. And I think that like my perspective on it is just, again, let's not be scared about this because it's happening. It's going to happen. We don't have a choice. It's going to happen. How can we do this? How can we be part of the people making sure that it's done responsibly? You know what I mean? And I think it's very, very important that like, yes, we should say no to theft. And like, I'm not at all, no part of me is supporting the art theft that's happening within the AI generated stuff.
Yeah.
However, there's a lot of stuff that's not just, you know, making Mid-Journey pictures, you know, and I think like it's really important for us to kind of find ways to be able to utilize that as effectively as possible and make it part of our workflow, make it part of our, you know, our systems, make it part of our, like, how are we going to be able to, make sure that we're riding that wave? And I think that we're entering a similar, it's not exactly the same because it's not completely changing the medium, but I feel like we're entering a similar thing where a lot of 2D animators probably felt similarly about 3D animation, like, oh, you're going to destroy an industry. And it did at the end of the day, but it also created an entire other industry, you know? My thing right now, the thing I'm trying to like be vigilant of is this, what industries is AI creating and how can we make sure that we're being at the forefront, utilizing it as effectively as possible, making sure that we're in the room when people who have no idea what they're talking about are just saying, oh, maybe we should do it this way. And you can be like, no, that's not how it's supposed to be done. Let's do it this way. And I think that we're at a crossroads, but yeah, we have been at a crossroads before. We will be at a crossroads again. It's okay. Let's figure out how we can be part of this change in a responsible way, if that makes sense. So
a more personal one. Do you feel pride in your work?
I do.
Do you now? Do you?
I don't know. It's tricky. I love what I do, but I don't always love what I'm doing, if that makes sense. And I think that like someone the other day just asked like, oh, how have you watched all the movies you've worked on? And I'm like, no. I'm interested in maybe 2 of the movies that I've worked on. But yeah, it's kind of, I mean, that's kind of it. It's just like, it's not, I don't always create, this is part of that whole like, am I an artist? Because like you create stuff that you don't watch and you animate stuff, like the shots that I animated and I've never watched it since I've animated it because like, I didn't care about it when I was animating. I didn't, you know what I mean? So it's a tricky question. I do take pride. Often I often take pride in what I do after it's being done. And it's like, oh, well, I put a lot of work into that project and I'm happy to see that people are connecting with it. And I think that when I see people connecting is when it really kind of like fills me up with pride. Like, yeah, I guess I was part of something that did something. And I think that it was just really interesting experience working on Spider-Verse because it was so like, it felt very, very honest. Like it felt a lot like, you know, the artist wasn't 100% respected in a lot of situations with the work that they're creating. And I didn't really feel like they were kind of respected. And I think that as we finished the project and we saw it get released, there's a lot of part of me that was kind of like, when I was sitting in the theater at first, I was like, what is this piece of shit? You know? Yeah. And like I wanted it. There's a part of me, even though I spent so long in it and I put so many hours and pain and all that kind of stuff in it, there's a part of me that wanted it to be bad, you know? And then I watched it and I was like, it's so good.
Shit, I love it.
I love it. Oh, I hate that I love it. But what was great about it was like, I had that experience. I enjoyed the project. I enjoyed the product. And I felt like I could close that book in my life. I'm like, okay, well, it wasn't even a chapter. It felt like, okay, cool. That is that book done. You know, that is a Spider-Verse book. And then seeing the way that the world, that helped me kind of be a little bit more objective about the way that people were seeing it. I'm like, as people were reacting to it, and be like, oh, wow, this is this, and it's changing this, and it's making blah, 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 blah. I was kind of like, oh, I guess it is a good, oh, okay. I was really happy to be part of it, you know? But even like having some distance from it now, thinking objectively about the experiences I was having, I'm having, you know, similar experiences in where I'm working now in terms of just like change, and like that is just part of the process of filmmaking. And I think that like the difference is just like the transparency of the change. I think like when you get I'm kind of going off track now, but when you get sort of told, oh, something is changing, but you don't get told why, it really kind of sticks and really kind of stings, because you're like, oh, I'm doing this change, I don't know why I'm doing this change, but you know. But then like where I'm working now, there's a lot of visibility for that. It's like, oh, well, this change is happening. Why? Oh, because we're trying to make this story beat work better. Oh, okay, I can do that for you, you know. So I think like it's a lot easier to take pride in the work I'm doing today than the work I've done previously, just because I feel a lot more connected to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Do you think that there's like a theme here where like, so Spider-Verse was, you know, not super great for the artist. It was, you know, a lot of work, a lot of hours. But the movies turned out amazing. Do you think there was a way that they could have made the experience better for you and not hinder the quality of the movie?
I think storyboarding the film a lot more thoroughly would have been really helpful, because there's a lot of situations where it's just like, you know, it hadn't been figured out, and then it was kind of on Anon to be like, okay, well, just make something cool. And it's kind of like, okay, well, what does that mean? What's happening in the scene? What's happened before? I also think working at Sony Pictures Imageworks is technically a vendor of Sony Pictures Animation. So there's not 100% transparency in terms of like, you can't read the script whenever you want. You can't, you know, you don't get to see all the changes that are happening. And so that kind of, you feel like a vendor when you're working in that sort of project, and you're feeling like a vendor. If it kind of sucks, because you're kind of like, well, this is a really important change, let's like figure out why. Let's like find out how we can like be part of the process. And I think that when you work with 900 incredible artists, everybody has opinions, and everyone can and should share their opinions. I think the one director opinion should matter the most, and I think that's the most important thing. But it's important to kind of like not just silo off half of the artists who are actually making what's going to be shown on screen, and it's kind of like, oh well, we're only going to focus on just a few voices in the room. I think I personally think that this sort of filmmaking is a team sport, and I think that we should lean into that a little bit more in general as an industry. But yeah, I think all in all, I think storyboarding the film a lot more thoroughly, and kind of in general knowing what we're gonna do would definitely help. But I know things change, the story changes, and once you start seeing it on screen, everything changes. But that's okay. Let's at least know how the movie ends before we start making it. So yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a double-edged sword. Like to have I have worked on films where they are so married to the storyboards or the previs that you have very little creative input in it, and you're just kind of just doing what is already there. You're just making it look pretty. So I guess Spider-Verse is one of those where you kind of had to give your all to every shot, and that sounds like it would be exhausting if you have to redo it 10 times over. Yeah, there's some animators on Spider-Verse that they would do these tests. I'm telling you, just like I hope one day these tests get to be seen by the world, just because it's like, I remember the feeling of starting at Sony, and then as they were creating these tests, just being like, wait, this is the best animation I've ever seen in my life.
are we seeing this? Like, how is no one like freaking? This is amazing, you know? And it was just like, it was just so unreal just to be kind of like, to have my name next to those people. And it's just kind of like, what? These artists that like are so underground and they're not on the internet, but they just create the most amazing stuff you'll see. And it's very, very inspiring. And I think like, you have that, use it. You know what I mean? Like they have different types of abilities, like use their abilities a little bit more, in my opinion. But
yeah, this is something that we mentioned before we started recording about specific type of animators that we refer to as silent killers, who like don't have a lot of a voice online. They don't really speak up very often, but they're incredible at what they do.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's important for people to speak up, and like for people who are, you know, to have a more of an online presence? Does that affect you and your career?
It definitely can affect you in your career, and whether or not it should, that's a whole other conversation. However, I firmly believe that like it's important to be vigilant of the people that are around you. And I think like you don't need to be online to be able to be successful in animation. You don't need to have a presence. It helps, definitely. I think like it can help, and it can help you with negotiation, notoriety, and all that kind of stuff. But look around you, see the people that are around you, and make sure that you're speaking up for them, and make sure that they get the opportunities that maybe they're super shy. And it's not on someone to change their personality in order to work in an industry. And I think that I luckily have a more outgoing personality than a lot of shyer people. And something I'm very, very passionate about is like making sure that I'm noticing those shy people, seeing their work, complimenting their work too, going up to them like, hey, I saw what you did, it's great, you know. And I not necessarily, I hope I'm not making them feel uncomfortable, but I often try to like ask their opinion, and I don't want to just give you a note. I want to be like, hey, what do you think about your shot? Like, do you like it? You know. And a lot of people, a lot of times will be like, what do you mean? I don't, it's, I don't know. I think it's, do you like it? And I'm like, I like it, but do you? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Let's just, let's move on past that. But I think it's important to like notice those silent killers in your back pocket, especially if you're in leadership. Like, look around you, notice the people that are, that you have at your disposal, and use them, you know. It's a waste of talent otherwise, and it's a waste of time, because you could have saved that time otherwise. Yeah.
Which has been your favorite city to work at or live in so far?
I mean, it's interesting because I feel like each city I've lived in kind of fit that point in my life. Like I feel when I was in London, I was like my early 20s, and it was very just kind of like, yeah, let's like, there's like so much stuff happening all the time, and life just kind of finds you. And I really, it feels very kind of just, it felt very fun. And I think like an example of what it would be like is one day I went to go watch a play, and like after the play, it was a really good play, and I was walking through the streets, and all of a sudden I stumbled upon an opera that's just like in the middle of a square, and I'm like, what? And like I sit there and watch the opera, and I'm like, this is so cool. And I start walking on, and there's like people just breakdancing, and I'm like, God, this is so like, what is this place, you know? And it just felt very alive, and it felt like kind of life just comes at you, you know? And I feel like moving here, it's a lot like, you know, Vancouver's a lot slower. It's a lot kind of more chill. People go hiking every weekend, and it's just very like, you have to go out and find life. But I feel like there's still lots of stuff happening. You just kind of have to find it. And I think that like as I'm in this stage of my life where I'm like, okay, I really need to be a lot more intentional about stuff. I feel like I can't just kind of like, I was intentional a lot about my career, but then now I have to be intentional about the rest of my life too, where it's like, okay, well, I want to make sure that like the friendships that I have, I really want to maintain them. I want to make sure that I'm not just kind of, I'm not in a place anymore where I'm just moving all the time. So friendships for me, like if I want to have friends, I have to kind of put the effort in. It's not just going to happen. You know, I think like Vancouver's lifestyle kind of fits what I am now, where I need to just kind of put a lot more effort into being, if that makes sense. I think, yeah. But my favorite place, I think, I mean, London was amazing. I loved living in London. It just felt so fresh. all the time, and it felt so exciting and surprising and like inspiring. And I think like the other part too is living in a place that is very historical. Like there's cobblestone streets and like a building that, you know, they remember this one time I was in a pub in London and it was like, oh, established in 16 blah blah blah, and I'm like, this pub is older than Canada. Like that's the institution of Canada. I'm like, that is bizarre. And like the people that founded this, like people that built this building have been long gone, but like it's so cool to kind of just feel the kind of, it feels weird to say, but if like feel the ghosts around you, and it feels very sort of like not all. I kind of started feeling this way of like not all ghosts are bad. Like, you know, everybody dies, so and not everybody's a creepy stalker.
I like to think of it as energy more than
exactly,
ghosts.
exactly. There's like such great energy around you. Yeah. So yeah, I think it was a lot of fun. But I'm really Vancouver. I'm now about to have lived in Vancouver for the same amount of time that I've lived in London. And it's starting to kind of grow on me just now, and I'm feeling like it's as I have reasons to stay, it really helps kind of make me feel a lot more comfortable here, if that makes sense.
Do they still have paid overtime in London?
I think they have paid overtime at DNEG after a big old kerfuffle. But no, because everyone is on salary. So it's like, well, you get paid for the amount of work you put in a year, whether it's 40 hours a week or 80 hours a week. That's not really very concerning. Yeah. So not ideal, but yeah, you get they have something called time off in lieu or toil as instead of overtime. So like some companies say like, okay, well, if you're gonna work on the weekend, then that's like if you worked one day on the weekend, then that's one day added to your holiday. So I remember this one time I worked a bunch of toil at this, I think it was at Jellyfish at the beginning, and then for the last 6 months of the project I just took off every Friday for 6 months, and it was amazing.
I did the same thing. I did the same thing at Rodeo FX. They did the same thing at the time, and I also took off every Friday, and it was great. I felt amazing.
And it's crazy because like, I'm not saying this in any sort of braggy way, but I was the highest performer on the team working 4 days a week, and I'm like, that works. You know, if you just have a lot clearer mind, you can do things a lot quicker. And I think like that really is it at the end of the day. Like a lot of animation is sitting thinking about what it is that you're trying to do, you know, and like I think if you have a much clearer mind, you can do the work a lot quicker, you know. Doesn't matter how fast you click, doesn't matter how many tools you have. If you don't know what you want to do, you're not going to do anything, you know. So I think having more time to kind of connect with the world around you and just kind of be a lot freer allowed me to kind of approach my work with a lot more sort of ease, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for stopping by and talking with us today.
Thank you for having me. It was such a pleasure. You guys are fun.
Oh.
Thanks for staying with me. I know we have our issues.
My first tip is that you should pay attention to the audio. A lot of people, when they are already polishing their animation and they render it out and it looks gorgeous, they still have an audio that is choppy. So I really like that you chopped it and that you cut it to give yourself more time to animate and all of that. I think that is great. But whoever is watching this is gonna probably wonder, oh, it doesn't have audio at the beginning. Oh wait, oh, I've heard, then I don't hear something. So you may want to play with that in Adobe Audition or some other software that allows you to really regulate those kind of like quiet moments and when the line starts.
For a lot of budding animation artists out there, you may be finishing or have just finished your studies and about to get out into the big world with your demo reel in hand and take the animation industry by storm. Now, you may be a little unsure about the path that lays ahead of you. If so, we are here with some tips from our previous guests from the industry to help make your transition into a professional career a little bit smoother. Stick around to the end when we are going to share with you quite possibly the best piece of advice we've ever received on getting a job in the industry. But first, let's put things into perspective. During one of our Q&A sessions, we were asked for some tips for fresh graduates. This is what David Hubert, CEO of Agora Studio, had to say.
The first thing that is coming to mind is maybe to try to figure out where you hope to land in the industry. If you aspire to work on video game, you're open to the rest, but you would really like to work in video game, then maybe starting to learn Unreal would be a good idea, because then you can animate, integrate in Unreal, have a little piece of this in your demo. By the way, technical animators are almost impossible to find on the market these days. It's pretty insane. So as you're working on different, classic locomotion that you have in game, you also learn Unreal, and you show that you're able to animate, integrate, and manipulate your own animation in Unreal. I mean, spending just a few weeks on that would bring huge value to your showreel. You would aspire to work on short film or animated feature, then I would probably advise to continue to work on different acting pieces, long shot, mainly with body animation, facial close-up, a lot of different, very short but different animation that would show different skills that you are developing. VFX, it might not be a bad idea to learn about creature animation and a bit of motion capture as well. So, you're going to get out of school. You're not going to be hired the next day. You're going either to have a job just to pay the bill and continue to work on your showreel, or just be home and work full-time to continue to work on your showreel. The idea is, because your showreel is by and large what is going to get you into the industry. So the idea is, what do you put in that showreel to give you more chances to be hired? To me, that would depend of where you hope to land in the industry for your first job.
David isn't the only person on our live streams to suggest catering your demo reel to the studio you want to work for. Samantha Youssef, a Canadian-born animator, is the founder of Studio Technique, an artistic training studio dedicated to the artistic development of professional and amateur artists. Samantha has been in the industry for the last couple of decades, having spent a lot of her career working at Disney. Samantha has met many people fresh out of school and shared with us this piece of advice.
What advice would you have for students getting out of school?
That's a hard one. I would say, to what we were saying before, keep it more professional. Research studios. I mentor a lot of students that end up feeling like it's because we're encouraged to. I get that the message is out there, but don't just make it about like, if my artwork is so fabulous in my way, any studio would just want to hire me. A studio is still looking for, yes, a unique voice, and yes, a great portfolio, but also that you can work on their films and maintain their brand. So I would just say that, look at where you're applying and make sure that your artwork, your animation, like it suits the studio, but still keeping your voice, but keeping that in mind. It's still a job. So
it suits the studio, but it also suits you. Like, make sure it's a good fit both ways.
Yes. Right? Yeah. Both ways. Totally both ways. I just see a lot of students that it's more about, they think that if they're the best, then they get in, but there's a little bit of that too. So don't take it like it's not, it's also like, you could have an amazing demo reel and it could be flawless, but it might not be what that studio is looking for. So it's not a personal thing. It's just that you have to know that they are looking for a certain thing too.
Now you know that you may still have some work to put in and to cater your reel to the field of animation you're most interested in. So let's talk about that first job. Do you want to work for Disney, Sony, Ubisoft, ILM, WB Games? Yes, the big leagues are pretty appealing. However, let's hear from Lana Bakinski, lead animator at Riot Games. When Lana was a guest on our Conversation With stream, she was asked what advice she had for graduates. Now, even though Lana is a games animator, the advice she had can be applied to any field in our industry.
I was really fortunate in my path, very fortunate to land the job at Blizzard when I did. So I guess there's two things. One, jobs are luck, like a huge amount of luck. My first job was not sure, I had the skills to get to an interview. I had a reel that was solid, but they told me at the end of my interview that I only got that job because they were told a bad joke to the other person that they interviewed, and they were way too embarrassed, so they hired me instead.
That is the most random thing I've ever heard in my life. It's even more funny that they told you this.
And I'm like so happy they told me that, because I mean, I don't think there would have been a world that I was like, I'm so great, I got this job at Blizzard in the past. But
that's awesome.
No, the level of humble is like, I know I got that job out of luck, and being able to provide that insight to people is like, I was prepared. I had the stuff, I got to a certain point, but rejection can just be bad luck. I think there's a period of time between school and getting a job that you might see a bunch of people that you went to school with getting jobs, and it can start feeling really disheartening.
Totally.
And it could just be like the places you're applying are not ready for you yet. But also the people that you see getting jobs can help you get a job. Don't be disheartened. Just be patient. My other piece of advice is that, again, I'm very fortunate to land this job at Blizzard, but there are so many jobs for animation that are not big name studios that are going to give you incredible experience, that are going to level you up in a way that you did not think was possible. And especially if you're going into games, maybe your animation skill specifically is not the thing that's getting leveled up the fastest, but you realize, oh, I actually have all these other supplemental skills that I get to flex. And I'm a hugely valuable part of this team. And I see how to apply these other things now because I've worked in this space, so that when applying to other jobs where I can start leveling up this animation skill, I'm T-shaped, as they say, you know, one really strong skill and a couple other supplementary ones. Like, you have so much value, and big studios are not the only place who will value you. So applying only at AAA I would not recommend only AAA.
But there are some things that you should watch out for. Since everything changed for the animation industry in 2020, remote work has started to become a more common practice. We get asked a lot if people starting in the industry should choose a remote working lifestyle. Lance Lafort, owner of Lafort Talent Agency, told us one of the pitfalls he's discovered for newer artists working remotely.
Are you seeing trends then, like different types of demographics that are having a harder time with that kind of work style versus others that really just think it's the best thing ever since sliced bread?
I think the challenge is a brand new graduate needs a lot of hand-holding or support.
Okay.
And so those, I believe some of those folks are struggling the most because, you know, the trainer is not in the room. You know, a lot of us learn organically by listening to the person next to us getting a review. Hey, that model's a little tight there. I wouldn't have done that with the edge loops. You need to fix this up. You know, show me those wireframes. And 2 or 3 new people can just like sort of eavesdrop and get trained, right?
Yeah.
It's very difficult right now unless we're doing a group format. And again, when I go back to, I think we're going to need new technology or to use the existing technology in ways that bridge these gaps, right?
Manny Fragilis is the creator of CGMA, an online academy for learning all aspects of the animation industry, and he's a former modeler for DreamWorks Animation. During our live stream with Manny, Brent went on a tirade about one of the biggest mistakes he sees graduates making. He gets pretty passionate here, so you might want to listen up.
A lot of people get screwed because they make their first demo reel out of school, and then that's it. And then they just keep emailing the same recruiter with the same friggin' email, a demo reel. Really? Like, you're showing them that you don't even give a crap about the job because you're not even willing to put any kind of real effort in. Continue. Like, if you didn't get the job the first time, it's probably because you didn't make the cut somewhere. So show them that, you know what?
You're
hey,
improving. I
get
got something else.
While I keep looking for a job, I'm going to do the only thing that I can is get better at my craft, and I'm going to show you so they can see. Not only do they see the arc, they start measuring kind of a trajectory. So then they're like, holy shit! When they hire you, now they're like, this person's like a bottle rocket, man. They are. I look at their first demo reel. You'll get to the point where these recruiters are like fighting to get you a job because they're like, this guy deserves it. Look at this friggin' work. Look at the curve here. They want to be part of your story arc. You know what I mean? They want to get you that first job.
Now, are you ready for our best piece of advice? Excellent. But before we tell you, we just want to let you know that Agora Community is dedicated to helping artists in the film, television, and gaming industries improve their skills and connect with other artists no matter what their level. You can head to our website for more educational content, find free rigs to craft your perfect demo reel, and get a personalized animation review from one of our many on-hand experts. And don't forget, you can also join our Discord of over 7,000 like-minded artists, all learning and helping each other grow. So back to Manny Fragelis. He shared with us his #1 tip on how he established relationships with recruiters that would always get him remembered.
This is what I used to do. So I would apply to a bunch of studios. So let's say I applied to 10 studios. They're looking for modelers. And you get like different responses. Sometimes you don't get any response. What I would do is every time I would work on a new piece, I would send an email. It was almost like a newsletter to all of these recruiters and go, hey, so-and-so, hope you're doing well. Long time no see. I just wanted to show you what I was working on, this new piece. That's it.
That's such a genius idea.
All of my jobs.
That's perfect.
Because you know why? After that first email, they don't remember me because they're getting hundreds and thousands of emails, whatever. But you know what? Number one, the fact that it was a part of a thread. So there's that history built in. So it's not that cold email. It's a part of the thread. And because it's like, oh yeah, that guy. Oh man, yeah. Dude, at the end of the day, it's relationships, right? It's networking. It's like, that's all it's about. It's getting yourself out there. And that is a part of branding that no one freaking talks about. It's
in your case, you just understood who your audience was, and your audience were the recruiters, and you just spoke directly to them in a way that they would remember you.
Yeah,
and the reason why,
and I remember at DreamWorks when I got the job. I'm sorry, David. DreamWorks when I got the job, the recruiters it's great to finally meet you. It's like I feel like I've known you for the last 2 years because it took 2 years of me sending work. Hey, this is what I'm working on, and I was very smart about it. I was very strategic about it. I would model DreamWorks characters,
naturally,
send them images of not DreamWorks, but DreamWorks-like characters, and send them those images. And if I was applying to Blizzard, I would create Blizzard-like assets and send that. And this is something that if you do now, it's like that just translates into everything else that we're talking about. It's all about understanding how to engage people and how to sell yourself. How do you want to be presented?
Did we miss anything out? Let us know some of your best tips for students and graduates in the animation industry, or even share some of your own success stories in the comments below. We hope this video helped, and we wish all of the students and fresh grads out there the best of luck in the coming months. Thanks so much for watching, and as always, stay tuned and stay animated.
I think so. I might be interpreting this question a bit differently than you are, because my problem, and I think this is what they're getting at, is when you have an interesting problem to solve, you're naturally going to go do the Google thing, right? But then on the way to trying to get an answer to that problem, you will encounter a lot of other random things, and you get distracted because you're like, ooh, look at that shiny object. And what I mean is you'll get a bunch of like interesting things that sort of you encounter on your journey to get to the answer. And so for me, sometimes finding an answer to a very complex problem requires extra time just to accommodate all these other random, like, sort of, I'm like I have an attention span of a squirrel when I'm actually like looking for answers sometimes. And I don't know. I mean, am I getting you right? Is that what you're saying? The falling down the documentation rabbit hole and only focusing on the question you're stuck on. So yeah. I mean, you answered the question, but I think that there's a nuance to it. Yeah. Okay. So apparently I hit the nail on the head because I don't know about you, but I definitely suffer from this. Do you suffer from something like this, or are you just a highly focused individual?
No, that's impossible. That's a perfect, it's impossible to do that. Like if you finding for something and then you read the documentation and then you realize that this is the way to do it, but then you find more things that you can do and like keep it. You know, the way I think it, I always go almost like I have a path, right? From going to this to wherever I want to finish. Like this is my goal. This is in my head. I can picture when I close my eyes. But obviously, like I want to do like particle effects, for example. So I had to take this route, right? I learned the particle effects, but then I learned something else. It's for me, it's like always you will have to spend time like learning, and like sometimes I said to myself like, oh, I'm wasting my time because I'm doing this, and at the end of the day I didn't even use it. But I think like at the end of the day, right. So it's a very tricky question, and
it is a tricky question, and it's like for me it's like I sometimes have days where I feel like, man, like I feel like I didn't get anything done. But at the end of the day, like some of those paths, like you needed to take that path and hit a dead end for you to know, well, that's a dead end. Now I know. And then the next day you don't have to go down that path because you've been down that one. You know, you've left your little breadcrumbs. Hopefully you don't go down the same path again. Although I'd be lying if I said that never happens. But yeah, it's for me, it's kind of part of the fun, but it's also can be part of the frustration of actually trying to feel productive.
The day I was supposed to start my first job, they called me and say, don't bother, we're actually closing the studio down.
Oh
so that was like, okay, that's how it's going to be.
This is David Hubert. David has over 2.5 decades of experience in both VFX and animation. He spent a lot of his early years at DreamWorks working across multiple projects and moved on to direct at Eidos for Deus Ex and Tomb Raider. Along the way, he discovered how remote work could revolutionize the animation industry, which led to the creation of Agora Studio, and in turn, Agora.community.
If we want to provide the best services, we need to attract the best talent. If we want to attract the best talent, we need to provide the best opportunities and the best conditions to work on. I would say in general, we overvalue the big master plan of how, okay, that's the roadmap and it's going to be perfect. And it's more about being, opportunistic, that when there's opportunity and having the drive to do it. If we make a lot of efforts building the team, nurturing the team, solving any tensions, any problem, having a strong culture, the end result is going to be good services to our clients.
Hi, David.
Hello.
Welcome to our space, to your space.
Thank you.
We're super excited to be talking to you. I have so much to ask you. You know, shooting in the Agora space is also really amazing, and seeing how far your company has come from, like, starting like not so long ago. How long ago did Agora start?
Officially, we started 8-9 years ago, but we really went all in, the small team of partner quitting our day job by the end of 2019. So it's been a little more than 4 years that we're really dedicated.
Yeah,
okay,
insane.
let's do this for real now. Yeah, so 4 years is not that long in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah. Well, I do have a lot of Agora specific questions that I think everybody wants to know. But before we go into it, I really wanted to talk, just so we can get in your shoes a little bit, about how you started and you as a person, as an artist yourself. Just a little bit of context on when have you always been an entrepreneur at heart?
Not really. I mean, my parents are, so it was probably somewhere in my DNA until eventually it started to emerge. Yeah. But no, I would say, pretty normal, average upbringing. As far as I remember, I always wanted to go in cinema, but in the 80s it was more like about prosthetic and explosion and this and that, so it was more like special effects in cinema, but nothing related to CG. Then went to in graphic design. That was great, had a great time, but I didn't see myself doing graphic design for the rest of my career. This is where I learned about 3D, so applied, made it in a 3D school, and I would say, compared to some of the great school around the world and the great education that we have now, I'd say back then I was mainly just learning the software. So, okay, now you know how to do CG as a generalist, and good luck. There's 12 studios in Montreal. Send your, resume, or not even resume, send your VHS tape of what you did as a student, put it in the mail, and cross your fingers and hope that some studio are going to call back eventually. Been hired as a lighting artist for my first job, which made sense because when I was at school, I became very rapidly quite good in look dev, so lighting, rendering, compositing, and all that. The day I was supposed to start my first job, they called me and say, don't bother, we're actually closing the studio down. So that was like, okay, that's how it's going to be. And literally the next week, there's another studio that called me and say, hey, we need animators. So I was like, sure, I know how to use the software to make things move, so I can do it. I was pretty terrible at it, but back then most of us were, so that was fine. And that's how I became an animator. The first studio needed one, so it's not this backstory that always imagine myself as being an animator and drawing this or that. No, I just stumbled upon it. And even if I sucked at it at first, it was still the only experience that I had. So the second studio hired me as an animator, and the third as well. And that's how I became an animator. Always wanted to travel abroad, so I went to work in France and in Australia, in London. Eventually, go work in LA at DreamWorks for 4 years. This is where I started to do many other things, directing a little bit on the side, my own project, starting to teach as well. Then came back to Montreal. I've been a cinematic director and animation director at Eidos Montreal. And from there, this is where I started to hire freelancers in remote, eventually helped other studios to do the same.
Whoa, you're going too fast. You eventually started hiring people remote. What does that even mean? What kind of situation were you at that you needed to hire someone remote?
I'm going to come back in time almost 20 years to 2004. 2004, I'm coming back from France. I worked on an animated feature over there at a curious studio called Studio Santos. It was a magic roundabout. And when I came back, they hired me in remote to work on a trailer for another feature. And I remember back then, at the end of this mandate, I was like, oh my God, we can work in remote, which means that we can create a virtual studio, which means that the future is going to be we all work remotely if we want to.
So you just had an epiphany. You did one job remote and you're
I
like,
literally remember,
works.
I remember the moment where I was in the car at where we were going when I got this epiphany. Never thought I would do it. I just thought that, hey, this is where our industry is going because I've been able to do it. It worked well for the studio. It worked well for me. Why not? So then fast forward 15 years. And now I'm in a situation in Eidos, or maybe 12 years, that I'm like, okay, well, shortage of labor in Montreal. The market is red hot because, game is on fire and VFX is on fire and animated feature is on fire. Difficult to find talent. So, remembering my experience at iAnimate of teaching online and previous experience as freelancing in remote. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to explore this possibility, made it work. I was like, okay, I don't see myself relying on one or the other. I see the future being you have a core team that's going to be either on site or staff, but that's your core team, and you're going to complement this core team with whoever around the world has the expertise and the skills that you're looking for. So it's kind of this idea. So for me, even before Agora, I was like, okay, this is where it's just that I was doing it as an employee of a studio. And it's, again, almost by accident that other studio would call me, hey, where do you find your resources? I know, everyone is already busy. But if you're open to remote freelancing, I can give you a few tips that led to a few tips to I'm going to find you the people that I'm going to help set up things to if you offer me to pay a little bit for it, I'm, for consulting, and one thing led to another and started to have some synergy with a little growing group that was leading, that was providing those services until it became unsustainable to have both a day job and this side thing.
Interesting. So it was more organic sort of evolution of it.
There was no big master plan.
It wasn't like you were sitting there and you were like, I need my own company. Let's do that. It was kind of
and I think that many aspiring entrepreneurs like, okay, what is my, what is the big idea that I want to invest in? And most of the time you just end up solving a problem for yourself and like, oh, I became quite good at solving this problem for myself. Maybe others have the same problem. And then you can kind of sell your expertise to kind of solve this. So it was really like, because at Eidos, I was, I always saw myself being either a film director or cinematic director or, having a creative role that would be fulfilling, and I had it. So I was not looking to leave this. It's just that it happened, and eventually I was like, okay, either I go all in that or I just let it go. And I think it was just the fear of if I don't do it, someone else will, and I'm going to regret that I didn't do it. So I think it was really the fear of missing out more than anything that led me to, okay, let's go all in.
So David created Agora because he had FOMO.
Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting.
We can make a T-shirt out of this.
I think everybody would buy this T-shirt.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's awesome. Yeah, I think I have a little bit of like an entrepreneur sort of mindset myself, which is a blanket statement. It's kind of weird to say, but I do constantly think about that stuff, and I maybe overthink it a little bit. It's a little bit maybe more simple than I do.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I would say anyone that has those aspirations should try it, and probably today is easier than ever, because if you're, sometimes you think yourself as an entrepreneur that, okay, I need to build a company and I need to be, no, you can be a one-man or one-woman army that's just going to offer your service and not as an employee, but as a freelancer. And maybe one thing is going to lead to another. There's one contract that is too big just for you to take, so maybe you have a friend or peers that are willing to help, and then gradually you can small a big team, and that's going to emerge from that. So I would say in general, we overvalue the big master plan of how, okay, that's the roadmap and it's going to be perfect. And it's more about be, opportunistic, that when there's opportunity and having the drive to do it. Everyone has a lot of good ideas, is the minority that actually execute on those ideas for whatever reasons.
So currently running Agora as you do you you sort of gave up that artistic side of yourself. Did you ever, did this also happen gradually, or is it something that you were like, once you made the jump from IDOS to full-time Agora, were you like, all right, I don't have to, animate anymore, or animation direct anymore, or what?
I would say the biggest part of this transition was actually between DreamWorks and ADOS. Because I went from being just a character animator, even a lead animator, but moving to a director position, there was some creativity in it, but it was 95% management and 5% creativity.
Right.
So this jump was already started there. I'd find outlet outside of work to be creative. I do a lot of music. I play a lot of guitar. When we're on vacation, I do a lot of photography. Sometimes I still do a little bit of video and video editing. So I keep the bare minimum to kind of keep my creative mind satisfied. But yeah, for me, it's all a question of season, and I'm in a season that I way less creative than I'd like to be. At the same time, building and organizing a company, there's a lot of creativity needed. For me, creativity is basically you have a blank page and you need to create something, or there's something that doesn't work and you need to make it work. It's problem solving. So when you have this creative background and you apply it to problem solving in business or whatever else, it feels like the outcome is completely different, but the mental process is kind of similar. So there's sometimes I'm able to resolve situation where I find the same fulfillment that when I was creating an animation and I figured out, okay, that's the acting that I'm going for, that's the blocking that I'm going for. So it's different, but it's not like I feel that I completely let this part go. It's just that it's applied in a different way. I still miss as an animator or any creative, when you have when you have your shutter proof and you're like, look the world, I did this. You can all look at this. That's something that you have much less when you're. So the satisfaction of having a final product that you can show the world and then move on is something that.
Look at where we are right now. This is the product.
I know. I know, but it's not the same thing. I'd say, hey, I crafted this. It's more like a big group effort, so which is different, but it's fine.
I would say it's even like, I don't know, I'm gonna get a little cheesy here, but I would say it's beautiful. Honestly, Agora, like the way we'll talk more about it later, but one thing that I think is really interesting that I want to kind of delve on with you is you didn't do it alone, right? So you had your strong connections and people that you were relying on when making this kind of jump. And I every time I speak to people, I mean, I'm working at Agora now, for context, for people who don't know, and I've been talking to everybody, like interviewing people from the team, and I always ask them, what is it that, why Agora? Why is it that you work here? And it's funny because the first word or the first couple of words that come out of their mouth is always David.
Good.
And then I have proof. I'll show you later. I'm not just saying that. I think it's hilarious. And then they're like, "Oh, I take it back. Don't tell him I said that." And then they will say something else. So you have this, I guess, I don't know how to call it. Is it a talent or a quality or something that you have been fostering throughout the years, even before starting Agora, where you're making sure that you're making strong connections with people and taking the time to do that. It is time consuming to do that. It's not like, it doesn't just happen out of nowhere. Can you tell us a little bit about what you did?
Yeah, I would say there's just a few things that are super important in any big project, like building a company and surrounding yourself with a strong team is definitely among the top 3 most important thing. I would say I've always, kind of, we're talking about where the industry is going, remote work, and that was like 20 years from that. So I've often live in the future in my mind, and I create compelled vision, and I kind of can create a path of, hey, imagine if that was the future and we would be doing this. So I think it's a mix of, being able to articulate a vision of the future, what mission we could have, and then kind of be having some salesman skills to be able to motivate people to kind of follow and embark in this journey. What helps, I think, for many people that you spoke to is I'm coming from a creative and artistic background myself. So it's almost like, it's not like I'm a lawyer or a banker or a finance person that's starting a studio. No, it's a studio by animators, by artists, and I think that it felt in our DNA. So for best and for worse, because there's some things in hindsight like, oh my god, what were we thinking? This is not how you create and run a studio. But I think that on a human aspect, for many of the technicians and artists that we're working with, they feel that this is my tribe, this is led how and it's very much when we started, many of the motivations like, hey, how can we, if we're to create a new studio, yes, remote this and that, but what are we trying to solve? What is the space that we want to create for ourselves first? And if we like it, probably everyone that is like us, that is creative, technical, driven, are also going to like. So I'd say that's another part. So having the vision, explain what we're trying to do, try to motivate, inspire people, and I think this is all part of how we motivate peers to join us. And at some point in the beginning is difficult because no one knows Agora and what is this crazy idea and this and that. So it's almost like eventually when you have more and more that are joining in, and they can assess that this is actually exactly what they said they would be, and this is great for those reasons, and with those are the challenges, but it's always communicated openly. Eventually you don't need to preach yourself, others do it for you, which is usually the best way to motivate anyone. So I think it's a mix of many different things that
so we're all just puppets of the Agora. We're just self-motivated puppets.
Well, there's another thing that at first because of freelancing and because of freelancing in remote, we, it's not like, okay, here's your employment contract. Now we're, not that we own you, but there's many corporations that this is almost how they feel that they're treating people. As for us, it's like, okay, if it's a relationship that we want to maintain, we're going to make sure that on the next project you're still interested. It was always, let's make sure to create a good chemistry on this project because we'd like you to embark on the next one and the next one and the next one. So not taking anything for granted and working really hard to build strong connection with those that we wanted to continue to work with was not necessarily by design, but just, it just happened naturally because of 100% freelancing for so long with no guarantee that anyone would stay past the end of their contract. So another incentives to be,
to be better,
make extra effort to being very, open and kind with everyone.
So not only did you have the vision to create your own sort of more remote, like futuristic style of working for artists, that would give studios more range to find talent. But you also are thinking about how to build like the atmosphere or the right circumstances for people to be happy, to feel heard, to work on stuff they like to work on, to create this. And I see so much effort from inside of Agora to like bridge the gap between people and gaps that are not just there because we're remote, gaps that exist even on studios when we're working in person. So like, is that coming from you, or is this Jacob? Is this someone else that's the genius behind?
Yeah, I don't want to say it's coming from me. I think it's coming from this group that started. So yes, it's everyone, all the partners that when we started, but it's the people that we surrounded ourselves with. I think that we had a seed that had all of you mentioned in its DNA that started to grow and grow and grow, and as it was growing, it was attracting those kind of people. I think a few years back we literally agreed that what matters the most for us is everyone that we're working. If we want to provide the best services, we need to attract the best talent. If we want to attract the best talent, we need to provide the best opportunities and the best conditions to work on. Now, this is very aspirational. We're not saying that we do offer or we're the best at everything, but we aspire to become the best at everything. So if we make a lot of efforts building the team, nurturing the team, solving any tensions, any problem, having a strong culture, the end result is going to be good services to our clients. If we offer good services to the clients, the business is going to grow. If it grows, more revenues, which means that we can invest even more in the team and cool project and internal project that we can do. So starting with this, yes, of course, it's important to fulfill the needs of the clients. But for us, if we have to put in order of priority, this is important, but this is not the number one priority. The number one priority is to make sure that everyone that we're working with, that we're there to support them. If we do, we'll be able to work with the best. If we work with the best, we'll have happy clients.
It seems like a no-brainer thing, but it's not necessarily how things are applied.
Well, because
normally.
everyone will agree with that, but on a daily basis, when there's a little crisis, it will default in a different. So this is why culture is becoming so important, because you need to codify that those are the things that are important, and they are important in good times and they're important in bad times. Because it's all easy and fun when everything goes well, but when there's crisis, it's really where you see that, okay, are you still going to favor, the side of those that you're working with when it's not really going well, or you're going to say, okay, time out for just a few weeks. It's going to suck for everyone for a few weeks, but don't worry, we'll get back to our culture afterwards.
Which is basically how everyone defaults to.
I think it's just human nature. When you're in crisis mode, you just, and for us, I mean, maybe because we still see ourselves as a big startup, it's still very much driven by the partners that have this in their DNA. So it's not like it's a committee of a committee of a committee that just feel, oh, what does the corporation think that we should do in this decision? Is that, no, we can make the call, because we're still close enough from the production team. We're not in the details anymore, but we're close enough to everyone and still have, the authority to make any call that we want. So we're still at this sweet spot, and as we're growing, that's going to remain our biggest challenge of how do we maintain this. If eventually there's thousands of people that are working with Agora, how do we maintain this culture? Because now it's not, there's no way that we'll be able to know how is this team behaving with this team and this individual with this individual. So that will become a challenge.
Yeah, like I guess we were talking about this earlier, like as the company grows, it just becomes more challenging to hold to any of those values. And
which is usually where policies come in, where bureaucracy come in, because you need to. So culture for me is a very high level codification of how do we treat each other. Like honesty would be one of the values, for instance, but we're not making a policy that in this situation you have to do it exactly this way, because And usually with the more people you have, the bigger the corporation, the more policies and the more bureaucracy are going to come in, because there's been this problematic situation that needed to be solved, but to be solved, there's also a new policy that's been added, and another one, and another one. And there's policies are adding up, but there's usually no mechanism to remove them, which means that they're just building and building and building to the point that you have a recipe to do everything, which means that it's kind of removing the ownership of people. And this is when we're talking about, big corporation with a lot of red tapes. Well, yeah, this is entropy kind of leads to this. So you need to make a lot of effort if you want to still provide the autonomy and empower everyone in our organization where you have thousands of people to take care of.
And speaking of autonomy, you in particular, I have some experience. My experience is limited, but I have some experience in other studios, and I noticed that Agora, in particular, is very how do I say that word? Like, you can basically run the show how you want to run the show when you're working for an Agora project. There aren't, like, nobody's holding your hand, nobody's breathing down your neck. You're deciding how things are going. Obviously, there's a little bit of there's check-ins here and there and all that, but you're and I find that you have an incredible amount of trust on the people that you work with. How do you sleep at night? I feel like I would have trouble, like, not like checking in, like there's no little camera you can check, like, to make sure that things are going okay, or how do you do it?
I think that just by nature, if I speak just for myself specifically, how do I sleep at night? I'm not a very anxious person. Okay. You might have noticed. so it takes a lot to get me to think about stuff during the night. No, I would say I trust people by default until they lose my trust, and it's not the other way around. This is also why we have an entire system, and we put a lot of effort to make sure that we have the right people that kind of fit. And the right people, it's not just the individual, is what is the relationship between this individual and our culture and our team and what we're aspiring to do. We often envision Agora as an ecosystem. It's not a very top-down organization. It's, yes, we have a way to do things, coming back to culture, like those are 10 values that are important to us. This is how we behave between each other. This is how we behave with the client. This is how we deal with situation. But we do rely on everyone's, autonomy and decision making, and sometimes it's going to not be what we hope it would have been, and sometimes there'll be some failure, and sometimes there'll be some calibration and adjustment, but it's rare that let's say a mistake from one of our leader will lead to a catastrophe. Like, we're going to miss a deadline, we're going to spend more than expected, we will have to let someone go. There's again, none of this is, critical in general. So, again, we have to make decisions. Are we going to create a perfect recipe and ask everyone to follow this recipe, or are we going to provide broad guidelines and hire people that we think that fit with what we are creating and let them run with it? And then over time, calibrate, and might be, okay, well, this person needs to be a little bit more control or needs a bit more support because maybe not the best manager. Amazing technician and creative, but needs help with management. Okay, let's have some management support. This other person, amazing manager and technician, need a little bit more support in terms of creativity. Let's put maybe a second supervisor or a super strong senior team that will have that the amount of creative artistic feedback that will be required will be very minimal. Then you can just lead the team and make sure that we'll hit the deadlines. So yeah, we're trying to not to be too precious, and perfection is the enemy of good. So if we're like, everything needs to be perfect, no, we know that we're going to mess up a lot, but at the same time, we have a system that if anyone mess up, it's not the end of the day. We can very rapidly be aware of it and provide the support needed when it happens. Yeah. So it's not like we're reckless and we're just, anyone can come in and you have full freedom and do whatever you want. No, it's all invisible because it's all, a digital online infrastructure, but there are systems in place to make sure that it's not going to happen.
You mean I can't start animating a brand new show and nobody will tell me anything? I can just do anything I want? All right, so you fully trust your team, and that's amazing. How do you, how would you handle a situation if it was going south from a client perspective, not so much from a teammate perspective? And I ask this because I feel like in this situation in particular, with Agora, there's you're always sort of solution driven rather than focusing on what the issue is. So I wanted to just get your opinion on how you would handle that.
I would say usually it's only three things. Either, I'm simplifying a lot, but either the problem is on our side, either the problem is on the client side, or either there's a misunderstanding about the what needs to be provided. If it's on our side, pretty rapidly we'll look, okay, what are do we need more resources? Do we need different resources? Does this person needs more support? Is this person, in hindsight, not the best casting? So we'll need to make adjustment internally. If it's on the client side, what we can do is limited, but we can have, and again, it depends on the relationship that we have with the client. But we can address and have a candid conversation with them to say, look, right now there's a problem, and we feel that the source of the problem is this, let's say, random example, like a creative director with unrealistic demand because not being aware or even caring about the contractual reality of so then we can have a discussion with the client. And sometimes it's just calibration. I mean, many times we agree on, hey, we're going to work at a quota of 3 seconds a week of animation for feature animation quality. I5, okay, we're on it. That's extremely subjective. Yeah. So sometimes it's just like, okay, time out, let's reevaluate what is possible here. So it's always a question of, okay, where is the problem coming from? And then let's go address this. I would say over time, we got way better with our contractual agreement with the clients. We're in a situation that like, oh, okay, we kind of fucked up in the negotiation. That's on us. We're going to lose money on this contract. It's fine. Yeah. As long as, the team is not suffering too much from it. So let's, pay for more resources, but, we want to preserve the sanity of the team and the relationship with the client. So that's fine. But yeah, other times we need to do some recasting internally. And, we're trying to never blindside anyone from it, having kind conversation. And, not only sometime it was not the right casting, but sometime
circumstances.
Yeah, circumstances. Yeah. I mean, even myself, I can see myself as a character animator that sometimes I would just knock it out of the park. And other time that I would struggle for 3-4 weeks on the shot of like, what is going on? Yeah, what is wrong with my brain? Why am I not able to figure this thing? So there's so many variables that, isolating where the problem is coming from and then addressing, having honest and kind communication about it and then finding solutions.
This speaks to what you were mentioning before about being a company by artists for artists. Because what you just said, it makes complete sense, but maybe somebody who has not been in our shoes would not have that instinct to know, like, it's also circumstances.
Yeah, that's definitely one of our secret weapon that everyone from the core of partners, we have experience in the industry. We know how it's running. Yeah. So I've been an artist myself. I've been supervising artists, I've been teaching to artists, I've been hiring artists, I've been dealing with clients. I've been on every different side of the fence. So I can have conversation with any one of those, and I can empathize and understand their perspective. So it's not like, which is very difficult when you say you're a good businessman or businesswoman, but you don't know exactly what is done, what your team is doing. But when you understand, you don't need to understand the detail, but you understand the logic of, oh, okay, of course, if we're in this, you kind of very rapidly have a big picture of, oh, okay, I see the big picture. Here's what we can do to address it.
And I wonder, like, I think one of the biggest hurdles for me thinking about, like, if I were to go put myself in the shoes of someone who wants to start their own studio, thinking about, like, where the heck do I find a client that wants me to work for them? Right? For you, was it just word of mouth?
Yeah, for me, it was just word of mouth. I was already 15 years in my career, so had a lot of, again, we're in Montreal, so, you know, had a lot of friends in other studio that asked, hey, I'm looking for resources, can you help? And that was the beginning of a seed. And then after that, it was purely word of mouth. There was enough studio that were needing resources. But that's my own experience, it's Agora's experience, and it's difficult to replicate in different circumstances. I would say for anyone, I mean, nowadays I'm coming back to, you know, when we started, say I got out of school, had 12 VHS steps that I sent to the 12 studio in Montreal, sent them by mail, hope that the address was actually not messed up when I wrote it, and waited. We can agree that in 2024 there's much better ways to get known. So anyone that starts, again, just, you know, start small, have experience, post a lot of your work online, make connections, be part of communities. One connection is going to lead to another. You can have a first contract and then a second one, and if you're doing a good job, you'll have little word of mouth that is going on. Eventually, if you get more and more demand, you can actually choose, which is great. Then you can, you know, increase your rate and actually choose the project that inspire you. Eventually, if it's even more, maybe you can have a little team of you. So I think this is how the industry is evolving anyway. The massive corporation with thousands of people are slowly being replaced by mid-size studio and super small team and individuals. That's going to, the ecosystem is going to be way more fragmented than it used to be. So that's, I would say, for anyone that has this entrepreneur, you know, DNA in them, try it. At least if you hate it, you'll know that you have tried it, because there's a comfort of a steady salary and, you know, knowing that, you know, you're fully supported with all the benefits that is coming from being an employee. And therefore, many, this is a peace of mind that entrepreneurship is not going to provide you. It's going to provide a lot of other things, but this is probably not among those. So if for you, where you are with your life, with maybe if you need to support your family and other things,
did you have to go a few months without, like, any kind of income at the time when you made the leap?
No, because for the first 4 years, this is why I was doing it on the evening and weekends. Okay. So as I was working full time, I was doing Agora part time. And by the moment that I made the jump was at a moment that say, okay, we can now afford to give us the bare minimum of what we can, which is way less than what we're making in studios, but that's bare minimum that we can pay the bill. And for me, it was a way more sane and efficient way to do it, because when you go all in all of a sudden, and you have, okay, we're doing this project, but in 3 months from now, we need to pay the rent. We need to make money and we need to make rent, or you have this loan from the bank that we need to start to repay it. When you have any kind of financial pressure coming from the outside, it's not the best setting to make the best decisions. Now you make decisions based on how much money you're going to charge and make, which is something at first that we didn't had to worry about. So yeah, a pay cut when I made the jump, but to a point I was like still comfortable even if I have a family to take care of, with the hope that it would work, but the assurance that if it doesn't work, I can find another job quite rapidly. So if after 6 months it's a disaster, I can probably with a few more months find another good job. So I'm not too stressed, because we are again in a time in our industries in Montreal that was just booming, so it was not too stressful.
Yeah, and the name Agora itself, you didn't stop at just Agora Studio. So I wanted to sort of clarify this for everybody because it's even confusing for me.
Yeah.
Agora is a few different things. It's not just a studio. I don't know if you could call it a studio, but if it's not just a community of artists, freelancers. It's also now evolving into becoming like a more educational community or hub. And there's two different names that are kind of the big branches of it. It's Agora Studio, which is more like just the animation services that you provide. And then, well, not just animation, there's also other services now. So there's rigging, modeling, basically everything in the pipeline. And then there is Agora.community, which is pretty much all of the stuff that includes frame by frame, even the AnimChallenges that we do. What the heck? How did you have, like, what kind of future do you, like, did you already picture this when you started Agora Studio? Is this the future you were living in that you were sort of like hoping for?
So the name Agora came out way before Agora started, and was at a time that I had the aspiration of creating an online school. And the full name was Agora VFX because this online school, I was already a teacher for another online school in animation. And at the time, there was a big need for everything else than animation. So I was like, okay, I'm going to create another school that provides everything but animation. So that's where the Agora, place of gathering to exchange idea, and VFX for everything that is other than animation. But that was back, I think, in 2011 or 2012, so way before. So when we started this freelancing, we're like, hey, we already have a company in the name, so let's just reuse it. And why, I mean, the first line that we see on the website is a global network of talent. And this is how we see Agora. So we don't see Agora just as a animation studio or game developer, this or that. It's a philosophy and it's a system that there's a lot of talent in the world, and any work that can be done efficiently remotely fit into this big idea that we have of connecting everyone. Again, if you go on the website, if you see the little world with all the connection, this is the connection in between. So we're kind of creating this platform with everyone gets connected from wherever they are. In the world. So if we're talking about a studio, well, we're connecting talent with each other, but we're connecting them with studios as well that actually needs those workforce to be able to do those production. It's just the same mentality. So Agora.community is almost coming back to the original idea of creating online schools, just and now that it's 12 years later, our idea of what is the online school 2.0 evolved a lot, so it's quite different.
So why separate it into two, like between Agora.studio and Agora.community? Because
there are two different things with two different audience. Agora Studio is really for client studio that needs to services for their production. Agora.community is for the community, for artists that needs to, meet peers, have mentorship, have education. So it's almost, and even in the first website, we had a hard time to describe Agora because it seemed like sometimes we're speaking to clients and other time we're speaking to artists and this, and it felt like what are we? So eventually it was like, okay, there's a split. This is the professional, we're providing services side, and this is the community that is for artists and technicians side. So this is where kind of the separation happened, which was just making more sense. It was clearing things up. So when I'm speaking to potential clients, I don't necessarily have to also explain, and we're also doing education and animation challenges and frame by frame this and that. It might not be relevant at all with their own needs, as potentially for artists that want just to learn animation. I won't necessarily have to cover what everything Agora Studio is doing, other than it's behind the Agora community perspective. So it's just a way to kind of separate things in different bucket when we describe them, and at the same time, it's going to be two different websites because it doesn't make sense to have this. So it's just when you had all of these things and you're like, oh, do we want to have like one LinkedIn page? Well, no, again, it's like two different things. So it was just a natural separation.
Okay. And is there like a vision that you have for the Agora community side of things, like that you hope that it'll evolve into?
Yeah. Many things. I mean, first of all, I think that education is evolving. So maybe there's some deformation there of coming from, being in video game for a while and a lot of different industry, but also education. So I think that there's a way to make learning and training way more fun. And I know that, gamification is a term that's been way overused, but there's ways to motivate better than what we're doing right now in terms of learning skill. There's also, a reality now that I would have killed when I was at school to have private mentoring from a supervisor at Disney, for instance. Well, today it's a reality and it's already happening, but everyone are kind of doing it a little bit individually. There's those online schools as well. But that's the idea of creating a community where you have both aspiring artists and students and graduates and juniors and mid to the top veteran, and create a system that all of them can interact. So sometimes it's going to be through mentoring, sometimes it's through performing assignment with gamification system that's going to allow you to level up and see your progress and share your progress with others. Eventually maybe team up to work on little projects. We often, I think it's a few years back that we had the conversation that eventually we see a future that all of the shares of a project, instead of being all in the hands of whoever paid for the project, is going to be redistributed to the artist that work on the project. That's something that already happened with stock options for company, but rarely for production specifically. That's something that I could see having, hey, an investor have this to invest. If anyone is interested, that's the amount of share that we could provide for that specific project. Here's our roadmap, who's interested to join. That all sounds good on paper, but you need a platform to be able to do
which,
this.
like, if I can rephrase that, you're talking about potentially artists being able to make royalties off of the work that they do.
Yeah, I see that as it evolves with all the new technology and everything that we see happening. I think that the days of 100% of your income are coming from your 9-to-5 work. That's maybe in some extent it's still going to be the case, but I think it's going to be the minority. Eventually, you're going to I freelance a little bit, that's part of my income, and I also am a mentor, that's another part of my income, and I also create some educational content, and I have a bit of royalties coming from that. I participate in some challenge with pretty interesting prizes, so if I have the prize, that's potentially other income, and I'm going to participate either for free or for a very low income, lower than I would charge to clients, because I'm going to have shares of this project and royalties that I'll be able to get. So it's going to be a collection of different revenue streams that is going to be provided to anyone that wants to. So that's when you kind of think about how things are slowly being fragmented more and more and more and more. It seems to me logical that it would get to this extent that even your income are going to be fragmented. Probably those that want to know, I want to simplify and just have one employer, probably still going to exist. I just don't think it's going to be the majority of our industry.
That would be amazing if we could have that. I think that the whole idea of working, like getting paid by the hour is
I think part of it could be paid per hour. Another part of it is just going to be different. And as much as for some now, it's like, oh my God, it's just so complicated to think about all of those things. I think following generation for them, it will be like just naturally this is what they're going to take for granted. So
what I find the most interesting about Agora community is how traditionally in our industry there's a lot of gatekeeping. People are kind of holding on to information close to the chest. They're putting an amount of dollars on a piece of information that they'll give to specific people who are willing to pay. You, on the other hand, the way that you're kind of approaching this whole thing is make it as accessible as possible. Obviously, if you're getting a one-on-one with somebody, you're using their time, so there is some compensation there. But most of the time, for most of the information that you're putting out there, or most of the I guess education that's out there, is fully accessible for anyone who wants to see it.
Yeah, I think there's many have a scarcity mindset, which means that it's a zero sum. If I give this, it means that this person has more, and it means that I have less. I have more of an abundance mindset in general, which means that the more that you create and you give to the world, quote unquote, which means like everyone, the more you'll have is, so you can call it karma, you can call it whatever you want, but I always had this mindset of, just do what feels right, and, good things will come back in return. In terms of creating educational content that we provide for free, it's not like it's completely revolutionary. It already exists. If you want to spend the time to go on YouTube and other platforms to find all of the free content, you'll find it. It's already there. One of the many mission of Agora community is that let's help to curate and organize information, so it's going to be easier to find it. And let's remove the annoying, if you're not subscribed to YouTube, you're going to have a 15 seconds, advertising in the beginning. So let's remove that. So let's remove the friction to get to the information, because the information is already free out there. So that was the mindset from the get-go. Let's provide as much as we can for free. And eventually, when you need mentoring, when you need one-on-one, when you need someone to take of their time to help you to grow as an artist, then yes, this is monetized, because this person needs to be paid for it. But again, when you compare this price to what some schools are charging for education that are outdated, anyone that is starting now, I would say, keep all of your money, go find all of the free content, practice, and invest in private mentoring with people that's going to spend some of their time to tell you exactly how to improve your craft. That was going to be a way better investment than any program or
I would say
diploma.
If you're spending more money than you're spending time on when you're trying to learn, then that's a red flag.
The only upside of spending too much money for your education is that you're going to take it seriously, and you'll be like, oh shit, I paid so much money that I'm going to get my shit together and do the thing. If you're able to do that without spending the money, good for you. You need those. And coming back to the gamified aspect of education, if you're able to have intrinsic motivation to be able to do it rather than extrinsic, like, oh, someone tells me to do it, or someone, I have a deadline that I need to meet. No, if you're able to do it because you're motivated and driven to do it, that's the best way, and that's the fastest way that you're going to learn. So that's kind of a bit of the philosophy behind the education that we want to provide.
You guys have also talked about potentially starting to do internships at Agora. And what I found the most interesting is that it wouldn't be just internships for people to start working at Agora, but it would also be interns that you can, I would say rent out, but we don't actually rent people out, but you know what I mean? Like people like that you can share with other studios.
Yeah, it's not an internship that now, at the end of your internship, you're working with us. It's more an internship like, hey, maybe you finished your studies, you're at a point that, okay, I'm not hired now, what do I do? Or maybe you've been hired, but you have a lot of time on the side. So those are like group projects that will have our own supervisor that's going to guide you through this production. I mean, that's a pilot project that we're going to try, and we're going to adjust along the way. That's for sure. For us, of course, if the goal, if we're talking just about Agora Studio, is that through this process, we're going to find golden nuggets of amazing artists that we would not have found any other way. So, okay, that's, if we want to say, hey, what is the business plan? That's not a business plan, but that's just an outcome of, we're going to find good talent in there. There's also the word of mouth. If someone had an amazing internship and now they have great, shot for their own show reel, and that helped them to find a job elsewhere, that's good, positive word of mouth that is just fueling the brand and the culture overall. And it's also an opportunity for our own supervisors to have even more supervising experience. So it's one thing to supervise seniors. It's another thing to supervise students or juniors. So our own team with just practicing their leadership skills is another good practice. So those are just 3 examples, but when we thought about the internship, we had a list of, okay, those are 10 good reasons to do it. So let's announce it, and then we're going to try it, and we're going to adjust and see what it evolves into.
I'm looking at you here. You're sitting across from me, and you're so level-headed, and you're like, you have no, like you said, you're not a very anxious person. You're super, but you're juggling so many things because at the same time you also have a family, and how do you do this? Like, what are some of the things? I think Virginie mentioned that you might have a very good morning routine.
I do actually. It's a result from the pandemic in the beginning, COVID, like, okay, how do we deal with this? So we have all this time at home. So it kind of was a moment for me, it was a moment to start to do things that I told myself I would do for a long time. This being said, I've been this level-headed, I don't know if you can say it, way before my morning routine. So I think it's contributing. But yes, morning routine, coffee, meditation, physical training, journaling, and then showering, and then I'm starting my day. So that's 2 hours that I have all the right, hormones, or the serotonin and the dopamine and this and that, and it's all. So I just make sure that I start my day on a good foot with a good level of energy. As for not being too concerned about life and things in general, I would say I was always like this, so it's just like how I am.
DNA.
I don't know why.
You were just blessed.
It is what it is. But yeah, and the very few time that I'm anxious about something for whatever reason, I empathize with those that need to deal with this on a daily basis, because I'm like, oh my God, this feeling sucks.
Oh yeah.
I don't like it at all. For the very few times where it happens, I'm like, okay, that's not, I wouldn't want more than 15 minutes of this feeling. And I know that some have to deal with that on a daily basis. So it's, and like, many things. When you start something in the beginning, you can be a bit more anxious. I remember the first time I gave a class to 5 students online, I was stressed out for an hour before the first time I run my first meeting at ADOS with 6 people. Like, oh my God, how am I going to, run this for an hour? And same thing with a presentation in front of 100 people, then a presentation in front of 300. But I would say I always force myself to get out of my comfort zone, and over time it helps you to, there's not many things now that I mean, if I was trying something completely different, probably it would be the case. But within what I have to do within Agora, I really don't feel a high level of stress. If anything, the bigger challenge is boredom, because there's a lot of tasks that I have to do. And I'm like, God, kill me now. I don't want to do this. I know it's going to take me 3 hours, and every minute of it is not going to be enjoyable, but I have to do it. So sometimes I'm like, okay, let's go get another coffee. Okay, let's adjust the music. Let's adjust the lighting. Okay, let's do this, because I'm really not looking forward to. So boredom has to be managed more than stress, that's for sure.
Interesting. All right. So you definitely work out in the mornings and you meditate, which is awesome. I should try that.
Yeah, meditation is it's an interesting experiment when you never tried it, because I was under the assumption that, hey, you just close your eyes and do nothing for us an hour, it's going to be relaxing. And then you close your eyes, you do nothing, and then all of your voice in your head is going to scream at you and like, oh my God, what is going on? What is this mess in my head right now? And then you realized that, oh, okay, that's actually the exercise of quieting all of those voices down and take.
Did you have to do it like? I mean, I guess you had to do it a few times before you were able to quiet the voices down, or is it?
Oh, it's still an ongoing.
It's still an ongoing thing.
For sure. And I don't know if it ever stops. I mean, it would be like training and say, yeah, one day I'll be able to do push-ups and do them forever and not being tired. No, there's a point that you're going to be physically tired. No, it's just in the beginning, it's almost impossible and it's very not enjoying. So a few months from this is not fun at all to, okay, this is actually starts to be fun and relaxing. And yeah, it's it's like physical training. It's just like something that you don't train eventually like, okay, I'm in shape now, I can stop training. It's like, no, that's just something that you do now. That is just good for mental resilience. At the same time, it helps with all the boring stuff that I need to do. It's physically uncomfortable, it's not fun. I'm still going to do it. I don't want to do it, I'm still going to do it, and on and on and on and on. So it kind of starts the day of, okay, there's plenty of things that I need to do today. I'm not looking forward to do them, I'm going to do them anyway, because this is what needs to be done, not what I want to do at every moment. So that's probably biggest challenge when you're an entrepreneur and you have no one to answer to, or you're going to be able to discipline yourself and do the things that needs to be done, or are you constantly going to procrastinate and do the things that are fun to you, not the things that are that needs to be done. So that's
one thing I forgot to mention earlier about Agora Studio is you guys are also working on your own IPs, right?
Yeah.
And I say you guys, I mean we guys, because I'm also working on them. I wanted to see, like, are you scratching an itch there? Are you, or is it like more strategic for the company to grow a certain way?
Also, definitely scratching an itch. I think there's some point when we were talking about stress and boredom, that I think that at some point we needed a, okay, we're going to suffer this period of time, but on the other side, we're going to work on our own fun, creative stuff. So I think that for a period of time, we needed kind of this beacon on the other side to keep ourselves motivated. So we talked about it for a long period of time before we did anything. And then eventually we start to think, well, okay, maybe there's also, a business model there. It's fine to provide services, but would be great if eventually we can also be paid by investors or distributors to work on our own project. And yes, there's going to be shares and this and that and all complicated stuff that we'll need to deal with later. But maybe it could be a good extension, because let's say eventually there's a downturn in different industry, or all of a sudden all the studio figure out how to not needing Agora because they know exactly how to find the right resources and have the right platform. Well, if we have our own IP, then we can continue to work. So there was also a plan to let's mitigate the risk and do more than just one thing, because if you just provide this service and this service is not needed, then what? There was a diversification idea. Also decided that we can make those fun creative projects that people within our team are going to be motivated to work in. So maybe it can help with recruiting and retention. We often have gap in between projects. So what do we do with our team that are in between projects? Well, we have those side projects that they could. So eventually it just started to, again, not one main reason, but 12 good reasons to do it. And eventually just saying like, okay, now we have to do it, because it's never an urgency or a top priority, but we need at some point to make it happen. So
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, not to say too much about it because a lot of it hasn't been released, but it's gonna be it's looking pretty cool and it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
You guys are also sort of focusing on doing stuff in Unreal a lot, which is interesting because you're also kind of innovating as you go, trying to figure out more more efficient ways of doing what we've been doing for forever.
Yeah, we're definitely open-minded, and we're often sometimes laughing of studios that are still using software that have been that the company is not even supporting anymore, and you're still using them a decade later because your expertise is So it's a way to constantly ask yourself, okay, we're used to this tool, but is it still the best tool? Is it still the best tool? Of course, in the case of Unreal, there's been a massive effort from Unreal in the past few years with the Maker Grant and other projects to take different part of the industry that was not necessarily for game development. I think there's many studios that are discovering, okay, Unreal is great to do this, not completely mature to do this, and this. But for us, so there are some studios, let's say if they're just doing animation feature, do you want to do it all in Unreal? Maybe not, because it's great at many things, but not at everything. For a studio that Agora that does a lot of cinematic work as well in video games, so we kind of have this expertise of animation in the animated feature and cinematic, and everything that is in video game more and more it's going to be in Unreal, so it makes sense for us to develop this expertise. So if we do a short film and we do it in Unreal and we have to develop tools, all of those tools can then be leveraged to be more efficient at doing cinematic work for client in the engine. So for us, the big picture made a lot of sense to use Unreal for it. And we're also, Epic is a great client with Agora. We have great relationship with them. Many personal friends and connection that ended up going to work there as well. So we have a special relationship with Epic as well. So it all made sense for us to invest time and resources to kind of include Unreal in our own pipeline.
So, and it all goes back to like client relationships, right? Or relationships in general, I think. But a common thing, a common theme that I'm hearing from you right now is that you're incredibly like flexible. I don't want to say chameleon, but you are able to like pivot and change, and nothing is really set in stone. And I think you mentioned it earlier already, how you were not necessarily like holding on to like a specific vision, but there is a beacon that you're following, and if you can get 80% of the way there, that'll be enough. That's such a kind of a fresh look or perspective on things. I think it's not as common as we think.
It's definitely a go with the flow mentality. Like, we can have perfect master plan, but we do not control the environment in which this master plan will be applied. So why bother? So this is why this analogy of there's a beacon over there and let's find a way to get there. But, if we lost too much on the right, it's still there. So we can still, it's more a compass than a roadmap. And especially in our industry, what we know now is completely different than what we knew 5, 10, 15 years ago. So it's more, again, this is how we do things in general. This is the team that we want to surround ourselves with, and we're going to manage the circumstances as they are changing. And especially in our industry, it's changing so much right now that we have to be adaptable, and we have to be flexible, and we're trying to be anti-fragile as much as we can, meaning that, hey, if there's a big crisis in the industry, maybe we'll be affected, but we'll be affected so much less than every other studio that in the end is going to be to our benefit so somehow. So sounds really good on paper. Most corporations in general have a very hard time to do this, because that's easy to do when you're 12 people, almost impossible when you get to many hundreds. So this is kind of the mentality. And even with Agora's growth, we're often thinking that, a village often split anywhere between 150 and 200. By the time that you're not able to recognize everyone in the tribe, this is usually where infighting starts, and then it becomes 2 tribes, and then they're growing, and it becomes 2 and 2. So maybe Agora is not going to be this massive thousands people, but it's going to be Agora Games and Agora Animation and Agora VFX, or maybe it's going to be Agora North America and Agora Europe and Agora Asia, or maybe it's going to be a different way to split things up. But again, this idea of probably an ecosystem, a different group that are all sharing the same tools, the same platform, the same culture, this and that, but that will be able to operate individually. With
maintain the size that is manageable. Yeah,
exactly.
Interesting. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's no business school book that are going to teach this, and maybe it's a terrible idea, but for now, this is kind of how we try to think of how can we solve this problem of not becoming this big corporation that's going to be completely inefficient.
Yeah, or even just lose the culture, because that's kind of one of the things that's the biggest worry. I don't think... Yeah. Think efficiency is, well, at least in my perspective, in yours definitely efficiency is important, but in my perspective is more losing the culture and just becoming too big to, for you to be aware of what's happening and
and the culture is a work in progress. You can keep it like perfectly well for 20 years and then within 3 years it's all it gets off.
Do you have like things that you learned from your experience in the animation industry that you have, like, you really wanted to change that you're applying towards the Agora initiatives? Like specifically some things, or?
I mean, if we go into specific, there's the obvious that, I've always lived fairly close to my work, but I had peers that were doing 3 hours of driving in a day. So that's definitely one of the things that we wanted to fix with remote work, or having to relocate all of your family in another country to be able to work there. So I would say just the remote part, there was already some things that we wanted to fix there. If we come back to the culture, we've all been in places where you don't need that many toxic people to create a shitty work environment. So really creating an environment that, people would actually look forward to come to work, even if work is from home. So having a system, I've been in studios that, they had strong core values and most of them were followed, but you just need one person with enough influence to just, you feel that can this person fit into this culture? And you just need one person that is there to screw everything up. So how do we build system to make sure that if there's something that doesn't work, we know quite rapidly and we can address the situation by, not ignoring the problem or not having it in our blind spot, but being aware of it and do something about it. In terms of production itself, I've seen so many inefficiency, which is often by the nature of how studios are usually run. You have your employees, you have your budget, you have this and that, and you have a cycle of production, and story needs to be ready there because layout needs to be there. And so I've been in production that you already have a team of 60 animators and you barely have 2 sequences to start. So, okay, let's rush, let's spread all of the work, and oh shit, we need to retake this. Oh, you don't have work. Okay, we're going to take the blocking of this animator and you finish it. And then it's just a mayhem because you stack too many layers on top of another. So how, especially with freelancing and remote, that gives way more flexibility in terms of production. How can we be smarter about, if the story is not ready, it's not ready. It's not going in layout yet. So a way to leverage this flexibility to be smarter about production. So yeah, I would say all the frustration that we accumulated for 15 years in the industry to say, hey, that sucks. Hey, this is not efficient. Hey, this could be done way better. Now we're trying to, and of course we're going through all of the same mistakes as we do it ourselves. Like, oh, okay, it's actually not easy to do. All right, let's persevere. And hopefully by each production, especially on our own, we're in control of it. We can learn from each one and get to a point that, okay, now it's running efficiently in a way that that no one is stressed because they're late, because this person is waiting, because that other end. No, let's rethink about all of this strategy of production.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Where do you go for like feedback on these things? Like, you're setting up, you're thinking of all these solutions that you're implementing in your studio. obviously you ask your artists how things are going and you get feedback that way, but it probably isn't always totally honest because you know, there's that like relationship with you being part of the owner of the company. Is there a place where you go for you know, for straightforward feedback or that you rely the most on?
Again, it's a system, because you're totally right. There's no one freelancer, or actually it happened, and I'm happy when it happened, that some will confront me for a decision or whatever, and I'm like, well, thank you for your transparency, otherwise I would not be aware of the situation. But most of the time, even with supervisors, it's so we've developed over time a lot of different systems. Like each time someone are filling their timesheet, there's a little text box, hey, if there's anything that you'd like to let us know. And there's many sources of frustration that we learned. By end of the week, it's been a shitty week. Oh, I'm going to fill my hours. Here's why I'm unhappy. I'm like, oh, thanks for letting us know.
Are people actually honest on those things?
Oh yeah, very.
Because I always just ignore it.
Yeah, I know, and most do. But right now, on 180 people, maybe 3 or 4 people are going to put. But each week, so we can catch them there. There's some channel on Slack that we created for that. We have a Kelsey that is doing one-on-one meeting with everyone and say, hey, I'm not in production, I'm kind of separated, but if there's anything and you don't know who to speak to, you can always ask me. So we have different system to make sure that if there's any issues, is going to trickle up. It doesn't mean up to the point that I'll be aware of it. Sometimes it needs to be a bigger problem for me to be aware of it, but it won't be left unknown. And if it's not unknown, something will try to do something.
But what about your like high level decisions, you know, the stuff that is less on a day-to-day basis, more like your instinct to buy this place for the company or, you know.
Yeah, so for the high level decision, we're 6 partners. We meet once a week and we discuss about many different things, and all of those decisions we're, okay, what do we do about this? What do we do about this? How do we make this decision? And I mean, worst comes to worst, we'll just vote on what, and the majority will, but I can literally recall one instance in the last 5 years that we had to vote on something and it really wasn't important at all.
What was it?
It was almost, it was actually in the blog post that we're sending twice a week. We're actually quite transparent about Agora's operation, way more than most. And it was a post about finances. Here's, how, revenues and all that is distributed. And it was a question of what is our comfort level in terms of how much information do we want to. And in the end, okay, let's share way more than most would be happy actually prevailed. But that's the only time that we had to vote, because some were like, we're not comfortable to share that much. And others in the team were like, yeah, we should totally do, because that's going to show and create trust by showing that, oh my God, okay, they're willing to reveal all of this information of what is behind the curtain. So, but other than that, most of the time, I mean, the vast majority of the time, other than this, we discuss about it, we come to a consensus, and this is what, and we're not precious about most decisions. Say, okay, well, based on the information that we have now, this is our best educated guess. So let's just do it, and we're going to readjust.
Educated guess, I love
it. Yeah, there's a lot of educated guess in what we're doing.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, did you guys, all 6 partners, did you guys know each other prior to any of this? Did you have a good relationship before?
Yeah, I mean, Eve and I are partner in business and in life.
One of your partners is your wife.
Patrick and Gail are friends from like 20 years ago, so we're super old friends. Sébastien Prou as well, an old friend. Jacob is the only quote-unquote outlier in this sense, but he's someone that I work with at DreamWorks, and we teach together at iAnimate. And I believe he's the first animator that I hired as a freelancer at ADOS, and he's the first animator that I hired at Agora. And when I needed help at Agora, I needed someone to help with supervision. I said, yeah, I can help. What do you need? So he's the only one that was not an old friend from Montreal, but someone that I had known for a decade at that point, and I really trusted. So But it's funny. Many are like, "Oh, you should never, do business with friends and family." I'm like, "No, that's the best."
That's exactly what
the
you're
best.
doing. Yeah.
I mean, the toughest part when you have business partners is trust. It's
Right.
literally everything starts with trust, and if you can have people that you've been friends or in a relationship with, a healthy relationship for many years, well, trust is already there. So it's
Ideally.
Ideal.
It's not always the case.
But I would say that that's one of the things that worked really well for our group is that we get along very well. We're very aligned. We're all very different. Some are more creative, technical, more on the creative freedom spectrum of thing, and others more in the management and security spectrum of things. All different personality, but we're all kind of have the same drive and the same.
Did Jacob
mission.
learn French yet?
He's working on it. He's doing his Duolingo.
Okay. Gonna have to quiz him later.
Yeah. He's at a point I said that he can understand some of it, but he was not comfortable yet to have a little conversation. So it's a work in progress.
How old are your kids?
14 and 12.
Interesting. Did they show?
13, actually. 14 and 13.
Okay.
It goes too fast.
Yeah. Do they show any interest in animation?
I would say that definitely my daughter, pretty good in drawing, and she did some thumbnailing of 2D animation this year that were like, okay, so she has some inclination, maybe not animation, but something that would be artistic. Mm-hmm. My son is a bit artistic as well, but he's more right now interested more in architecture. Mm-hmm. Something that both Eve and I mean, before when I went to graphic design, it was either graphic design or architecture. Mm-hmm. And Eve have a background in architecture as well. So not directly related to animation, but in the creative, technical spectrum of things. So I don't think that they're. Okay. The apple is going to fall too far from the tree for both of them.
They're not going to be Agora's new little partners.
I have a hard time predict what everything will look like 5 years from now, so I can only.
Yeah, that's where I was going. Like, do you think that there would be, even an opportunity for them to animate? How are things looking?
Maybe. I mean, if it will be there. I have parents that were. An entrepreneur and was in the music field, so I never seriously thought about taking back the family business, but I've always been, driven and like to play music myself. So I played in a way that not directly related to the business, but definitely influenced other aspects. So I would say if they're interested, why not? But that's not something. If they're like, hey, I want to become a lawyer, I might be, wait, what? Really? But that whatever they will want to do. There's no pressure to keep the family business alive. It's literally like go live your best life, and if it implies being involved in Agora, great.
Is there any concern? So how you're mainly providing animation services amongst others, and now that technology is advancing so quickly, there's some things that are some jobs that are thought to be obsolete by in a few years. Yep. Is that something kind of in the back of your head? Is that the future envision of you that you have right now? Does it involve because I guess Agora's full team would be affected by that.
That's again coming back to there's no point of having the perfect master plan. Yeah. Because something like AI is going to come and say, hey, maybe we need to rethink this master plan. Yeah. It will have a massive impact. It's difficult. We see the potential of the technology. It's unclear how laws and regulation are going to come into play. I mean, I believe that human will protect human. In the sense that, yeah, of course, within a year, I believe that we'll be able to do a fully animated feature just with AI, and like a team of 2 or 3
within
will
a
be
year.
able to. Oh yeah. I mean, it doesn't mean that it will be amazing, but within a year, we can probably do it now. It's just not very convenient. And right now, the difficulty with AI is editing. Like, you can create, like, let's say, an image or even a video. Is like, okay, that's great, but I want this character to have a red T-shirt. Boom, complete difference. So it's not like you can nitpick and. But I believe within a year, let's say 2 years, we'll be able to do it. Now the question is, would you be able to monetize it? Because if it was trained on models that are using the work of artists to create this thing and it just whitewashed all of this art, can you actually monetize it? And I don't think it will. So it almost feels like we're in the Napster days of AI, and eventually I think that there'll be model like, okay, this model has been trained on work that's been provided and approved by artists, and there's some part of the royalty like Spotify or Apple Music that are going to go back to artists. That would be a way to kind of litigate, and that's going to take way more time than the technology to be ready to be there. We're also coming back to diversification and the idea that Agora is a global network of talent. Eventually, it might not just be animation, because one of the things that will be, make way faster to produce is anything that is 2D, like VFX and animation are the first one. For a game, probably in 3D environment is going to take maybe a little bit more time, but maybe not that much longer as well. So I don't believe that's the end of our industry, because the end has been, predicted for so many times. It never happened. But do we want Agora to rely 100% on providing services in an industry that's going to be heavily disrupted in the next few years? No, we want other things. And I'm not saying that this space is going to become a bakery, but we're thinking of, hey, how can we ensure that we're not going to just be wiped away by this wave of AI? And we're even asking ourselves, how comfortable are we to use AI right now? We're not really using it to replace any artist. We're using it, so different example, like we're rendering in HD and upres in 5K. Well, AI does a great job for that.
Using it to upres?
Yeah, for upresing frames. So that kind of reduced the cost of cloud rendering. We're use it when we need to brainstorm. Hey, this is our idea. So kind of brainstorm for different scenario ideas and all that. Also helping with video editing. And so, so right now it's incremental improvement of many different things, but we're very, again, as we have artistic background ourselves, and we're creators originally, we fully feel the pain of those whose work has been used to feed and train those AI that are now, quote unquote, replacing some of this work. So there's an ethical way that even ourselves, we need to figure out how can we be fully transparent about how we're using AI and not look like
stealing work.
Exactly, because that's not something that would be comfortable with ourselves. And if we're thinking about the artist first, how can we say that with a straight face? Oh, by the way, we need half of you. Thank you for your good services in the last few years. We have our new AI that is now doing the work for you. How would that impact?
Can you please supervise this robot?
Yeah, exactly. Can you just create stuff and feed it to him? He's going to figure it out for you. So that's, we're thinking about it, and right now we're finding ways of using it, but often in ways that are not necessarily creative, but right now just say, hey, one of the most difficult information about all working remotely in different time zones and this and that is just information management. Anyone needs an information, that person is on the other side of the world, so you need to wait. So probably having our own chatbot that will be trained on knowing how Agora operates, and you can ask a question of, hey, can you remind me how to fill my timesheet, for instance? Here's the information right away. So these are the way right now that I'm looking to how can we improve operation in general to make everyone.
So I can replace
easier.
The wiki, basically.
Yeah. Because a wiki, you need to go there and find the.
I really hate the
I
wiki.
just want this, and I just want to ask a question, and it's going to bring back something that hopefully is accurate.
Ultimate laziness.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do. That would be awesome.
Yeah. And I would say if anyone are asking what is the future? How can I prepare myself? I feel that once AI will be able to replace most expertise, it will be very dangerous for those that are expert at just one thing. So the specialist, if you just do this one thing, you're very vulnerable. If you do many different things, yes, you do animation, but you also do rigging, and you also write a little bit, and you also work on this short, and you also have your website, and you also have a presence on social media, and you already also create your characters, and you post your characters, and you can also do this, and you also teach a little bit, and you also. So the more different things that you do, the more difficult it will be to replace you specifically at doing all of those different things that you do it in a unique way. So if your specialty is just to enter this screw in the machine over and over and over, it's time to start to broaden your horizon and learn other skills, because the generalists will be way less affected, I believe, by AI in general.
I feel like one of the things that us as artists are lacking the most when we specialize and we're so tunnel vision in one thing is, and it's going to sound a bit cliche, but communication skills. Because they apply not just only to management, but also communicating with clients, communicating with really anyone. Because you have to constantly you have to constantly sell your idea or articulate the problem that you're having in a way that is, receptible, or articulate a solution or a couple of different solutions for somebody in a way that it will be received well. And that stuff is not, it's probably the most challenging, that doesn't come naturally to everybody. And I feel like that's going to be applicable even in a world where we are working more with AI, like communicating not just with the bot themselves, but like with the clients too, because then you have to be maybe a little bit more specific about what they want.
It's if you're this annoying person that most don't want to work with, but they have to because you're this expert at this one thing that they need, you're in danger. If you're someone that people actually enjoy being around and enjoy communicate with and enjoy interact with, and you can provide a spectrum of different services and then combine them in different ways to address different, you'll be fine. So I would say soft skills, people skills, communication. Often artists and technicians are not the best communicator in general. But those are anything can be learned, and it would be a good time when we're coming back to everyone can be this one man or woman army and provide services. Practice your craft, but practice your people skills as well, because that's going to be equally as important if you want your clients and others just to enjoy your company. And in the end, very often you don't always go with who's the most qualified or the best at each task, but is who's qualified enough to do a good job at it, but then who do you really want to work with? And when you have to choose, often it comes back to this final selection process.
Can you tell me a little bit about, and I'm trying to formulate this question in my head in a way that makes sense, but so you work with, so I'll start it out with saying, like, there's a lot of different age ranges in what we do in all of our teams, especially at Agora, because it's so diverse, not just in age, but in cultures, everything, etc. Do you find it difficult, or have you seen any differences in the way that people approach work, generationally speaking, like how it started out back when you started? Because you have been in the industry for like, I don't know, 2.5 decades?
Yes. That sounds terrible.
You've been around for a while.
2.5 decades. That's accurate. Yes.
You could have a 25-year-old kid. Your industry experience is a 25-year-old kid. You know.
Yeah.
So, have you seen like a big difference on how people approach, well, education, but also just work in general?
Yes, there's a lot that is related to each generation. There is a lot that is also related to how was the industry when you started, how was the education system when you started. I'm coming from a place that there was so much scarcity in our industry. Literally, when I started, I had 2 different options after graphic design. One was multimedia, like website and CD-ROMs when we used to do those, and 3D. And there was this, and literally the school told me, if you want to do something that is fun, that you're going to have work and you'll be well paid, go in multimedia. If you want to do something even more fun, but it's quite experimental and you're probably never going to have work, go in 3D.
Interesting.
Yeah, at that time
it was totally the opposite for me.
Exactly. So this is how much it's changed probably in the decade in between when I went to school and then when you did. So for me, since my experience was that I'm not going to take anything for granted and I'm actually grateful for the studio to hire me, I have a way different perspective than someone that got in the industry at a moment that every studio was fighting for every resources, which means that even an out of school or junior level, you could have very good conditions that we could only aspire to after 3, 4, 5 years of experience. So I think it kind of sets the bar of your expectation. And for me, I'm glad that I started at a point that it was like, okay, I'm actually grateful to have work, compared to a point that, oh, this is actually super easy, and I already have 3 more offers, and I'm just barely starting my my career. Also, I think if we think about, let we go back another generation about the baby boomers, that there was this expectation that you go work, you're going to have a, relationship with your employer, that they're going to take care of you and you'll do the work. You will work X amount of year and then you're going to retire and everything will be fine. And the new generation where there's no commitment, because all of those employers can lay you off at any moment, and we've seen plenty of examples of that. So why will they give their heart and soul to any studio? So I feel that my generation, the very end of Gen X, is kind of in the middle, but I can totally understand the new generation that is just like a bit more mercenary, let's say, by previous generation perspective, that no, I'm going to give you just what I'm willing to give, until maybe there's some trust that is built over time. Also see something that we've adapted, that for us it was quite natural, but when I mentioned this to other studios, like, oh, that's interesting. One of the first things that we ask for anyone that we're hiring in the core team or as employees is, how many hours a week do you want to work? 40, 35, 32, 30, 25? We're not taking for granted the 5 days, 9 to 5 anymore. Many are more than happy. No, I just want to work 30 hours for 4 days, and that's what I'm willing to give. And for us, it's fine. That's what we're going to agree on. So yeah, I would say just, again, they're used to have a way that, okay, this is what work looked like. And now it kind of changed a lot with what are the expectation. And for us, it was kind of a natural fit at first because of freelancing. You're a freelancer anyway. That's going to be a 6 weeks contract, and then after that, let's see how it goes. So it kind of worked well for us. But in terms of work ethic and all that, I have a hard time to say one generation was better than another. I would say probably there's definitely more anxiety now. So there was a way when I was from 20 to 30, you could throw me any amount of overtime, and sometimes I didn't accept to do it, but most of the time it was not a source of stress or being overworked. But that's definitely something that we're more careful with now. If there's more hours to be given, we're very careful to say, hey, who's willing to provide those hours. And if you're not in a position that you can do it, we'll just bring more reinforcement instead of asking everyone to do more hours. So we're kind of adapting over time, that's for sure.
Do you think that, like, because you started out with that sort of background, it's more difficult for you to make decisions about your recent company culture that are appealing to the newer generations? Meaning, like, you know, there's some asks coming from some of the artists that you can't relate to. It's impossible. Why would you expect that? How do you? Does that make it more difficult?
Not really. I cannot recall any